Um, Radha isn't there in the Dvorka Leelas or in the majestic Leelas of Krishna because factually, in the Vaikuntha planets, the Lord, where Krishna appears, it's actually Lakshmi Narayana. It's Lakshmi and Vishnu. Vishnu, all the Vishnu expansions are Baladev. Now, in Goloka Vrindavan, in the supreme abode, to understand this more about the theology of Balaram, and it's all there in all Prabhupada's books, completely. And Prabhupada is not deviant; he's not heterodox; he's extremely orthodox, and so this is all, can all be found there in the Krishna-centric Vrindavan Mathura form Krishna-centric Vaishnavism, which is where Pure Land Buddhism really very much emanates from. That's why the doctrines are so the same in Vrindavan Mathura and in Pure Land Buddhism. The iconography of Pure Land Buddhism derives from very much from Vrindavan Mathura. I can show anybody the evidence that Vrindavan Mathura was very closely connected with Rhodes, because we know the art forms are back and forth. But anyway, and we'll get into that now. So, even in the Supreme Abode, all of the masculine forms, Nanda Maharaj, the father of Krishna in Vrindavan, and the elderly gopas, elderly cowherd boy, the men, the other men in the village, like Nanda Maharaj, and the older cowherd boys, the Balaram's age, or the older brother cowherd boys, and the cowherd boys, all of the masculine beings in Vrindavan are all expansions of Balaram. So this is theology people have to understand. What to speak of all of the Vishnu forms or Narayana forms in the Vaikuntha planets in the spiritual sky, or all of the masculine forms of the Lord in the material worlds, the Saha worlds. Now, even the variegated forms of Krishna for pastime, in the, for instance, in the Gopas and in the Rasa dance of Krishna's expansions, all of Krishna's expansions are through Balaram. So, there's really two beings that experience Krishna directly. Just two. Radha and Balaram. Radha is Krishna's separate receiving capacity. Eternally separate. Eternally independent. Has her own being and eternally equal to Krishna, the original giver in all capacities. She's the original receiver, the original Shekinah, Shakti. And she's got to be completely equal to him. Otherwise, he can't exist. Because she's the receiver and he's the giver. Now, separated out masculine capacity, this is very interesting, is Balaram, actually. But Balaram and Radharani never appear on the same altar. Ever. And only very esoterically in the Gaudiya tradition, when Nityananda and Chaitanya are on the same altar together, is it ever considered that Balaram and Radharani are appearing on the same altar. Because Chaitanya is considered to be the embodiment of Radha and Krishna, of their love, the embodiment of Radha and Krishna's love. And Nityananda is the incarnation of Balaram. And so, only then is it considered that Radha and Krishna and Balaram all appear on the altar at the same time. So in Vishnu temples, or Gaudiya Vaishnava temples, this is very interesting. When you have a murti of Radha and Krishna, what are you actually seeing? Lakshmi and Narayana. Any murti that you see of Krishna in any form in the material world is through within by Balaram. Now, they're very strict about this in the Gaudiya and the related Vaishnava tradition. You will never see an altar where Radha and Krishna in murti form are depicted together in like Vrindavan Leela, and they're worshipped like that. I mean, you just don't see that in the Gaudiya tradition, because they're always worshipped in awe and reverence, because they're in a temple in the material world, and they're murtis. So they're not, running around like, just simple cloth on them, pastoral pastimes. They're given jewels and they're dressed up and there's all the fancy stuff and everything like that. And that's done on purpose, because that was reminding you that you are worshiping Lakshmi Narayana. You cannot, you are only being revealed, Radha and Krishna, through Mary and Jesus, you might say. You can understand that Mary's highest form is Radha, but you cannot approach her as Radha. She's unapproachable as Radha. And the transcendent deity is unapproachable. Krishna is unapproachable. Balaram is approachable. So we're getting back to the most renounced forms here now. Balaram is Krishna's renunciation, self-renunciation. So he renounces himself and he expands himself in countless forms. Balaram is his second self. If we go over to Pure Land Buddhism and the Trikaya, we find out that Amityas is called the reflex. There's some, translations, there's modern scholars trying to understand this. They will say he is they don't use the word expansion, might say emanation. Maybe they say the word expansion, but normally they will say a strange word like reflex. Amityas is the second person of Amitabha. Asu, Yahu, is the second person of Hari, Eli. Sometimes they're worshipped as father, and sometimes, mostly, they're worshipped as like brothers, because one is an emanation, expansion of the other. It's the same God. It's two persons of the same Godhead. The third person is that immanent Holy Spirit in the heart of all beings in the Saha worlds. So, I'm not sure I answered any questions with all that big, long, rambling. But we were trying to get to lawless love.
Yeah, it seems unique in the Vaishnava tradition.
Okay. And I was going to point out things in Catholicism. So what is the nature of this lawless love? What does it mean to be lawless?
It's against the conventional standards. It has to be secretive, or
it's so powerful that it overwhelms and overcomes all social conventions, all other priorities, all other prohibitions against it. Now, the supreme rasa of Parakiya ras, or lover rasa, in Vaishnavism, you have to understand, this is not about some mundane woman and man having some affair. This is about God and the soul, the self. And of course, in Catholicism, we also have this understanding that, like Jesus said, unless you're willing to leave father and mother, unless you're willing to leave everything, don't bother coming to follow me. All through the tradition we're talking about, the perennial tradition that we're talking about, the radical notion of the freedom of love and the Dionysian, I'm not saying the pseudo-Dionysian orgiastic stuff, but because the real Dionysus is Balaram, the second person of Godhead. Unless that love is an overcoming, transcendent love, it's not real love. And how do you know real love unless it's been tested? So, stories and the theology of Parakya Ras in Vaishnavism describe, illustrate the nature of that lawless love originates in it's really about love of God. The soul that loves God, and I'll hearken to your Sufi mysticism here, the soul that loves God must be willing and able to transcend every single obstacle to that love. If those obstacles be conventions of mankind, even if they be nature, because God is above nature. So if I have to leave my body in order to be with God, I will ultimately transcend my body. I'll actually ultimately leave my body. I'm ready. Let's go now, you know. What is more compelling to a living being than the preservation of one's own life? And what is the most radical expression of love? No greater love has any person. They'll give up their life for another. Now, that is a love that violates the greatest law of nature, which is self-preservation. So if self-preservation itself, if the life of the body, if the attachment to the body itself can be violated, can be thrown aside with abandon for the sake of love, which we actually see throughout history, you know, people that have sacrificed their life for love, then certainly the self, the soul, is willing to abandon all other varieties of religion and surrender to the power of love, the power of God. It's like Krishna says in Gita, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender. That's about Parakya Ras. People say, well, where is Parakya Ras in the Gita? Where does the Gita talk about that? You know, the Gita tells us about love, but it doesn't go into the rasas. I say when Krishna says abandon all variety of religions and religion and just surrender to me, he's Rasaraj talking. He's the king of love, the Lord of love talking. And he's saying, just get rid of all the rest of it and just surrender. Surrender to love of me. You know, whatever that flavor of love is, surrender to it. And if that is the conjugal love, then you've got to abandon all varieties of religion. What does that mean? That means it's just like Chaitanya would say. There are no hard and fast rules. When you're calling on God, you're invoking the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's Rasaraj. All the rules and regulations, everything goes right out the window. You want to have a personal, direct, intimate relationship with God. Just like the perfect yes of Mary when we say, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. What words are those? That's the greeting of the angel Gabriel to Mary. So what is the response? Why are we saying these words? What is the response? We are placing ourselves in Mary's position, and we are drawing force. We are having Gabriel draw forth from us, from our soul, that perfect yes of Mary, that perfect receptivity, that emptiness. You know, the Catholic tradition, the apophatic practitioners, they like to talk about kenosis. They like to talk about emptiness. But really what that really is that is the receptivity of Mary. That's the receptivity of Radharani, and the highest form of the Shekinah of God is that receptivity within deity. So unless we find ourselves in that position of the perfect yes of Mary, what was Mary's response? Be it done to me. Not my will, but thy will, O God. You know, complete abandon, complete. And in that complete abandon, in that complete letting go, in that completeness, a complete receptivity is complete freedom. To thine own heart be true. So, it's described in these Vaishnava stories. Now, remember, I told you that in South India, there's a whole section of Vaishnavism in which Radharani is the wife of Krishna. For them, they don't want to hear about Parkya Ras. And then, of course, you know, in the story of Sita and Ram, Sita and Ram are the ideal king and queen. You know, again, you have the monogamy, sacred monogamy. There, the love relationship between God and Shekinah that's bridal mysticism. You know, that has to do with what's in the human heart. What is this bonding? I don't care what social system you have. I don't care if you live in the most Muslim place in the world where the potentates all have 100 wives. You can't stop it. There's going to be young lovers. There's going to be people that bond together one-on-one. That want to be. There's going to be young girls that dream of their prince, that dream of their man, the one that they want to be with for their whole life. There's going to be men who are looking for that one woman. To love and to be loved. One to one. Giver and receiver. So there's all kinds of social systems all throughout history. But in every single one, lovers have found each other. So there's something deep and profound in the human heart, that lover-beloved relationship. And you can't give something you don't possess in full, that you have the power over. You can't give yourself radically like that in complete, utter freedom of love. Total giving away if you don't own yourself, if your society owns you, if your boss owns you, your parents own you, somebody else owns you, this person has this power over you, that person has that power, that person has financial power. Well, I can't go because my cat. I can't go because this. I can't go because that. I can't go because something else. I can't go because I'm married. God, I can't serve you because I've got this and this and this and this and this and all these other little obligations and things like that. And Radha, she hears Krishna's flute in the forest. He's calling her. Song of Songs. The princess is in her palace. He's out there. He's on the hills like a young hart, like a young deer. And he's gamboling across the hills, and he's out there, and I hear his flute, and I know he's out there, and I have to go. I gotta go. I don't care. Don't tell me about this. Don't tell me about that. I'm going to jump out the window. I'm going to climb down the trellis. I'm going to go to my lover. He's out there. And Radharani is so disturbed. She's trying to get out of the house so fast that she's got like the top part of her dress on the bottom part of her body and the bottom cloth on the top part, and she's just all falling apart because she just can't get it together, because she just can't. She has to get out of the house. She has to get away. She's running. She's fleeing to Krishna. So if we haven't experienced a love that is more powerful than anything to inhibit it, then we haven't experienced the highest form of love. Because love is proved in testing. So Look at the lives of the saints. Look how their love has been tested. Look at how they've proven it. So I say the whole Christian tradition, this Pure Land Buddhist tradition, any tradition where people are overcoming everything that the world throws at them in order to inhibit their love or stop it, kill it. That overcoming love that transcends every material impediment. That's divine. Any questions?
No, that clarifies it a lot. Getting back to your previous commentary on that painting where some of the souls are going to the heavenly Jerusalem and some are going to the Rasa Leela circle dance. The last time I was in New Vrindavan, I asked the person giving the lecture on there, he was talking about the Vaikuntha planets, and I said, he made it seem like that was the highest you could attain, and I asked him, does your tradition say that's the highest that a person can attain? And he was quite offended by my question. He said, that's not what our tradition says, that's the truth of the revelations. And I was just taken back by his he was like, I was just struck not just by the answer, but the way he presented my question. I tried to phrase it in a way, since I'm not a Vaishnava,
right.
I said, according to your tradition.
Right.
And he immediately was defensive. And
and he didn't understand that the Vaikuntha is not the supreme abode. He didn't express that. That's just bizarre.
No, so I just wanted to get your clarification on that.
Well, because again, we have in the Catholic tradition a distinction between the heavenly Jerusalem and the heaven of heavens, and paradise. Just an absolute distinction. And all through Judeo-Catholic mysticism, the supreme desirable abode, place where the rasa dance, the hora, the Jews call it the hora, choros dance, the carol dance, the hora, that takes place in the Garden of Paradise. So the Jews have the concept of paradise, which is like Eden is like paradise. There you've got the bucolic, natural, beautiful, simple, innocent, original abode. So Eden is like as above, so below. Eden is like the earthly paradise. And then, of course, we get into the story of Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve is the story of the fall that is in the Upanishad, where, and this is, of course, fragments of this all over India, different manifestations of this belief system, where Atman and Jiva are situated in the mystical tree of life, or the material, manifestation, and enjoying of the fruits of the tree of manifestation or existence, and they are depicted as a pair of lovebirds. And momentarily, the Jivatma, now this is God and the soul, Paramatma and Jivatma, and momentarily the Jivatma because the Jivatma has free will, becomes distracted by the fruit on the tree, tasting the fruit of the tree, and in a moment forgets about Paramatma, her lover. And in that momentary enthrallment with the tasting, the experience of the fruit, that constitutes the fall of the Jiva soul. Now that's the story of Atman and Jiva. Of course, the story doesn't end there, because the Lord, as Atman, the Supreme Atman, he descends into the they say this bloop sound. This is what you hear, bloop. This is just a joke amongst the devotees, blooping falling into the material world. You make bloop sound. But the fall of the Jiva soul into the material world, bloop. There you go. There's another one. the Lord, of course, descends into the material world in all of his different forms in order to rescue the fallen jiva souls. So they've forgotten him, and he goes there and reminds them, hey, come back home. Hey, I'm over here. I'm your lover. What are you thinking about? You know, you're a little distracted there. You're suffering like anything in the worlds of birth, death, disease, and old age. Snap out of it, you know. So in Jewish mysticism, of course, the Shekinah and the daughters of the Shekinah are suffering in the material worlds, and the Lord descends in the material world. So in Jewish mysticism, the original Adam is God. And of course, they got that whole thing about Adam Kadman, the universal form, which is really the Purusha. But in the mysticism, the Adam, as in the Adam and Eve story, it has to do with the Messiah. You know, it has to do with the descent of the Lord into the material world to save the sparks of the Shekinah, the daughters of the Shekinah. Now, this is where it gets really amazing. So you have a story of the fall, which is a very universal story in so-called Hinduism related to, it's from the Vaishnava tradition. It's in Vaishnava scriptures, but it's pervasive all over Hinduism. With the idea, you see the Shaivites don't have a Vaikuntha, and they don't have a spiritual sky, and they don't have a Goloka Vrindavan, but they have material worlds, and they have a Paramatma. And the Holy Spirit in Shaivism, of course, is, you know, it's Paramatma. They call him Paramatma, but he's considered an expansion of Shiva, immanent form of Shiva. And they have a problem with the distinction between Shiva and Jiva, right? They you know, Shiva is Jiva. That's what they say. Shiva is Jiva. Jiva is Shiva. And they're not thinking of it in terms of Jiva is one name of Balaram, as because he's the collective or the source of all Jiva in one sense. Oh, I forgot to mention that in the theology of Balaram, the entire Shesha, Lord Balaram, as Ananda, is the manifester. Well, you might say the creator, but it's not creator. But he's the manifester and the maintainer of Goloka Vrindavan and all the Vaikuntha planets. And the Brahman, which is the Brahmajyoti, which is the self-effulgence of Krishna, which everything emanates out from, Brahman is also a form of Balaram. Krishna's effulgence is Balaram. See, when you read these are theological assertions. These are so important. Krishna's effulgence is Balaram. Krishna's clothing is Balaram. Krishna's astras are Balaram. Krishna's vahanas, vehicles. Krishna's asanas, his seats. Krishna's names. Krishna's variegated forms. You know, Krishna's prasad. It's all Balaram. Even in the highest paradise, the whole place is manifest and maintained through the potency of Balaram. So even in the spiritual sky, even in Goloka Vrindavan, everybody's experiencing Balaram. And who is Balaram? Jesus Christ. Second person of the Godhead. I mean, excuse me, Marcus Borg and John W. Crossan, you really missed the boat on this one. You know, your historical Jesus might have been a real radical feminist. No, who knows what. But, you know, if I had to choose between those guys' Jesus and the Jesus that I've been describing, there's no contest. You know, one of them is this awesome God who's actually also, besides being awesome God, he's the ultimately renounced person. The servitor Lord. As a servitor Lord, he actually doesn't care if we even recognize that he exists. This is why in all these temples and every place all around the world, you see, he is revealing Radha and Krishna. He is revealing Mother and Father God. He's revealing everything about God and Shekinah, and he's not revealing anything about himself. And we have to rely upon Radha and Krishna to reveal anything about Balaram. Because he won't reveal anything about himself, because he is God's renunciation in person. So all the devotees in all the temples in all the world are worshiping Radha and Krishna or worshiping Father God, and it's all through with and in the second person, and nobody recognizes the second person, except what? In the Catholic tradition, who has revealed Jesus Christ? Mary. God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, and Mary have once in the history of the universe said, "Behold the Lamb who takes away the sins of the world. Blessed are we who are called to his supper." Catholics do not realize what they have. It's priceless. The whole tradition, thousands and thousands of years of it, with the total potency of the Manian mission rite of Jesus, the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead, is there. And the Blessed Sacrament, which is the Mahaprasad of the original spiritual master of the universe, the self-sacrifice Purusha, the Rig Veda, is available for anybody in the world who wants to. So this is like I want to point this out about lawless love. The Lord is there, and he is inviting everyone. Who is coming? And what are we willing to overcome, or what are we willing to give to get him? And the Vaishnavas say that exactly as we approach the Lord, now this is on our side of the receptivity side of it, the Lord reciprocates. Why? Because the Lord is not a rapist. We have the same independence that God does. We have the same free will. And he will not violate us. Seduction is a form of rape. It's a form of sexual aggression. Seduction is. Seduction is on the giver side, force, there's rape. On the receiver side, taking. See, these perversions are there. What's the difference between giving and forcing? What's the difference between receiving and taking? There's a world of difference between receiving and taking. There's a world of difference between a giver and a rapist. So the perversion of the masculine, of the giving, is that aggression. And the perversion of the feminine is the taking, the seduction. I'm a monk. I'm chaste. I'm celibate. Some woman comes and tries to seduce me. I'm not giving that. She's trying to take it from me. So we have perversion of giving and perversion of receiving that's going on in the world. There's no perversity of that in the divine. God will never violate us. So, on our side of that relationship, we have to say that yes. We have to invite him. And when he reciprocates, he's reciprocating to our yes, to the degree of our saying. Now, what you were saying earlier, talking about emptiness, and I said receivingness. Capacity to receive is emptiness, like kenosis. So, this is very interesting where it comes into law and lawlessness and these things. When I recite the Apostles' Creed, why did I convert to Catholicism? Why am I such a staunch Catholic? Even though the church is treating me so badly, even though I'm not wanted in any religious order, even though I'm shunned by the Catholic scholars now, nobody will mention my name. It's like I'm unmentionable. Even if I went to Mass and they would not give me communion, if I could, I would go to Mass all the time. And I'd sit there and not be able to receive communion, and I would be suffering such separation. It would be a great mercy to me, because I know for a fact that Jesus is there in the Blessed Sacrament, which is the Mahaprasad of Jesus Purusha. And he is my worshipable Lord. Now, when we say there's overcoming laws, all these different things, the idea, how can I be a staunch Catholic with all of the wrong things that are going on in the church and the persecution of persons like myself and rejection, shunning, and all these kinds of things? And when I'm talking about lawless love and all of this, it comes back to that perfect yes of Mary. Now, Jesus is inviting everybody in the universe to come and partake of his Mahaprasad. But he won't violate us, any of us. So, when we come to receive him in the Blessed Sacrament, Jesus says, wait, here's what it is. Here's who I am. He introduces himself to us, because he's not going to violate us. Only if we know what we are getting and we put our tongue out is he going to enter our body. He's not going to get into us by a trick, by deception, by covering up, by anything else. We have to know, and we could be 7 or 8 years old. You could be retarded, mentally challenged, and you could receive communion. You could say yes to Jesus. Now, people that don't have a certain capacity, they won't confirm. But to receive Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament is the highest, most intimate experience of God that people have in the sacraments of the Church. And even a little child, even an 8-year-old child, 10-year-old child, who has the reason capacity to accept Jesus, can be confirmed and receive him in the Blessed Sacrament. Now, people that, especially feminists and everything, they look at the hierarchy, they look at the magisterium of the church, and they say, oh, it's patriarchal, look at all these old guys, running this church, and so forth. Well, they actually don't understand that in the tradition, the persons are elevated by service. Of course, it doesn't always work according to the ideal, but the ideal is that the people are elevated by service. And by their feminine receptivity and yesness, they have gotten to be where they are in the magisterium in the church. I'm not talking about corrupt things where, princes, people gerrymandered and put popes in and so on and so forth. But the way that these ancient traditions work is that normally it's the person who is the most renounced who becomes the abbot of the monastery. It's the person who is the most renounced, the most obedient, the most yes, who understands. They understand this is feminine. So here's a bizarre thing. You have feminists who know absolutely nothing about the receivingness. They're like the antipathy of receivingness in their mentality, railing against guys in dresses with names like Brother Mary Aloysius, who have spent a whole life studying the perfect yes of Mary and are full of receivingness, and have got where they've gotten in a magisterium of the Catholic Church because of identification with Mary. Then you go into Tibetan Buddhism, and you've got, again, sex-segregated religious society with the men in the monastic orders. And the Ritviks, the priests, or pujaris, but the pujaris who perform the rites in Tibetan Buddhism and who are the priests, as it were, that perform the diksha, the sacramental rituals within the different lineages of Tibetan Buddhism. You have the cult of Tara. And what does the priest do? What does the pujari do, or the spiritual master do, who is in the cult of Tara? Well, he actually makes himself a vessel for Tara. So here we have Catholic religious men who are meditating on the perfect yes of Mary. We have Buddhists who are meditating on Tara or Kuan Yin incessantly. That's their whole life meditation, is they're approaching Amitabha, they're approaching Avalokiteshvara, they're approaching Chenrezig through Tara. So we have Jewish rabbis, sex-segregated society, and the Jewish rabbis, what is their constant meditation? They're approaching Eliyahu through Shekinah. So at the very heart of this mysticism, you have a mystical identification of the person who is male embodied with the receiverness of Godhead, with the feminine, the Shekinah. And thousands of years of mysticism based on that. In the writings of the Platonists, psyche, the self, the soul, is always feminine in relationship to what? Eros, love. So in Taoism, you have yang and yin, and the Tao, which is it's like in Kabbalah, Tao would be like the central column of the Messiah. In the Sephiroth, the tree of life, the Kabbalah, where you have the central column, you have that masculine and the feminine, and then the central column of the Messiah. So, that's like yang and yin with the central column of the Tao. So, see, like Wei Ming Du, we were watching the video, and he's a neo-Confucianist, and he talked about heaven and earth, and the self, who is perfectly realized, forming a trinity with heaven and earth. So that's, again, another example of these trinities. So I've lost my train of thought. I don't initiate because of the vows that I took. Because I can't require performance from anyone. in terms of vow keeping. I cannot require a vow from anyone. A normal master-disciple relationship is a contract between the master and the disciple. The master vows something to the disciple, and the disciple vows something to the master. And in the Bhakti traditions, of course, the master's vow is to stay in the universe until the disciple goes home. The master's vow is to offer themselves as an intercessory sacrifice for the disciple. The master takes the disciple's sins. When the master accepts the disciple, this is called diksha, not shiksha. Shiksha is instructing master. I'm an instructing master formally, a shiksha master. I'm not a diksha master formally, because I don't make contracts with people. Now, the contract with the disciple is that the disciple has to vow to obey the master. The master vows to save the disciple at the cost of their own soul. But the disciple has to obey the master. So whatever vows the master requires from the disciple has to make and he has to keep. Otherwise the contract's broken. So, when the disciple comes for initiation, for baptism, or for diksha, and this is interesting because the word disciple is cognate with diksha. The word doctrine and doctor, those are all from the same root. It's very amazing. So, the diksha master, the doctor, who indoctrinates from a document, the document, isn't this amazing? Language is so amazing. It's all there. The doctor indoctrinates, he teaches doctrine from a document to a disciple. Isn't that astonishing? The whole picture is right there. The whole Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu tradition is wrapped up in that word, diksha. So anyway, the exception to the now that master-disciple relationship, doctor and doctrine and disciple and document, etc., that is the Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu tradition that I've been telling you about, that you can find in these ancient apostolic orders, like the Catholic, the Orthodox. For instance, Tibetan Buddhism has a tradition that's about, 700 years old? No, it was from 700, no. Came in Padmasambhava about 800, 700, 800, I can't remember. But anyway, that's that hard nut I was talking about the other day, the hard shell that protects the life within, that discipline, rigorous discipline of the doctor and the disciple, indoctrination. So, the exception to that is the master who says, I will unconditionally accept the sins of anyone. And I won't even pick and choose who I'm going to accept the sins of. Now, some doctors do this. Some masters, spiritual masters, do this. The intercessors, great intercessors of victim souls in Catholicism, who take the sins of others by intention, prayer intercessors and victim souls. Some of them, like I believe among the Carmelites, they will say intention. They will say, I'm offering up my sacrifices, penances, austerities, tapasya, for all the priests in my order, or all of the fallen brothers or sisters in my order, or for all Catholic priests, or for some particular group of people. And the Lord accepts their sacrifice. They join themselves mystically to the suffering of Christ. Now, that mystical joining goes on in the Native American, in the Sundance, in an extraordinary manner. It goes on amongst the Shaivites who perform the Kavadi in Sri Lanka, where they do the piercing and stuff. The Shaivites are really, have a lot of that intercessory tapasya stuff. So, anyway, I'm making a distinction here between the normal modality of transmitting and salvation through spiritual masters who are all united back to Baladev or Sankarshan or Jesus, who is the original spiritual master, who in the beginning of every cosmic manifestation as Purusha avatar takes the sins of the world. So, all of these sacrifices, the sacrifices in the mode of passion, mode of goodness, and mode of ignorance, are all in some way or another commemorative of the once and all sufficient sacrifice of Purusha. Now, only the sattvic sacrifices are offerable in Vaishnava tradition. The Rajarshik and the Tamasic sacrifices are not really offerable. They're religions in the mode of passion and ignorance, and they're heterodox. And so the saints are always trying to draw people back into the proper worship of Purusha. Significantly, Catholic, Jesus came as a priest after the order of Melchizedek, offered bread and wine. The Nazarites didn't participate in the blood sacrifices of the Levitical priesthood. Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, who was the unchallenged Nazarite leader of his time, right? So we don't have to guess. We don't have to accept some concocted thing that Jesus was an Essene who, that whole nonsense, Essene gospel of peace and all that nonsense and modern concoction. We know that the Bible, as we have it, is a document of the Nazarite tradition. Why do we know this? Because it's Nazarites who are celebrated as the heroes all the way back to Samson. In the Old Testament, people who took the Nazarite vow are celebrated as heroes. That means that the scripture itself, the collection itself, tells us who collected it. So, in the New Testament, here's your continuity. In the New Testament, what is Jesus? Jesus submits himself for baptism by John the Baptist, who was the Nazarite leader. So there you have the continuity between the Old Testament and the New Testament, both as testimonies to the spiritual heroism of the Nazarites. So, in a tradition, go ahead.
Okay.
Do you know what a seed mantra is?
Yes.
Okay. So you know these bija, or seeds, they are names of God. In Heliopolitan monotheism, like amongst the Pythagoreans and the Platonists, all the Greek worshippers of Helios, which they were, the Orphics and the Platonists and Pythagoreans were all worshippers of Helios. The alphabet was sacred, and the alphabet was made up of names of God. So there's a similar concept in Hebrew. And many of these ancient languages, actually the alphabet is made up of names of God. So in the Sanskrit, it's the same way. If you study Sanskrit with a Vaishnava Sanskrit master, they'll take you through the alphabet. And every single letter in the Sanskrit, in the Devanagari and in the alphabet, will be a name of the Lord. So that's how they teach the Sanskrit, is from the smallest unit, the bija seeds, which are the letters, which are the names of God himself. Now, these names may be as simple as just the sound, the S sound, s, sh, and phonated with a z. You put a voice behind an S, you get a Z sound, right? But these sounds are associated with Ananta Shesha, Sheshanaga, Sarpana, serpent, right? Sarpana in Sanskrit. And Lord Baladev is Ananta Sheshanaga. So the S sound, some scholars say, well, that's because the serpent hissing. It says his name. So besides those bija names, which are one letter or one sound, then you also have
extended names, a little bit longer, which are two sounds, or maybe a single syllable that's got a nuspra, or like an in or an im on the end of it, something like that. So, what I have discovered in my comparative studies is that some of these really important primal names of God and of Shakti can be tracked all over through many different language groups. And one of the roots, root names, is the SK, or remember that the S and the H are interchangeable. The HK or HX or SK or SX word. So we say in India, of course, Shakti. Shak is the root, you might say, of the name Shakti. Well, in Hebrew, it's the Shekinah. So in Greek, where is that? Where is that in Greek? Well, it's Hex and Hecate. Now, where is that in Egypt? Well, that is Sekhet. Now, people think of Sekhmet, the lion-headed. Well, she's, of course, the consort of the lion-headed form of God, which is the Leontocephalus time, Lord Nrsingadev. I don't know how familiar you are with Vaishnavism or Vaishnava.
A little bit. I know.
Okay.
I know the lion-headed.
Okay, Sekhmet.
Avatar.
Yeah.
That's and Vaishnavism.
Okay, so
and they have a wonderful statue at New Vrindavan.
Oh yeah, my friend Somadas made him.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he's
my
wonderful.
Favorite statue.
Yeah, he's a great Narahari, great Nrsingadev. So, well, if I turn that on, I could turn it on low. Is that going to blot that out?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
We can pause.
No, we can turn this down, and it won't boil so hard, and the pot lid will probably keep it okay, because we just need it to be. Oh, I know what we can do. Go out there around the corner, and there's a whole house fan that's over there, and it's high. It's high up on the wall on your right-hand side, right around the corner there. Okay, that'll take any extra moisture out of the house. So anyway, I'm completely convinced that one of the primal names of Our Lady is this Shekinah, Shakti, Hex. Now, the word sex is also there, right? The word six, there you have your six-pointed, your hexad, right? The word six and hex are the same word. So, I mean, that's illustrative of the fact that your S and your H are completely interchangeable, like septa and hepta, right? So I'll just give little examples of these sound shifts there. So now let's look at the name Hecate. What is that name Hecate? It's Shakti. And what is that name? It's Sekhet in Egyptian. Now Sekhet is before Sekhmet. Sekhet is a Shakti of Helios, Heru Asu, in Heliopolis. Very, very ancient. So, now, what I thought about earlier when you said something about the hexad, the six-pointed star, is this is what it triggered in my mind. On Facebook, you asked about Sybil and Kibble. Now you're wondering about the relationship of Sybil to Kibble, or the great mother goddess of the Near East, the Levant area. So earlier we had a little bit of an exchange about Hecate, and I don't know if I wrote it to you or wrote it to somebody else, but it was really important to me to make a point that the earliest form of Hecate was maiden, not crone. See, because there's a terrible problem with everybody going to late polytheism, late mythology, and especially astrological stuff. It's totally corrupted. It's totally late. It's totally goofy, and it misleads everybody. Like late astrological stuff, people think of Saturn as a malevolent planet. They associate with the planets. They're not understanding what these things were originally. So in the same way, in late mythology or in modern retro, you say Hecate, they think crone. They think a hag, right? Hag, witch-like. But that's not, Hecate wasn't originally hag form. Hecate was originally maiden form. So, that's really important to know, to understand some things now. Now, the great mother goddess of the Near East that's associated with Adonis or Attis or Tammuz or Dumuzi, which, interestingly enough, Krishna has names that are so close. I don't know if you saw this. I was talking about this before, but sometimes they transliterate the name of Tammuz as Dumuzi, okay, or Tammuz, and they associate Tammuz with Adonis or Attis. Well, Krishna has a name, Adisha. He's got a name, Adonaya, Adinaya. And he has a name, Tamasai, which means dispeller of darkness, or Tamas. Tamoguna, right? So what do they say? Oh, Tamas, he's a sun god. He's a rising sun god. He's, dispeller of darkness. That's Krishna Tamasai. So, how is it possible that there are all of these coincidences that they just happen to have a name, Adonis, Adinasha, Adonaya, Adinaya, Dumuzi, Tammuz, Tamasai, right? Now, the great mother goddess that's associated with those stories, you or somebody asked, is she Sybil, and is she associated, is there some connection to Hecate? Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. Didn't you say that she, or I seem to remember you saying something about trivia?
Trivia now.
Okay, not trivia. Well, I think you posted something. Somebody posted something which associated with the great mother goddess of that collection of stories or myths with being worshipped at Crossroads.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, did you post that?
Yes.
Or you know what I'm talking
Yes.
about? Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Okay. You know where the word trivia comes from?
No.
Okay. Well, we say, oh, trivia. That talk is trivia.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, the term trivia comes from subjects of discussion, topics of interest indulged in at Crossroads.
Oh.
Why? Because, now, this is the modern reason that's given for it. Because all of the markets occurred at Crossroads in ancient Rome, around ancient Rome. The women would always get together and sell everything. I sell my potatoes and you sell your, cabbages or whatever, at the Crossroads. Now, why a trivia? Well, trivia, three-way. When we think of a crossroad, we think of something like that. But this is the most basic form of the crossroad. A Y, where there's a fork in the road. That is called a trivia, three-way. Three-way, via way. Okay? So, the word trivia, meaning, idle talk or whatever, comes from discussions indulged in at those meetings, fork in the road, where they would, supposedly the women folk would get together and talk trivia. But what they, again, this is a problem with these moderns. They don't really get anything, they don't understand it. Is that Our Lady of Choices, Our Lady of Lakshmi, destiny, in terms of, see, she's associated with providence. God, she's the mate of God who is providence, right? Because she dispenses God providence's providence. So she was worshipped at all crossroads, for all forks in the road where you had to make a life choice. Hecate was worshipped. So if you want to study the ancient Roman worship of the deity who comes into Rome as Hecate, what you'll find out is that she was worshipped at forks in the road and crossroads. And they would have shrines for her there, because you would get to that point and you'd say, maybe life is down this road, maybe death is down that road. If I have to make a choice, they pray to Our Lady of the crossroads, of Our Lady Lakshmi, Lady of Choices. Lord, give me counsel. Let me know which way to go at this juncture. So, that's what popped into my mind when I was thinking just now about the worship of the Tetragrammaton. The deity was the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name. Modern scholars say, oh, the Star of David, it's a modern thing. It wasn't associated, it just came in, it's not really ancient. But the hexad is very ancient. And the worship of the deity with the hexad in terms of bridal mysticism is very, very ancient. So, like, for instance, if you go to India or Sri Lanka or Nepal and you see the Sri Yantra, the Sri Yantra actually represents a union of Purusha and Prakriti. So it's very interesting if you go to Jewish mysticism and the mystical associations with the Magen David, the Star of David. What do you find? You find it has the very same mystical associations with the one triangle representing the masculine trinity and the other triangle representing the feminine trinity. So I suppose this is what you're talking about when you say the anthroposophists have got, you're talking about them. Now basically, I don't really respect H.P. Blavatsky. And I don't know how I feel about Steiner, because in some ways he was more honest than Blavatsky was, because Blavatsky was an absolute lying con artist. And she corrupted vast numbers of things just for her own use. She just, I can't respect that at all. She wanted a following, she got it. And she was a con artist, and she was just, willing to sell her services as a spy to anybody. She offered her services to several different governments. Anyway, I don't know if you know much about H.P. Blavatsky's notorious...
No, I've been just trying to understand the Valentin Tomberg, but to understand him, you have to understand Steiner, and it's so dense material. It's like Carl Jung.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like how much... I want to have like a few leaves that are necessary without having to digest this vast quantity of occult knowledge. Like the Buddha says, I just want to have the few leaves that will relieve suffering.
Yes.
I want to have these few gems. And that symbol of the Star of David, I think, is a gem.
Yes.
A simple gem, a simple archetype that I want to unpack.
Right. I hope that they got that. I hope it could hear you, though. Yes. I hope it could get your comments.
And, Tomberg is the one that coined the luminous Holy Trinity and promoted this idea. So, and he seems to be on board with much of what your research is. So I want to unpack that and get your take on it.
My attitude towards Tomberg is this. He was spiritually and intellectually so much greater than any of these people he studied, that he was able to transcend so much. So, like with Steiner, for instance, they made so many terrible mistakes, and Thomberg, because he had far more spiritual chastity than any of them had, and whatever it was, state of the heart, humility, true humility, he, despite having immersed himself in the Western occult tradition, really to becoming its greatest unparalleled master at his time. I believe he was the master, the unparalleled master of the tradition. He wasn't misled entirely by it. And as a matter of fact, he was able to recover a lot of what had been set aside and forgotten in the Catholic tradition. And his take on the tarot was very interesting to me, because I have my own take on the tarot. And I think I'm done on the little thing about Hecate and the three-way roads right for the moment. So I said six: sex, hex, Hecate, Sekhet, Shakti, and Shekinah. Okay. Now, there's realms more too, but that was the thing that touched my brain tonight. Just wanted to get that out about the trivia. And our, praying to Our Lady when you need to make choices, and the fact that Hecate had, in the Greek world, Hecate had shrines at the crossroads, and in the Roman world, it was the same thing at the trivia, and then in the Catholic epic, there are shrines to Our Lady all over at crossroads, all over Europe, little Marian shrines. So. Anyway, let's see. I was starting to talk about Thomberg and the tarot. This might interest you. In my studies, I have been researching the name and form of God. And Namarupa, or name form, is fascinating from the standpoint of the earliest human writing. Now, before there was alphabet. Is there a paper towel over here someplace? Oh, there's some in that cupboard right there. Oh, wait a minute. It's all right. I see it over here. I was looking the wrong direction. Before there was alphabetic script, there was hieroglyph. And over again you'll find in the Krishna scriptures where it said that this is really important to understand, that the Lord's name reveals his form, and his form reveals his name. And sometimes it'll say that there's no difference between the Lord's name and the Lord's form. There's an absoluteness to the Lord's name and form. And this is called Namarupa, name and form. So that the Lord's name reveals his form, and his form reveals his name. In pictographic writing, and in the worship of the Murti, or the Vigraha, the worshipable icon of the Lord, the Lord's name is actually said by his form, and his form says his name. So if you take that icon and you reduce it to a stela, a relief carving, or a painting, or even a reduced further to a symbol, then the name and the form are the same. The form reveals the name, and the name reveals the form. So this is really important in all the rest of my research to understand this point. Now, when people couldn't read script, they could read hieroglyphs. This is a picture, for God's sake. So this is a one thing I'll mention on a tangent now, so that I don't read any Chinese, but I understand that there were many, many different languages spoken across the vast area known as China. Different languages and different dialects. However, a person could sit down and write a letter in one place and send that letter hundreds of miles away to someplace else, and they could all read the same thing. Anybody that could read it. Why? Because the Chinese used a different system. They used, again, a system where they had basically a pictographic system of writing. That's why there's so many characters in the Chinese today. In the Mandarin, I guess it is. But the idea was that if you used a symbolic system of writing that everybody understood just by looking at it, this means water, this means fire, then no matter what the person's language was, they'd be able to understand what you're saying. So, do you want some of your margarine or something on this? I'm going to turn that off for a second. I started to say something about Tomberg and the tarot. And one of the first things that interested me about his take on tarot. Now, Tomberg did meditations on the tarot, a journey into Christian Hermeticism, in which he really does a masterful job of retrieving the Catholic theology that's contained in tarot. Now, the way I'm coming at it is like this. I have never had any interest in tarot. But what I am interested in is I'm interested in the name and form of God. And I'm interested in how people have passed down stories from Scripture or oral traditions for thousands and thousands of years, and used iconography or sacred art to transmit even complex theological propositions, amazing doctrines, amazing abstract concepts. Actually, they find ways to draw and paint and sculpt things that are esoteric and abstract and incorporeal. And they can actually transmit information about such things through wood or stone or ink. So this has amazed me, and how it is possible for someone to create something thousands of years ago that has in it a doctrine or a concept that someone like myself, thousands of years later and in a totally different culture, can look at it and get it. Actually understand what was being communicated by that name or form. So, back to Tomberg. My understanding, based on comparison of Vaishnava and Shaivite and Buddhist traditions, and ancient Mediterranean and North African traditions, is that when people didn't read, they learned the stories from the scriptures, or the sacred stories, and they learned doctrines and all manner of things through the sacred art that they would encounter in temples and shrines and in people's homes, whatever they would encounter sacred art. They would encounter it on amulets, they'd encounter it on coins and seals and other miniatures, and they would encounter it in gigantic form in monumental stone sculpture and other ways. So, for example, the great cathedrals or the ancient temples, when a pilgrim came to Angkor Wat, for instance, or Angkor Thom, the walls into the city and out of the city have the body of Ananta Sheshanaga, who is like Vasuki, used to churn Mount Mandara in the story of the churning of the milk ocean in Srimad Bhagavatam. This is a Vaishnava scripture. So this churning, now the mountain is like a spindle for churning milk. The milk ocean, you get the idea connection there. And the body of Vasuki, or Ananta Sheshanaga in another form, is wrapped around, and on one side the devas, the demigods or the devas, the godly, I prefer to call them the godly, on one side are pulling, on the other side the ungodly are pulling. And in this, now think about this, this is the chaos before creation, and the godly and the ungodly are perturbation of the cosmic chaos before order. And they're pulling, like, what's that game?
Tug of rope.
Tug of war, tug of war, where they're tugging on either side. But the Lord, Ananta Shesha, in this form as the great serpent, is circled around Mandara Mountain in the middle. So when they pull, they're spinning Mandara Mountain. So the whole temple city is on this scheme. And the wall coming in and the wall going out has got the body of Ananta on the wall in relief. And on the one side of the city are the devas holding the body of Ananta. And on the other side of the city coming out are the asuras, the ungodly, holding the body of Ananta. And they're churning, and so the whole mountain of the sacred city is a Mount Mandara, Mount Meru. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes. What Egyptian city are these?
Well, no. This is Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom. Angkor Wat.
Okay.
Yeah. So now the reason when I'm mentioning this is because it can be something as tiny as a little tiny protective amulet worn on a Jewish soldier's neck, or it can be something as huge as a whole city, or an entire country plan based on the cosmic body of Purusha, right? So in this particular temple city, which is the largest Vishnu temple in the world, it's a Buddhist site, right? But it's a Vishnu temple. So the whole schematic of the entire thing is the cosmic axis Mundi mountain with Lord Vishnu on top, and the churning of the milk ocean, and the godly and the ungodly in the contest, and in the disturbance, in the contest, in the strife between the godly and the ungodly. Of course, all these amazing things are developed. But what happens before the Somaras, before the nectar of immortality appears? Before that appears, the struggle of the godly and the ungodly produce hala hala, which is the collective sins of the universe. I'm getting off on a tangent here. Okay, just write Tomberg down for me so I come back to Tomberg. And I'm not going to give you this because this whole is so amazing here. But Lord Shiva appears to drink the hala hala. Okay, so I'll go.
The Jesus vinegar.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing, so amazing. So now, back to Tomberg. So I'm giving examples of how the stories of the scriptures would be carved in stone at these ancient temple sites. They'd be in reliefs, they'd be painted on the walls, they'd be everywhere. And in Nama-rupa way so that people could see, understand, just by looking at the picture, they could read the stories. It's like comic books for illiterate people, graphic novels. We still have graphic novels for illiterate people. Anyway, so I've got a huge amount of background on how pilgrims would travel in the Buddhist lands, in the Vaishnava lands, in the Shaivite lands, and all these different lands, how in the ancient times people would go to these sacred places and they would learn the stories associated with the sacred places. And they would take those stories back with them. Now, how would they take those stories back with them? They can't carry a 2-ton chunk of granite. So how do you suppose they took these stories back with them?
Drawing them.
Yeah,
What they saw.
they drew them. And not only did they try to draw them on any little piece of skin or any little bit of anything that they could put something on, but the people who lived in the big temple cities, there would be artists who would make basically, like they have tourist
Postcards.
junk, postcards. They would make things. Now, here's the other thing. When pilgrims are going around to Vaishnava temples or Shaivite temples in India, there are several practices that are associated. One is, like, say, for instance, someone says, I'm praying to have a child, or I'm praying for the healing of my mother, or I'm praying for this, that, or something else. Or the person's committed a sin or something, and the priest says to them, I'm prescribing you a tapasya, penance. So I want you to make a pilgrimage. Or a student. A student goes to the master and says, Master, teach me about Hecate. And the master says, well, there's only one place you can learn about Hecate. You have to go down there to that temple, way, way down there. It's going to take you 1,000 miles, take you 2 years to walk there. You have to go over this and under that and around this and through there. It's the quest, right? So you're going to go learn about that. Now, when people made it, they actually got there as proof that they fulfilled their quest that the master sent them on, or their penance that they were prescribed because of some crime or sin that they had committed, or whatever the case was, or for a special blessing or whatever. They would often get tattooed. They would often get branded. I mean, hot brands, or they would take, now this is interesting too, the clay from the particular river. They're gonna, you're gonna go dip in the confluence of the Kali Gandaki or whatever. You're gonna go to the Kali Gandaki. You're gonna pick up a shila, a sacred shila stone from the Kali Gandaki. Say you go to some other river. You're gonna pick up that characteristic clay that's just like that. It's only that only that river's got that clay on that bottom, that gray clay or that white clay or whatever that color that red clay is. And that's going to be the tilak clay. So it's interesting, like your river of baptism, you take that clay from that bank. And every morning when you renew your baptismal vow, you consecrate the water. And then you rub the clay in the water. So now you've made the clay, it's like the river, it's wet clay again, right? You've reconstituted it in the sacred river because you've performed the patra, the rites, to consecrate the water. You've asked the Ganga or the Yamuna or whatever sacred river, the Jordan, to come into that little drop of water that you're going to wet your clay with, right? And then you mark your body 12 places as the temple of the Holy Spirit in memory of your vows, your baptism. So all these different kinds of processes are associated with pilgrimage. For whatever reason, as a votive offering, or for a crime or a sin, to penance, to pasya, or a student going someplace to learn a particular thing. And so sometimes the actual image would be put on the person's body. That was my point of bringing that one up. Now, at all these great places of pilgrimage, there's huge markets around these gigantic places of pilgrimage. Thousands of vendors selling their whatever, produce or whatever. Well, there are also going to be people who draw the icons that you see in the temple. Now, instead of a person going and sitting in front of the icon and trying to draw it themselves, people could buy, just like you can go any place today, Buddhist lands, Vaishnava or Shakti or Shaivite temples. What are you going to go find when you go there to the marketplace? You're going to see images of the images in the temple. Even images that you're not ever supposed to see that are in the temple. The hidden images. They know, the devotees know what the hidden images look like, and they have images of them, and you can buy them outside the temple, But anyway, if you go to Vatican City for the something birthday of the Pope or something, you can get a Pope on a coffee mug. Anyway, when a person would make the pilgrimage round, they go from shrine to shrine to shrine to shrine to shrine, they would collect these little tiny bits or scraps of stuff that had these different drawings on them. And sometimes they would collect the same ones, and sometimes people collect all different ones. So basically, when they got back home or when they were on pilgrimage or whatever, when it was meditation time, when it was prayer time, they don't get out their breviary, they don't get out their Bible, they get out their little satchel of cards, little keepsakes. Might be a little stone from the Kali Gandaki. They take out their little, like the Native Americans, you got your little satchel full of sacred stuff, your little bird feather that you found on a particular time, and this pebble that you got here. My dad, he's so amazing. We were going through a box of stuff last night, and this little tiny white pebble fell out, and it had an M and an E on it. And Dad says, oh, he says, that's really important. I said, why has he packed this little tiny white pebble that's got M and E written on it? He says, that was, I guess he was on the beach or something. He says, that was the day that I found out that Mindy had her baby Emery, her first son, Emery. So that's my Mindy and Emery stone. So it's like that. So a Native American might have his little medicine pouch that he's got all of his important little tiny things in. And a pilgrim in Europe might have their deck of pilgrim's cards, little scratchings and etchings and pictures and things like that. Now, for great cathedrals that are there for 1,000 years or more, great temple sites, people would eventually, like how many people have been to Mecca? How many people have ever been to the Temple of Venkateshwara in South India? Millions and millions and millions of people have been there. So how many people have ever been to Chartres or Our Lady of Notre Dame? These great places of pilgrimage. So eventually what you have is you have certain almost standardized sets of these little cards or little what do we call them? I still call them,
Prayer cards.
Prayer cards. Yeah, prayer cards. That's what they are. They got a picture of a saint on one side and they have the prayer on the other side, right? The Catholics still have them. And somebody have a whole huge collection of them. But anyway, that's the origin of the tarot. And I was absolutely certain of it. So when I first took an interest in tarot, I was looking at all these nutty, during the 1960s, all these friends doing this tarot stuff, all that kind of stuff. And I thought, that has nothing to do with it. All this kind of hooey. This was a theological teaching tool. They learned stories from the Bible. They learned theological precepts. They learned moral theology. They learned all kinds of things. But it wasn't a prognostication,
And what struck me about the tarot, the more I looked into it, is it's used by people that are really have an anti-Catholic or pagan stance, but the
Right.
story is completely in line with Catholic theology.
Exactly.
And so their Bible is teaching something that they vehemently oppose intellectually.
Yeah.
So, in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Richard Payne introduced me to Thunberg's Meditations on the Tarot, from the very first pages, I said, this guy knows, he understands that this is actually a theological teaching tool, that this goes back into Catholic Europe. And he's actually recovered this. And that's what he's using it for. I was amazed. I was thrilled. And of course I could recognize all that Rudolf Steiner stuff in there, all that anthroposophical. But he transcends it so much throughout there that I kind of forgive him for the theosophical and anthroposophy stuff that's still in there, because he's so great. The rest of it is such a great work. And then, see, Richard actually was chosen to publish it, and he had the publishing rights to it, and the restriction was that it could not be published until 20 years after his death. I'll tell you some more about that, but not when the tape recorder is going.
Okay.
Or you want to hear it now? Go ahead, turn it off. Context what I'm going to say about my particular relationship to people and how I want to serve people, the natural way for me to serve people. So, what will be the character of happens here? What happens here, God willing, doesn't have to be what happens every place else, whether anybody has something to do with me. I'm not looking for, number one, I have no interest in anybody following me. I'm not a person that anybody wants to follow. I say right up front, don't follow me. Because basically I don't want anybody to follow me where my vows are taking me. Because I actually made a vow when I was a child. And if people follow me, then my vow won't be effective, because my vow is to stay here until everybody else is gone. So a master like Srila Prabhupada says, come and follow me. Someone like myself says, don't follow me, go follow him. So I'm here to say to Catholics, go follow your saints. I'm here to say the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, follow Prabhupada. I'm here to say, don't follow that guy, do follow this guy. Don't follow her, do follow her. If you follow her, this is where she's going to take you. If you follow her, this is where she's going to take you. Because not everybody's taking everybody the same place, either in this life or the next. And let's just forget about the afterlife. Let's forget about God and the afterlife, any future. Let's just look at this life right now. If you follow these people, this is where they're going to take you in this life. If you follow those people, that's where they're going to take you in this life. So we can just boil it right down to pragmatics and authenticity. So that's where I've set my face like flint or adamant, hard as stone, against certain people and certain teachings in this world, because I have had vast experience on where those teachings ultimately take people. So, if I oppose a person who is, representing certain teachings, or I oppose a kind of teaching, it's because I've seen the result, the end result of those teachings or that person's leadership. So anyway, in terms of my own service, I'm not somebody that I want anybody to follow. My service to others is to provide them with information and inspiration to go do what God has created them to do. Not to join some camp that I'm creating and imitate me. So, I mentioned Sakiras. Sakiras is love that's characterized by friendship or pure relationship, equal relationship. So, in life, it's like a Dharma door, in one sense that certain personalities are attracted to certain flavors of love. Rasa, rasa is a flavor of love. So you might say, well, Baskin Robbins has 38 flavors or whatever. It's all ice cream, but they're really different from each other. So love is love, but it has very different flavors. Now, are you familiar with C.S. Lewis's book, The Four Loves?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, with the Greeks, we look at Greek philosophy, and we look at how Plato, the discourse on love in Plato, and Socrates taught, his Goswami, his female guru, taught Socrates about love, some important things about love. So, if we look at the four loves that were described by the Greeks, if we go over to the Vaishnava tradition, there are 5 basic loves, and then an infinite variety of combinations of those loves. Now, some of those combinations are what's called rasabas, which means literally bad taste. And in our society, we would think of those as perversions. So, for instance, if you add the conjugal mood of love to a parent-child relationship, where the parent-child relationship is the dominant relationship, and then you add an element of conjugal to it, that's pedophilia, that's perverse, that's perversity. So there's all kinds of combinations of the basic 5 loves, which are completely rasabas, completely what they call, Prabhupada translates as perverted mellows or perverted flavors, literally distasteful, bad taste, rasabas. But there are tasteful, it's just like cooking, tasteful combinations of the different rasas. And the science of rasa in Vaishnavism is so highly developed. I doubt if there's ever been anything in the history of the world that's developed that science of flavors of love to the degree that the Vaishnava masters have. It's just astonishing. So, now I'll give you just a really brief description. I mentioned that the first and least intimate level of love, or flavor of love, is Shantaras. And Shanta is a kind of neutrality. It's got awe and reverence in it. And so you could and there's no personal relationship there at all. So this is one example that has been given, used quite a bit. In a kingdom, the citizen may be aware of the king and the queen, and may feel some admiration or some affection for the king and the queen as benevolent figures, respectable figures. There may be some sense of awe and reverence there, but there's actually no real personal relationship. Now, in one sense, the citizen is experiencing the love of the king and queen, because the citizen could even be employed in the civil service somewhere, but the life of the citizen, the peace that the citizen enjoys, and the availability of food and infrastructure, fresh water, safe water, in schools, education for their children, all of these different positive things that the person feels that are emanating from the king and queen's love and concern for their citizens might increase the sense of awe and reverence and affection and admiration that the person in Shantaras has for God. Now, one of the accusations of the spiritually proud, puffed up Vaishnavas against Christianity or Judaism, these other traditions, is that they never get beyond Shantaras. The average person is just, thinking, oh, God is great. God provides all this stuff. And hardly has developed any actual awe and reverence or appreciation for a loving God who provides everyday miracles. So the Vaishnavas in general, have a very low opinion of Christianity, or or Judaism or Islam, the so-called Abrahamic religions, because they say, well, they never go beyond just even the most rudimentary kind of Shantaras. So, of course, if the Vaishnavas were aware of the bridal mysticism that is within Sufi Islam, or the bridal mysticism that's in Jewish Kabbalistic Shekhinah mysticism, if they were aware of the bridal mysticism in Catholicism, then they would understand that there is Madhurya Ras, there is a conjugal love relationship with the deity in those traditions. What about the other flavors of love? Well, I said earlier today that all of the other flavors of love are existing within the Catholic tradition. In our day and age, in my life, in the areas that I've been, in the contact I've had, and it could be entirely different in different places in the world where old school Catholicism has been more preserved. But my exposure to Catholicism has been to Counter-Reformation Catholicism, really extremely dumbed down Catholicism that is, in practice, almost indistinguishable from the Protestantism around here. I don't mean just here, but here and in Michigan and where I came from. For example, churches purged of murtis, icons. The churches used to be full of sacred images. And I remember actually here, when they took a bunch of the, saints' statues out of the church, they've taken them out. This reactionary movement to Protestantism and Catholicism has really, really been pathological. It's been a bad thing. It's removed so much of the sacred art and the music and everything. It's a dumbing down of the whole tradition, unfortunately. Removing all of these ancient things that are powerful and inspirational to people. Anyway, so the other rasas are definitely there in Catholicism, but the average Catholic that I've met here in the United States, they have no clue. They're almost indistinguishable from the Protestants in their practice. So, I've described a little bit of Shantaras in the context of a model of a kingdom. I know feminists would freak out and reject the whole model in the first place, but there's something to be said for it. So, now we go to Dasya Ras. Dasya Ras is the next level up of intimacy with God. And Dasa, or Dasi, is on the end of Vaishnava names. So one might have a name Damodar Dasa, because Damodar is the name of Krishna. So that's a theophoric name, and Dasa means son or servant of. Dasi means daughter or servant of. It's the feminine form like Das. Now, if we go over to the ancient Mediterranean, this is one of the umpteen connections between Vaishnavism and the Mediterranean Heliopolitan tradition that is, just fascinating. And that's that amongst initiates in the mysteries, worshippers of Helios, you find tes, tas, des, or des appended to the end of names, and it means son or servant of. Now, obviously, that's not a coincidence. So even on the name like Socrates, I wonder if that's not Sokar Tes. Shukradas would be in India. It'd be Shukradas, be the servant of Balaram. Because SKR, of course, is a very important name of the second person of the Godhead in Egyptian Osirian, Heruasu religion.
Socrates. So it's Socrates. Anyway, but that like Herodotus. You could probably go through, any like the Loeb Classical Library, the Penguin Classical Library, and just pull out. I think they're all on CDs now or something. You can get some professor. Hey, Dad, what was the name of that professor in Southern California that put the whole Greek library on digitized it, put it all on a computer?
Tell me again.
Remember one time you sent me the reference for the lady professor at some university in Southern California who took the entire corpus of Greek classical literatures and put it on a computer?
Yeah.
And I could have, if I had, huh?
McDonald.
McDonald, that's right. Okay, so it's available. When I did my original research, I actually had to buy or find the entire Penguin Classical Library, entire Loeb Classical Library in paperbacks, and try to acquire all of them or go to the library and read all of them. I read every single one. I tried to find things in the Greek, in the original Greek. Sometimes like with this collection of Asclepius stuff, you can find things that have interlinear translations. And so then if you have your dictionary, then you can break it down and you can transliterate the things yourself and figure them out yourselves. And I actually had to do that. I did that. And reading all of that, then you see through text after text after text. You see all these Helios worshippers that all have Tess or Tos or something like that on the end of their name. And then you know that there are, and other places that, it's described, this is not controversial, that's what that means on the end of these Greek names. It's an initiated name, and it means like son or servant of. So anyway, Dasaras is that next level of flavor of love. And it's the servant flavor. So the example is given in the king's household. Actually, it can be a very intimate relationship to God, the dasa, master-servant relationship. Because look at the intimate level of service that the personal servant of a king may have. The personal servant might draw his bath, might trim his toenails. I mean, the personal servant might be very, very close and have a very intimate relationship with the master, like a disciple that has a very intimate relation, master-disciple is often. A master-disciple relationship is usually a master-servant relationship. That's usually what it is. Sometimes it takes a father-son, becomes a father-son relationship, but almost never. It's usually a master-disciple is usually a master-servant relationship. So if you look at religious orders around the world at different times and places, it's usually a master-servant relationship. Now, this is where I make a comment about myself. I have no interest. I have no attraction for having servants, for having disciples. I've been a sannyasi all these years, and I've never had a guru puj. Hi, Dad.
I came to say goodnight.
Oh, God bless you. In a tradition where the normal mode of salvation is by initiation for the religious. Now, we have to distinguish between the lay population and the religious. There's salvation available to the lay population as well. The religious are the vowed. And the vowed in the master-disciple relationship normally the mode of their salvation is that their spiritual master is connected via a lineage back to Jesus Purusha, the original spiritual master who takes away the sins of the world. So when the master accepts the disciple, what they are doing is they're taking the sins of the disciple. They're saying, okay, I'm going to take your sins. And from this moment on, you're clean. You're free. And actually it's a manumission right, which is a redemption from chattel slavery, which sometime we'll get into that, which is extremely profound and deep, and nobody thinks about it. So the disciple is freed, and may literally be freed from a sentence of death, from prison, from chattel slavery, being owned by somebody else. In the manumission rite, the master takes the disciple and frees them, may actually pay to buy their redemption. Anyway, the disciple, for the disciple's part, has to vow to keep their side of the contract, to obey the spiritual master and basically go and sin no more. No more, in Prabhupada's case, no meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, or gambling. So whatever the rules are that the master has given, the disciple has to accept those rules. If the disciple breaks those rules, the spiritual master has no obligation to save them. Now, the bodhisattva, or the other vow, the other extrajudicial, or whatever we could call it, modus of salvation, is these, I was mentioning, like the victim souls in Catholicism, who offer up their penances and austerities and their prayers on behalf of others who may or may not be designated. A mother may say, offer to God and say, Lord, my son's going to hell and become a drug addict or something, let me offer up these austerities. I'll say 50 rosaries a day for my, I'll walk to the cathedral on my knees, whatever. The mother may make intercession specifically for a person, for a child. A cloistered, Carmelite nun might make intercession for priests and their order, etc., etc., etc. Then there are the personalities who say, and this is what they call the Great Compassion Vow. Are you familiar with it? So in Pure Land Buddhism, the Great Compassion Vow is central. And in the Great Compassion Vow, basically it's the vow of the Bodhisattva. It's the vow of Chinrezi, which is the second person of the Godhead, Avalokiteshvara, and Chinrezi is probably not the proper Tibetan translation, but it's a common transliteration of the name of Avalokiteshvara or Lokeshvara in Tibetan and Nepalese Buddhism. And the Great Compassion Vow, of course, the Bodhisattva vow, is that I will basically stay in this material universe until every single other jiva soul is gone, and it's down to the last hungry ghost. And it's unconditional vow. So if you've made an unconditional vow like that to save all beings, to intercede to go to hell basically, or stay in the universe for all beings, you can't then require obedience from anybody. You can't put conditions on something that's on an unconditional vow, and then later come back and say, oh yeah, I forgot, I'm going to put this condition on it. So there are people who have made such vows, and those people, I'm not aware of times and places when those people then subsequently come and require, give diksha and require vows from anybody, because it would be contradictory. Anyway, my own devotional service, I'm principally trying to provide information to people. It's a teaching service, yes, but I'm not trying to train up neophytes. I'm not trying to train up people who are young, immature. I'm trying to give the information that I'm trying to give people is not information that somebody needs when they're trying to learn how to become celibate or control themselves, or trying to learn how to stop eating meat, or they're trying to. There's so many different things. There's so many things we need to learn, and those are very, very important things. And when I go over to my daughter's house and I'm hanging out with my grandkids, I'm trying to teach them things that they need to learn at their stage of development. And when I'm in the nursing home and I'm working with people who are severely mentally disabled, I'm not talking to them about theology. I'm spending time with people who, to a large extent, have lost the use of speech. I've spent years working with Alzheimer's patients and people with different kinds of senile dementia who could not communicate anymore. What's the good of telling them theology? So my ministry here has to be an offering to people who are in ministry. I desire to provide information to people who are already mature. I don't want to create a situation here where people have to where I have to be a parent to people and tell them what time to get up and what time to go to bed and what prayers to say and what prayers not to say. It's not my job. So that's the primary service here. And as far as my own personality is concerned, I'm a Kshatriya. I'm a protector by nature. And so I'm going to be protective about certain things. So one of the things I'm protective about is my own family and what I'm trying to provide a devotional service here, and that is I don't want this environment to be destroyed, that what we're trying to create here, to be destroyed by the same kind of forces that destroyed things at New Vrindavan and destroyed things in all these other ecumenical interfaith projects, where this certain kind of element comes in and just takes over everything and destroys it. Because I'm very serious about the necessity of the major Bhakti traditions of Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu coming into contact with each other and actually discovering their common sources. They have dogmatic theology and moral theology that's coming from the same place. They have these profound, which I'll show you briefly here. I'm going to show you if you've got enough energy. I don't know if you're falling asleep over there, but I'll show you. I want to show and tell here these amazing things. And why is it with all this interfaith, all this ecumenism, all this stuff going on, absolutely nobody's doing this but me? And not only is nobody doing it but me, but I have a horrible fight on my hands trying to get anybody in any of these other ecumenical or interfaith, there's a Catholic interreligious dialogue group. I mean, there's all kinds of big Catholic groups out there. Nobody is doing this. Nobody talks about it. I have, over the years, I've contacted Catholic scholars, academics, leaders, different people, and Protestant, and I've told them this information. They completely ignore it. 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years later, they're still going on with their stuff and completely ignoring all of this information, which any educated English reading person can immediately go on the internet now and find in a matter of moments, which took me back in the 60s and 70s a lifetime, day and night study, reading hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books to find this information, going through every word and, whole books, encyclopedia's worth of books to find these things. And now you could just plug in one word in the search engine on the internet and it comes up like that. So nobody's got any excuse anymore for not validating my findings. Anybody can find the references, enough references to validate what I'm saying, but they're not doing it. Why are they not doing it? Because, like at the World Parliament of Religions in 1993, that centennial, most of the interfaith and ecumenical projects there were all impersonalist. Because they're impersonalists, they reject Namarupa, name and form of God. They really reject incarnation. They really reject the footprints, the evidence, the influence of God in history. I'm God, you're God, we're all God. There is no personal God. And because of this impersonal perspective that they have, they're absolutely not interested in Namarupa. They're not interested in name and form. Everything that I've been in the presence of such people, and I've talked to them, I've told them information, and it just goes in one ear and right out the other, and they say, yes, but that's all primitive, that's all name and form, that's all back when people thought the sun was a person, or, they're just completely dismissive of every single part of it, because the only thing that interests them is their own imaginary constructs. They're on what the Vaishnavas would call the mental platform, meaning the psychological platform. If they even entertain for a minute some of the things that I'm talking about, they will bring it down to the lowest possible understanding of Jungian archetypes. So in that they ally themselves to certain atheistic forms of Buddhism that find all of the devas or all the forms of the Lord as mental projections. So that as far as they're concerned, there is no external reality. It's all mind stuff. So actually this is accurate why the Vaishnavas say they're all on the mental platform. Because of course I'm sure you're familiar with the Buddhist, the Mahayana Buddhist, but it's not really Mahayana, but the corrupted Mahayana Buddhist idea that all the devas are simply archetypes, they're projections. So that's how they fit that in with the anatta Theravadan doctrines of no self in anatta in Theravadan Buddhism. Now, original Pure Land Buddhism is not anatta. It's a atma positive. There is a self, absolutely is a self. And one of the most striking ways that it can be realized that there is a self in Pure Land Buddhism, or the origins of Northern Buddhism, is that the entire focus of the Bodhisattva is to stay in a universe, a Saha world, until all the other selves have left the Saha world of birth, death, disease, and old age, and gone to a Pure Land. Whether it's the Pure Land of Amitabha, but there's different Pure Land traditions. Like there's Pure Lands and this, that, and the other. But the Pure Land of Amitabha is the highest, or the original, or the most. But anyway, at the Western Paradise of Amitabha. But the important point here is, if there is no self, then why are we even discussing somebody saving anybody? Who is there to be saved? Well, who is making a vow to stay in the universe until the last hungry ghost is left? Who cares about hungry ghosts if they're just, an illusion with nobody to be illusioned? I mean, even an illusion presumes that there is someone that is experiencing the illusion. So, the entire core of Northern Pure Land Buddhism is the other power. It's devotion to the Adi Buddha, the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Rupakaya, the three bodies of the Buddha, whose entire existence is about compassion, and who endlessly comes to and interpenetrates, is immanent in the Saha worlds for the purpose of liberation, mukti. So there's that word, the moksha. The root of that word, which means to release, is the same word that we have at the end of the Mass, which ties to that they are all manumission rites. Manumission means emissa, is the releasing. and the hand. So manumission means to send or release out of the hand. And it's the manumission is a term for the redemption from chattel slavery. Not only that, but the release of the soul from the bondage of the slavery, of any kind of bondage. So we have mukti, we have moksha, and we have the words of the final words of the manumission rite in the Mediterranean tradition, ita missa est, at the end of the Mass, which now in English, they say, go in peace to love and serve the Lord. The Mass is ended, go in peace to love and serve the Lord. If you understood the contest between the one true God, the devotees of the one true God, and the slave-keeping false gods of the ancient world, and the role of manumission in that warfare, and then you heard when I'm at Mass, the whole time I'm at Mass, I'm experiencing the profundity of this ancient rite of redeeming slaves and taking people who were the slaves of the false gods of the world and making them members of the family of the one true God and sending them forth free, as free beings, delivered from bondage, every form of bondage, imposed on them by other human beings, and bondage in their own flesh. And then when the priest at the end of the Mass says, at the end of the sacred meal in which a person participates, he's no longer a slave eating scraps from the table of the master, but now he's actually seated at the table of the Lord as a member of the family of the Lord, partaking of the consecrated, the Mahaprasadam, from the Lord's own plate, of the Lord's own body and blood, the Mahaprasad of Purusha. And then the priest says those words, ita missa est, and tells those people, you're free. Imagine to someone who has spent their whole life where they couldn't actually make a move that wasn't ordered by somebody, and to hear from the authority, who is the priest of the Most High God, to hear from that person, go. So the redeemed soul hears the words, go in peace to love and serve the Lord. Then their next step is free. To go this way, to go that way, to stay. So, I should get back to master servant, dasaras. If the person decides to stay as a servant, that's also one of their free options, is to stay as a servant. Because the Lord does not compel service. The one true God is the God of radical freedom. Because without absolute freedom, there is no such thing as love. And Rasaraj, God who is love, is the supreme independent. And we, as little so-called parts and parcels of the supreme independent, like Prabhupada would describe, are qualitatively the same as God, but we're not quantitatively the same as God. We're not God. But we have the same, like a child has the same attributes as the parent. When in a finite sense, we have the same attributes as the God from whom we come. And independence, free will, is one of those attributes. God didn't create us and give us free will. We have free will because we come from God.
Now, God cannot violate his own free will. So, we are radically free, and we can choose to be a dasa. We can choose to be a servant in a master-servant relationship. Now, I have no problem with being a servant in a master-servant relationship. Matter of fact, all the years I lived out at the farm, I had a little sign on my bedroom door that said servants' quarters. So I have no problem with that servant mentality. But I have absolutely no desire to have servants myself. That's not the relationship I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to Sakyaras. So we're working our way up from Dasaras to Sakyaras. Now, I already said that the servant may have a very, very intimate relationship with the king. That may be the nanny of the king, raised the king, almost like a mother figure. But then that servant would have Vatsalya, parental feelings. So Vatsalya Ras and Dasa Ras are compatible. Parental love and servant love are compatible. We're talking about rasa theology, things that are compatible and things that are rasa vas are incompatible. So anyway, one can think of all different roles in which a person is essentially a servant of the Lord, and that service is still tinged with awe and reverence. The servants, the Dasaras is not as intimate as the next rasas up, because it is still tinged with awe and reverence. There's a distance of a kind of respect there that inhibits further intimacy. So even though the servant might be washing the body, or personal service to the body of the king or the master, there's still a certain distance of respect. So this is very important, and it's characteristic of the dasa flavor of love. Now, as I say these flavors, remember that the relationship goes the other way too, so that the king has a certain reserve and distance, physical distance, in their relationship to the people in their realm, in the Shantaras, right? The king might go out and, once in a lifetime, in a passing by, reach out and touch or wave at the citizen on the street or something like that. There's a distance. Or maybe there'd be an audience, and the citizen can come in and have some audience, or once in a while the king will be on TV or something like that. But the king's perception and love and care and providence for the citizen has also got the distance in it. So there's the two sides of the relationship. So in Dasaras, the master also has there's a distance of relationship. And sometimes you'll even find spiritual masters, they're aware of this, and they purposely keep a separation between themselves and the disciples, because they will say, if you let the disciples become too familiar with you, they lose all respect. Just like so many in the Vaishnava and the Shaivites, they say, never think of your spiritual master as an ordinary human being. There's all kinds of rules and regulations about honoring the spiritual master appropriately, because the moment you lose that, then you actually you're not in a position to receive or really learn anything from that spiritual master, because you've lost receptivity. And so there's all kinds of things built in to these apostolic succession traditions that actually reinforce the distance between the master and the disciples, to preserve that particular awe and reverence or emotional distance, so that the disciple always retains a certain kind of receptivity and respect for the master. So anyway, then there's Sakyras. And by the way, if you ascend up the ladder of the intimacy in rasa theology, the higher rasas can contain the lower rasas tastefully, and include the lower rasas tastefully. The lower rasas don't contain the higher rasas tastefully in general. So we're working up to the epitome. Now the Sakyras is next, and Sakyras is love and friendship, or pure relationship. Now the example is given that there are, now this is fascinating because again we got the linguistics going on here. You know what a paladin is? Okay, the anointed or sacred kings of Europe, they had the paladins. The paladin, you might think, oh well, the paladins are the personal guard of the king. The reason the paladins are the personal guard of the king is because the paladins were raised with the king as little boys, the sons of the nobility, the sons of the court. And they are the childhood buddies of the king. And the idea is that they will have a love for the king that will make them the safest people to be the personal guard of the king. Because they've grown up with him and they love him. So the king's personal friends, this is where we get the word pal from. Fascinating, huh? So who are Krishna's personal friends? The Gopalas. Is that a stunner or what? So the Palas, the pals of Krishna, come down through, for instance, in Greek society, the Koros, the Megistos Koros, the greatest of youths, Krishna, he has his pals. He has the Koroi, you know, R-O-I, the end of the word, and Koros and the Koroi. And of course, Rhoda or Kore has the Kore, K-O-R-A-E, the milkmaids of the Isle of Rhodes. So, in the Sakyras, is epitomized by brotherly or sisterly or friendship, pure love. And in that pure love, you know, the peers can have awe and reverence for each other. They can say, oh boy, you just idolize my buddy so-and-so, or that girl, you know, she's the head of our clique. She's the prettiest, she's the smartest, you know. You can have awe and reverence for your friends. You can certainly have master-student, master-disciple relationship, master-servant relationship with a friend. Within friendship, that's a sub-order, a sub-rasa that can be experienced and be, you know, tasteful. But the real thing that characterizes the Sakya relationship that's not there in the Shanta or the Dasa, the level of intimacy. And a beautiful example of this is that the Sakas of the king, they can tell the guy off. You know, they're like the only people in the court that can tell him you're just a jerk. They can criticize him. They can fight with him. They can hit his body. He will spar with them. Their level of intimacy allows them to fight with him, allows them to disagree with him, allows them to... You never get this in the Dasa Ras or in the Shanta Ras. But they know this guy. They know him as a child. You know, the master and the disciple. The disciple's not supposed to know or see the faults of the spiritual master, or see him even as a human being. In Sakya Ras, the
the awe and the reverence can just completely disappear. And the familiarity can be very, very intimate, and it's devoid of the inhibitory influences that are there in the Shanta and the Dasa rasas. So there's there's libraries written on all of these things in Vaishnava rasa theology. Now you can start to see how these different rasas can combine in a healthy relationship, or can be combined wrongly in an unhealthy relationship. You can start to have a sense in your mind about how there is a tasteful blending of rasas and a really distasteful, dysfunctional blending of rasas can go on. And then you start to see all these relationships around you, and everything in terms of rasa theology is really quite amazing. But anyway, so where is there Sakya Ras in Catholic mysticism? Well, gee, there's lots of saints and people have thought of Jesus as their buddy, their friend.
It's even in the gospel. Jesus said, "I had called you disciples, but now I call you friends."
Yeah.
I'm not sure what gospel
Yeah.
it is, but yeah.
I mean, but there, in the lives of the saints, you could clearly see, just like there are saints who worship Jesus as a baby. They had Vatsalya Ras, parental rasa with Jesus. There are saints in bridal mysticism. There are saints in friendship, absolutely friendship. And then like the Jesuits, like Saint Ignatius, Jesus was not only his buddy, he was like a paladin to Jesus, but Jesus was also his king and his military leader. So we have all these different flavors are there in Catholicism, but people don't think of it. The rasa theology is completely applicable in our tradition. What I want them Vaishnavas, I mean, they're like Prabhupada. Prabhupada's exposure to Christianity was a Scottish church Protestant school that he went to. And of course they're saying it's blasphemy for me to minimize Prabhupada and say, what was his understanding or his knowledge of Catholicism? Almost non-existent. Oh, Prabhupada's all-knowing, he's omniscient, blah, blah, blah. I mean, come on. He did absolutely astonishingly great with what he had, what God gave him. Just really extraordinary saint and a great intellect, and amazing how he presented the Vaishnava tradition in just the most amazing way. But he surely did not know very much about Christianity at all, or Judaism, for that matter. Any of it. So, really, I've kind of spoken the essence about Sakya Ras there. I mean, so much could be said. And when you read the Nectar of Devotion, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, you'll see all these things that I'm saying, and they're illustrated in there. The different ecstasies are also described, which is amazing. That's also part of rasa theology, is understanding the symptoms of ecstasy and the different experiences that people can have. So, mystical experiences. So now, Vatsalya Ras is a parent-child love. Parent-child love is even more intimate than Sakya Ras. The mother nurses the child. Think about this. Her breast is in the child's mouth. It's really, really intimate relationship. The mother washes the baby's body, which is it's the mother's job to take care of the baby's functions. That's really intimate knowledge of that child, profoundly intimate knowledge of that child. Not so much that the child has such great, realized, mature, intimate knowledge of the parent. That doesn't happen. The child has an intimate experience of the parent when the child is small. But that intimate experience is not a kind of knowledge. This is why children can, be raised up. The parent, they don't know the parent as a person.
they know the parent purely in the context of the relationship. They don't know what the intellect of the parent is, what the belief system of the parent is. All they know about the parent is what their relationship is with the parent. Now that's extremely intimate as well. That relationship can be extremely intimate. However, it's entirely different than knowing the parent is an adult human being. But still we can see that there's again, a lack of distance and awe and reverence in the parent-child relationship that makes it much more intimate even than the friendship relationship. Because the friendship relationship, the friend doesn't have the intimate physical experience of the friend the way the mother or the father does. So, and then there's many other details to the parent-child relationship which are not found in the Sakya relationship. But you see, the parent can be the friend of the child. The child grows up. The Prabhupada used to say something to the effect that if a parent has been a good parent, when their children grow up, they'll be their friend. So, the parent-child relationship can tastefully contain Shantaras, Dasaras, and Sakyaras. Because with your mature son or daughter, you can be friends. So it can contain the Sakyaras. Now, the highest, because it's the most inclusive of all of the love relationships in this rasa theology, is conjugal love, bridal mysticism, Madhurya Ras. Now, the Vaishnavas object to it being called bridal mysticism because for them, the highest of the love rasas is the lawless love. And they say this is why it's described that Radharani, in some stories, in some traditions, of course, there's so much broadness of tradition across India. See, like in South India, Radharani is considered the spouse of Krishna. But in the Gaudiya tradition, Radharani is married to somebody else. So what all that has to do with is the lawless love of Radha and Krishna, where, and it also has a large element of what they call separation, ecstasy and separation in it. So that, which is reflected in the Song of Songs in the Old Testament, because there you have the beloved, the bride, the Lord has disappeared from her, and she's singing in the ecstasy of separation from him. She's going about Jerusalem saying, "Have you seen him? Have you seen him?" And she's describing them, and in describing him, she is experiencing this acute suffering of love in the ecstasy of separation. So we have this story where Radha and Krishna are walking, and at one moment Krishna starts to think, Radha starts to think, I'm Krishna's favorite. He could be with any of the gopis and he's with me, So from my standpoint, I look at this as a lesson regarding spiritual pride. Because in that moment, Krishna disappears from her. And then we see her in exactly the same mood as that Song of Solomon, Song of Songs, going about. And she's talking, she's talking to the bumblebees. Have you seen Krishna? She's talking to all the gopis. Have you seen Krishna? Where's Krishna? She's just desperate. She's suffering such ecstasy and separation. And the great Vaishnava masters who are specialists in this Gopi Bhava, the supreme love of the gopis, they say really the highest expression and the highest experience of love is ecstasy and separation. Because when the lovers are together, the lovers have a certain kind of absorption. And it's only when they are bereft of each other
that they actually meditate. They actually think, what were her eyes? What color were her eyes? What was his breath like? What does his hair feel like? It's in separation that we really know the one we love. So, in the bridal mysticism, the lover and beloved, they have the supreme intimacy of the conjugal relationship, but they also parent each other. They are also each other's child. They're also each other's best friend. They're also each other's most intimate servant. And they also have awe and reverence for each other and worship each other as God and Goddess, King and Queen. So all forms, all real true tastes of pure love are contained in the conjugal relationship, where there's no distaste. And that's why the conjugal relationship is the greatest, most inclusive, and most intimate of all relationships, because it contains all the others without distaste. So that's my little introduction to Rasa theology. Is the recorder on?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned Krishna's wives. Where's Radha? And not one of those wives is Radha. This is extremely important point. If you understood the tradition, and this all gets to the connection with the Mediterranean traditions, and it's astounding, the consistency. What Prabhupada has delivered to the modern world is just like a time capsule. It's got such ancient stuff in it, all totally consistent. It's a complete picture, absolutely complete picture, a snapshot, really, of thousands of years BC in the Mediterranean region, what this religion was. It's all there. Now, the theology, of course, is that the first person is utterly transcendent. Rhoda and Koros, worshipped on the Isle of Rhodes, are worshipped in their bucolic Gokula, pastoral innocence, and primitive, idyllic, bucolic paradise. So we see in Krishna's books, in Prabhupada's books, that only in Goloka Vrindavan are Radha and Krishna worshipped like that, and every single other place of Krishna's pastimes is called a Pura. This is extremely important. In Egypt, every single temple or nome district, temple district, or governed area, the cities were called Pur, P-R. And of course the R and the L is a common sound shift. So what do you have in the Greek world? It's the pol, P-L. So in the Hebrew you have like Y-R or I-R, And in ancient Sumer and Akkad, I think, U-R-R, excuse me, not right, that's U-U-R, the Ur city, cities. Now these theocentric cities, the presiding lord of the city was Usha or Yahoo. So he was the Purusha, the soul, the being who is, the Yahoo, the Vasudev of the city. So how do we know that this was part of the Afro-Helleno-Semitic system, social system of the Vastu Purusha, or the embodiment of the sacramental social body of the universal sacrifice Purusha, incarnate in his sacramental social body, the parish. How do we know that? Well, what does the word police mean? The modern English word means police means city protector. And it comes from the Greek poilios, which was the presiding deity, a presiding form of us, Uzio, the being, the Yahoo, what modern scholars might say, the patron deity of the city. He was the presiding protector of that city or temple. Now, if you go to the Sanskrit, what does Pur mean, or Pura mean? It means body, temple, town, realm, loka, universe. It's the place of the incarnation of Purusha. So, the Vastu Purusha, the Purusha of the Vastu in Vaishnavism and in ancient cities all across India, they're called Pura, the temple cities, because they're the sacramental social body of the place of incarnation of Purusha. So, if we go and we look at the most ancient temple sites or inhabited sites along the ley lines in Europe, ancient Europe, which are still inhabited today by names like Borough, Bury, Canterbury, Salisbury, St. Petersburg, Borough. All these words, Borough is Pura. Berg is like a contraction, it's a contraction of borough. But Bury, you could, really see the cognate of it with Bury. So all over, and guess what? Vill. Villa is, again, it's another cognate. P, B, V, R, and L. Villa. Vill or Vill. Villa. It's the same thing. It's a Pura. It's a Pola, Poli, Polis. So the word polis, meaning city, is actually obviously a cognate of Purusha. It's like the poilios. It's an associated name because the poilios, or the Purusha, was this presiding deity of the city, of the temple. The temple and the city itself was an incarnation of the sacramental social body of the Purusha. So now, Yahoo is, or Usha, or Uzios, or Asur, is, or Osiris is Purusha. So that name also is Vasu. Yahoo is Vasu. So we go to Egypt and we look in the very earliest Heliopolitan civilization in North Egypt, in the city of Heliopolis, and the sister city of Memphis. And what do we see there? We see the Lord by the name of the two brothers, so to speak, the by names of Heru and Asu. Well, I'm just saying Heru because actually the Egyptologists today, this is recent stuff, they have no idea what the vowel sounds were. They're just guessing. But they're pretty much all convinced now that it's a soft breathing H and an R for the name of the Lord. Why not just say Hari? It could be Hari. But I'm just bowing to the current spate of Egyptologists who are now saying Heru. They're just doing that because they don't know any better. Could be, who knows? But because there's so many dialectical forms of it all across. Sola is another one, S-O-L-E in Latin. It's the same thing. They're all linguistically, they're all cognates, just like Yesu and Jesus and Jesus and Yeshua. Cognate forms of the same name. So, in the earliest tradition of Heliopolis, which is derived from Rhodes, which according to Egyptian legend and tradition comes from Rhodes, the Lord is worshipped as in two forms, two persons, sometimes called brothers, Heru the Elder and Osiris, or Asu. Heru Asu. Now we have this idea of the name Horus, which is the Heru name and the Asu name combined together. So, we're not talking about Horus, the son of Isis and Orisis here. Isis and Osiris here. We're talking about what they call, if you want to try to look it up, Heru the Elder. And Asu. Heru and Asu. Now, Asu's name becomes expanded with the addition of an R. But I actually think what happened was, because the names were spelled and also said compound names can be switched around, that the R on the end of the name Asu is just a reversal of the Heru Asu name. So that when you have the Asu name first and you have the R name last, then just like Ra is just another form of the Heru name. Now, if you put the R on the end, then you've got Osir, Osiris, the Greek's Osiris. So really, Horus and Osiris are the same name. They both refer to, just like Helios is the same name, and Eliyahu in Hebrew is the same name. It's the Ili and the Yahu name compounded together. That's what it is. Eliyahu is the same name as so-called Horus, which reversed is the Osiris name, or Asur name. So anyway, Heru and Asu were always worshipped together. Now, at Thebes, the more southerly capital of Egypt, which Thebes and Heliopolis ended up fighting with each other over and over again for long periods of time. But anyway, it was the same religion. People treated it like different religions. They weren't different religions. They were two different. They were like Catholicism and Orthodoxy. There was a huge schism, and they fought ever since there. But anyway, the Supreme Lord, who also wears the compound crown of Osiris, the Himhemet crown, and carries the dunda, the staff, the rods, and the different symbols of Osiris in Thebes. He is his characteristic staff is translated as WS, the Was scepter. Well, it's obviously Vasudev. So that city was also called Diospolis Magnus, which is Mahapolis, Purusha, Mahadeva Purusha, Diopolis Magnus. So Mahadeva Purusha is the name of that city. And guess what it was called? It was also called Thebes, which is, really Theos. Devas. There you have the city of the Devas. So anyway, what was the Egyptian name of the city? That was the Greek name of the city. Egyptian name of the city was Waset. Vastu. From the name Vasu, and the Vastu, Purusha, is the, embodiment, the place of the Purusha. So anyway, the emblem of that deity, supreme emblem, is the scepter that has the phonetic value of the WS, which is the Vasudev scepter. So, who is Vasudev in the north? Well, it's Asu. So we have Wasu or Vasu in the south, and then we have Asu in the north. This is how the Egyptologists transliterate these names. They failed to connect Asu to Yahoo. It's the very same deity amongst the Jews. They don't get it that when they have the OS or the OS or the US or in Uzios, when they have these names in the Greek, they don't get it that what that means is that these are all forms, like they have a litany of names of Helios or a litany of the names of Zeus. They all have, and this is a point I can show you right now. Can you hand me that back, please? And I've studied thousands of deity names, thousands and thousands of them for decades. Okay, I took it out of there. Okay, what I'm looking for right now, I will narrate. As I'm looking for some charts that my daughter made for me of some of my research, which illustrate what I'm talking about. And, this is good. This will work. And anybody can go on the internet today, I'm sure, and find all this kind of stuff. But just to make it easy on people, I've given some public lectures. Greek bynames of Helios Apollo, in which the Yahoo Vasu appears as a masculine being who is on the end of the name. Let's see, this chart says Vasu Yahoo, supreme being of the Proto-Catholic Asila Federations of Purusha or Poilius. Proto-Catholic Asila Federations worshipped Yahoo or Vasudeva, the supreme giver or masculine being. Greco-Roman names of the supreme deity compounded with the masculine being name Yahoo or Vasu. Here's Latin and Greek names. Heru, Harira, or in common bynames of Zeus, Jupiter, Ammon, or Aten, in which the Yahoo Vasu name appears as in Helios. Look at these. These are all names of Zeus and Jupiter. Look at the end of them, see? Mm-hmm. Okay. Nobody can prove me wrong. I'm saying it's the deity name. Mm-hmm. It's not just a generic masculine being who is. That's because impersonalists come in. Impersonalism says, it just dismisses. The impersonalist view makes this all look like hundreds of different gods being worshipped. Polytheism.
Uzia, that's one in being.
And there he is. There's the being right there. Okay, so if we go over here, these are names of Helios Apollo. See, look at the masculine being who is on the end of them, right? Okay, so here's names of Jupiter and Zeus, masculine being who is on the end of them. Now here, this is the extended name, the Osir name, right? It's got the R on the end of it. But you can see again, these are the names. This column is called Egyptian bynames of US, WS, Vasu, or Asu, the Yahoo Vasu name, as Asar, Asura, Purusha, Puilius, in the Theban alliances circa 1600 BC in South Egypt. This is I always talk about the Heliopolitan religious alliances. Mm-hmm. Okay, here's one reference from approximately 1600 BC in a Theban alliance, Theban-centered military, religio, political alliance. The ancient history is full of these alliances. They can be found in all kinds of documents. And when you look at these alliances, what they show you are that they tell you exactly what peoples and what city-states are members of these alliances are worshiping the Lord under certain names or forms or with certain doctrines, dogmatic theology, or certain moral theology. Why are these people in alliance with each other? And over and over again, all down through the centuries, you find that the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews are always in alliance with the Helios worshippers. All the time. Anyway, the chart that I'm showing right now shows how
These are so-called gnome gods, right? These are the city gods, the Poliilias or the Purushas of all these different gnomes or cities, temple city-states in Egypt. And you can see that the name of the gnome god, that deity is actually a form of Osiris. And over here we have the very same thing with the names of Jupiter, Zeus, Ammon. With on the end of the Greek and the Roman names, you have the masculine being who is, that is the name of Yahoo, and the same thing on the names of Helios, Apollo. Then I have another chart here, compound by name, deity names of Purushas, the masculine being who is, and then I've kind of broken down the word a little bit. I've said English is, Latin essa, Greek ousios, there's what you keep referring to. Egyptian, Asu, Hebrew, Yahoo, Yesh, which in the Hebrew, Yish or Yesh also means exactly the same as Yahoo. It means who is. And so the name, we say Jesse in English, and that name in Hebrew is actually Yeshayahu. It's a compound of the two. And it really identifies, it basically actually says Yeshi is Yahoo. Well, if you understand that the V and the Y change between the Sanskrit and the Hebrew, then you understand that Vasu is Vish. So then you look at the Hebrew name Yishmaeli, Ishmael, and Yishma is actually the name Vishnu. So the name actually Yishmael actually means Vishnu is Hari. And I could go through hundreds of Jewish and West Semitic theophoric names and show you exactly how they're connected to the Egyptian names and the Greek names, which these compound names actually identify the Jewish deity with the Greek deity, the Jewish deity with the Egyptian deity, the Jewish deity here with the Jewish deity there. Just like all these other compound names identify Osiris with this deity, and Jupiter with this deity, and Helios with this deity. It's all the same deity, Prabhu.
The ecumenical people have to see this.
I mean, Prabhu, I'm saying, for me, anything that I could imagine in my mind is a total useless waste of anybody's time. All of this modern speculation, all this esoteric and all this garbage, okay? The truth is right there. It's not even name and form. If you're going to do this airy-fairy, it's all one Prabhu, it's just all mergy kind of stuff. And totally, say, well, the history of humankind is full of polytheism and, little bigger gods militarily defeating smaller gods and taking over their territories. And you have this bizarre, this modernist view of ancient history, and it's totally wrong. And it's wrong, not only just wrong, it's pathologically wrong. And it's dividing up the whole human race. And we have a heritage, a common heritage, because we're talking about the Supreme Personality of Love, who is the Lord of the heart of the Africans and the Semites and the Indo-Europeans. And you can track this all the way around the planet. And that's what I've given you with that chart right there, Nostratic linguistic super theory. There are people postulating linguistic connections that my work shows, already demonstrated since the 1960s. Oh my God, you've got to get past this Aryanist construct. It's not only wrong, it's sick, it's pathological, it's destroyed the human family, it's dividing us all up. You can just look at these names and you can see this is the same God. So now I'm looking at this chart right here, and I have from the 108 names of Krishna. On the end of these names, and people will say, they'll say, oh, that's just a convention, a chanting convention. Why? The Ya is on the end of all Krishna's name, or Aha, or Ah, on the end of all of Krishna's names. No, it's not just a chanting convention. It's a masculine determinative. It means masculine being who is. These are from the 1,000 names of Vishnu. Ashura, Purusha names. Ashura is a Vedic name of Vishnu. Look at these chanting on the end of the name. It means masculine being who he is. There is the Jewish deity, right there. The Jewish deity, right there. From the 108 names of Lord Narahari, you saw Lord Nrsingadev, right? Look at this. What I'm showing Junata Prabhu is a chart that gives names, and I could give you hundreds. I've just given these as examples. There are hundreds. There are thousands of years of evidence of these asila federations or temple federations amongst the Helios worshippers. And there are thousands of names of God. And it shows you clearly these people are all monotheists. They all knew, just like all the Vaishnavas in India. Not for a moment would the Vaishnavas in India go to 100 different temples where the Lord has a totally different name in every single temple and think that they were worshiping different gods. So the whole thing is wrong-headed. And the late corrupted actual polytheism that came in, just like Hinduism, the difference between Hinduism and Vaishnavism is profound. You know, in Hinduism, you've got actual polytheism. They've totally forgotten. Someone asked me a question. I can't remember if it was you or the fellow that I'm corresponding with on the Facebook right now. He's doing his degree work. Somebody recently asked me, so is Varuna also a form of Purusha, or related to Purusha in the Vedic hymns? Good heavens, read the Vedic hymns. The Vedic hymns contain the Purusha Sukta hymns. These hymns describe how the entire cosmic manifestation is born from the self-sacrifice of Purusha. Purusha is Vishnu. Now, where does Varuna come from? All of the devas are born from the sacrifice of Purusha. They're all forms of Purusha. So then you go to the Bhagavad Gita, and Krishna is appearing, and he's reminding people. He's saying, in the great I Am verses, I am Shiva, I am Varuna, I am Skanda, I am Surya, I am Chandra. This is the Lord who sacrificed himself at the beginning of creation, who all of the devas, see, they say, well, the Vedic hymns are a polytheistic, they're from a polytheistic people that worship many gods, and the hymns are, this bunch of hymns are addressed to Varuna, and he must be the supreme god, or Indra, or this, etc., in the Vedic hymns, because there's a certain number of hymns addressed to them, right? And whoever the hymn is addressed to, they might be addressed to that personage as if they were the supreme person. So the Vedic hymns is a collection of hymns from a polytheistic people. Wrong. Read the hymns. In the Purusha Sukta hymns, it's clear that all the devas that are described in the rest of the Vedic hymns are all born from the body of Purusha. So who's the supreme god of the Vedas? Who is the one god who is the source, who is hymned variously by different times? See, just like in the Vaishnava world today, there's a liturgical calendar. There are feast days, there are saints' days, and there are incarnation appearance days and disappearance days, and so on and so forth. And as the liturgical cycle passes every year, the Lord is hymned as Nrsingadev. He's hymned as Rama. He's hymned as Krishna. He's hymned in all these different forms. But all the Vaishnavas know it's the same God. The same God has infinite personality. And there's a Godhead. So now this will bring us to, well, let me finish. I'll finish this first, but then don't let me forget to get back to the 1,108 queens of Krishna, or that whole cycle of stories. And what the difference is, I started this by explaining to who Vasudeva was. Vasudeva is the form of the Lord worshipped in awe and reverence. So Krishna is not Vasudeva in Goloka Vrindavan. All of Krishna's variegated forms for pastimes are all through, within, and by Balaram, his second person. So, when Krishna is worshipped as Vasudeva in Dvorka, Krishna's it's Vasudeva Krishna. Okay, now this is where many Vaishnavas don't understand it, and other
Gaudiya Vaishnavas or Krishna-centric Vaishnavas don't understand it, and other Vaishnavas in India, they're mixed up on some of these things. Because actually, Krishna worshipped in awe and reverence as Vishnu. Now, we're talking again about the second person of the Godhead. These are manifestations. So when I started to say Rhoda and Koros are worshipped in their bucolic paradise on the Isle of Rhodes, and they are not worshipped that way anyplace else, formally, only in the mysteries, only in the bridal mysticism mysteries, because the public worship of Rhoda and Koros, every place else throughout Heliopolitan monotheism, is in awe and reverence. It's as Vasudev. It's Vishnu worship. It's the worship of the second person of the Godhead in his kingly and queenly form. Because, now I'll get to your friend's comment about the wives of Krishna. There's a story in Bhagavatam, of course, about the young maidens who were virgins that were all taken captive by the great big demon. And they're praying for salvation. Of course, because they've been taken captive and they've been in the harem, so to speak, of a big demon, nobody would want them. So these young girls' lives are over. But in their heart of hearts, they love Krishna. And they want Krishna. And they're praying. And Lord Krishna hears their prayers and he goes and saves them all. And he wants to become the ideal husband to every one of them. So this is not some big king with a harem now. There's a whole scripture, a whole round of stories in Vaishnavism about how Krishna expands himself 1,000 or 1,108 times and creates the perfect world and plays the part of the perfect husband of every single one of these destitute, destroyed girls who feels that nobody else ever will want her because she's been the contaminated, slave of a demon. So think about this. What's the theology of that? We are all the kidnapped, violated young girls of the false gods of the world, forced into God knows what. The rest of the human society doesn't want us. We're polluted, we're contaminated. And God says, no. So God comes and he marries all this, he rescues all the hopeless girls, and he marries them all, and he's the perfect husband to every one of them. And Narada Muni hears about this. Oh, you should go down to this universe and see what Krishna is doing down there. Krishna has rescued all those girls, and he's married all of them, and he's built a palace for all of them, and he's made himself the perfect husband because he's in their heart. He knows their desires. And so you've got to see this. This is Rasa Raj. He's the Lord of love. He's down there. He's showing us how to be the perfect husband. So there's a whole round of stories in India about Rasa Raj Krishna, the Lord of love. And Narada Muni goes down and he tells these stories. Narada Muni narrates these stories because he goes down to the material world. He goes down to that universe and he sneaks around. And so there's there's icons, there's pictures of Krishna playing chess with one of his wives, and Narada Muni's hiding behind a bush watching them play chess. And someplace else, Krishna and his wives are planting gardens. And someplace else they're bird watching, and someplace else they're having a little spat, a little intellectual jousting, verbal jousting between them, lovingly, of course, But Krishna is no misogynistic woman oppressor. And the arts of Radharani are an extraordinary array of things that Radharani is expert at. Now, the reason why Radharani isn't in this picture anywhere and instead her expansion Rukmini. Now Ru and Radha, Ru and Ro are the same root, meaning red. So like a red moon would be like Lucina is a Arnal again, but like the Lucina is a moon. And so some say that Rukmini represents a red moon, or a Sarat moon, which is the love moon. You know, the red autumn moon. But anyway, I don't know about that. But Rukmini is an expansion of Radharani, and Rukmini is Krishna's principal queen in the Dvorka, in the Vasudeva, king and queenly rasa. And so Narada Muni visits these 1,000+ abodes where Krishna is demonstrating how to be the perfect husband. And in none of them is he anything but a perfect husband. I'm sure in some of them he's washing the dishes and, he's not some misogynistic harem keeper. He's not some Muslim potentate with 1,000 wives. And Prabhupada was funny. He would say, well, I guess if you can expand yourself 1,000 times like Krishna, then you can have 1,000 wives. But these rascals, they want to have a big harem, but they can't expand themselves like Krishna, so, how bona fide is that? So it's like, show me your cosmic form. If you can't show me your universal form, I don't think it's really bona fide for you to have 1,000 wives either. So, Krishna and his wife and his consort are worshipped in majesty as Vasudeva and Vasudevi, the Greek Basilios and Basilei, and Raja and Rajani, which Rani is a contraction of Rajani, meaning queen, and so Radha is called Radharani because she's queen of Krishna's heart. But actually, outside of Goloka Vrindavan, you don't ever find Radha outside of Goloka Vrindavan. You find the expansions of Radha. So that's why you don't find Radha in the majesty, the kingly Dvorka pastimes of Krishna. If Krishna wants to be with Radha, Krishna has to go back to Goloka Vrindavan. But Krishna has to go back to the pastoral paradise. Radha is his highest Shakti. So, actually we understand, and this is very esoteric and very important in the Vaishnava, a lot of the the ISKCON devotees or ISKCON related devotees, because they never think about Balaram, and it's all in Prabhupada's books. Every bit of it, a million times more than I could ever describe is in Prabhupada's books. You just have to read them very carefully, and then if you expose yourself to these other things that I've exposed myself to, it's just all there. But Prabhupada's the point about the wives is, that Leela is, that has to do with the Jiva souls in the material world. It's another version of the story of the fall, like Atman and Jiva. In this case, the Jivas have been stolen away by this demon, and they've been contaminated,
Right.
and nobody wants them. They can't come back home. They can't come back to Godhead. But Godhead says, no, that's not I'm going to go get my girls. That's it. I'll be the perfect husband to every one of them. I'll heal their wounds. They think nobody wants them. I want them. I'm going to go get them and satisfy all their desires. So the point there is that Radha is not part of that pastime because that's Vishnu, because that is a pastime of Dvorka Krishna, Vasudeva Krishna. And Radha is never out of Vrindavan.
She's married to somebody else in the story, so she has a husband.
Well, okay, this is why, again, so now we're going to talk about, just a second. Hold it for just a second.
Sure.
But Prabhupada's books are like a time capsule, as I said before, and it's all there. And he goes to such great length to explain all these things in a very simple way so people can understand them and make all these connections. Now, so I was talking about majesty. Radharani is never outside of the bucolic or Gokula paradise of Krishna. And even in the highest paradise, Krishna's variegated forms for Leela, for pastimes, are through, within, and by Balaram. So here's what a person must understand of the theology of this. In the highest paradise, the greatest place of happiness that God has created is the simple village. The happy families and mothers and fathers and children and friends. And older brothers that are very protective, and younger sisters that are, the manjaris, little sisters. Older brothers and little sisters, and elderly gopas and gopis. And this beautiful ideal symbiosis with nature, with the cows. Symbiotic relationship with all of nature, personified in the cow. All of creation, and simple cycles. And all the rasas are there, and their perfection, purity. And outside of that paradise, there are the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem. And the Greeks called Jerusalem Jerusalem, asylum of who? Heru. So Jeru, and that is obviously another form of Heru. Now, I would like you to see the triptych of Fra Angelico, of the Last Judgment. And Jesus is presiding in a mandorla, which is a mandala. He's Purush Mandala. When Jesus is in the mandorla, like when you see the Vaishnavas will always say, well, where's the proof? When did Jesus exhibit his universal form? Well, actually, in the story of where Jesus is, I can't remember the name. There's one word for it that's used.
Transfiguration.
Well, yes, that too. But when the prophets are seen with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elijah and Moses.
Oh yeah. I was thinking about transfiguration. Yeah, that's transfiguration. But then also when he goes up to heaven too.
The ascension.
Ascension. Yeah, transfiguration and ascension. And the traditional images of the transfiguration, Jesus is depicted in a mandorla. Now, mandorla is like an almond. They saw almond. It's a full body effulgence surrounding him, and there may be other elements to it too. But if you go to Vaishnava iconography, there's something called Purush Mandala, which is an egg-shaped universe, and and Purusha's body fills the universe, and the sun and the moon and the stars and everything it's called the universal form, Virata Rupa or Vishvarupa of Vishnu, of Purusha, and it's his universal form. He's revealed as God. He's revealed as the Lord, whose self-sacrifice body is the order of the universe. So Vishvarata or Vishvarupa or Jagannath or Purusha is the form of the universe, and the universe is depicted as an egg or a mandala. Now that's called Purusha Mandala. So we have Jesus in the mandorla, and that is the New Testament cognate of the thing where the Vaishnava tradition says that sometime, at least once in the life of all Vishnu Tattva avatars, They have to reveal to somebody their universal form. So unless any of these bogus gurus over there in India can actually display their universal form to somebody, nobody's going to accept them as God. Of course, the Vaishnavas have other rigorous tests for God as well, but that's one of them. But so when you apply that test to the Christian tradition, it's obvious that not only is Jesus' theology in the church, having to do the sacramental, with the sacrifice of Christ and the Blessed Sacrament as the Mahaprasad of the Prusha, but having to do with the sacramental social body of society as the mystical body of Christ. It's all inseparable from the doctrine of the cosmic Purusha. So, losing my train of thought. Where was I? I get off on too many tangents, obviously. So we're talking about majesty, worshiping the Lord in majesty. And, in the spiritual sky, in the highest heaven of the spiritual sky, we have, in the triptych of Fra Angelico, extremely important image of Jesus in glory in the mandorla, presiding over the Last Judgment. And souls are going off to his left, which again is all connected to left-hand tantrism and stuff in India. And souls are going off to his right, which is the right-hand Dakshina Tantra. And the souls going off to his right is just astonishing. If you look at this picture very carefully, what you see is vowed religious, consecrated virgins, like priests, monks, and nuns, you can tell by their dress, are entering into the circle dance, the chorus dance, or the angel round. Now they have in between each of the souls, the elect, in bridal mysticism, they have a depicted, Fra Angelico has depicted an angel. So something there in the tradition. Of course, in Jewish mysticism, there's, I think, 72, can't remember the number of angels with the name of God. So there's this idea about the angels as emanations from God. So you have a soul, an angel, soul, an angel, soul, an angel in the rasa dance. Well, if you look at a Vaishnava depiction of that, you have Radha and Krishna in the center, and then in the circle, there's an expansion of Krishna, an expansion of a gopi. So the gopas and gopis, or Krishna and the gopis, Krishna's expansions. But see, all those expansions that are acting differently, they're separate from Krishna. All of Krishna's variegated expansions for pastimes, I think they're called Prakash, but they're all actually Balaram. So, who alone experiences Krishna without going through Balaram? Only Radharani. This is why she's called the internal potency, the internal Shakti, internal potency of Krishna, receiving potency. This is why Mary has a red inner dress. Now on roads, actually, Rhoda and Rhodos are the divine couple. Rhodos is another name for Koros. You got the os on the end there. So, this is my understanding of why Jesus also often has a red inner garment and an outer blue garment. Because it's another way of saying that the origin of Balaram is Krishna. And so his highest or original, his source is Rhodos. So anyway, in the triptych of the Last Judgment, there is off on the far left the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem. And it's a shining city, a self-effulgent city. And there's a gate. and there are angelic beings, or my eyesight's not that good. I can't really tell whether they're winged angelic beings or they're jiva souls. But people are entering the heavenly Jerusalem. Well, why in the world? Why are people entering the heavenly Jerusalem? Because some people their rasa is to worship God in majesty and awe and reverence. And when they go to the spiritual sky, they're going where? If you look at any Prabhupada's, the illustrations of Prabhupada's books, at the Vaikuntha heavens, only on Goloka Vrindavan is the Lord worshipped in, that's where paradise is. And that's where the rasa dance happens. And that's where Jesus said, that says to the good thief, this day you'll be with me in paradise. There's the answer for all of the ISKCON-related critics who say Jesus is, Jesus has got nothing to do with the rasa dance. If you worship Jesus, you're going to go to some planet in the material sky. He's just he's a theosophical ascended master, or he's one of Steiner's interesting concoctions. Because Jesus said, this day you'll be with me in paradise. Paradise is the place. Paradesha. Krishna is para. Krishna is para. Desha is the land, the orchard, the garden of para. And furthermore, and Krishna is para, beyond. He's the beyond. He's the supreme. He's the transcendent of the transcendent. You know the Buddhist prayer for when they chant it, when they are dancing the circle dance, the Buddhists chant gate, param gate.
Parsam gate bodhi swaha.
Yeah, yes. Beyond, the great beyond. While they're dancing the circle dance. And in Japan, they have something called the Tanabata Festival. I'm probably not saying it right. But where they celebrate the cosmic love, super cosmic love affair of the star boy and the sun maiden, and they're separated by the Milky Way, and as part of that celebration, they dance a circle dance. It is obviously a reference to a Japanese version of the love affair of Radha and Krishna, with the element of separation in there, and back to the rasa dance, and they all participate. The boys and girls participate. It's just charming. It's lovely. So we have these traditions. All that's connected to Pure Land Buddhism, just like what you were just chanting. But that param, that beyond, that far. So isn't this interesting? We have from the Greek, we get in English paradise from the Greek, and it's in the Bible. But then you go to India and you have Paradesha. And not only that, but what did they call, the Indians call the Jews of India, the indigenous Jews of India? They're called the Faradeshis. And some say, well, that's because they're from the land beyond. And when you go to the highest paradise of Mitaba in Japan, Gokuraku. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Gokula. And what is the highest paradise in the Bible? It's the bucolic. And the place of the mystical union, the hierogamos of Rhoda and Koros and all the bridal mysticism, Greek mysteries, is the Bokolion. Gokula. Bo is cow. So, in Fra Angelico's wonderful picture, souls, the saved, are going two different places. Some are going to the Vaikuntha planets to worship Vishnu in awe and reverence, Vishnu and Lakshmi. And some are going to the Garden of Paradise, which Jesus said to the good thief, this day you will be with me in paradise. So, if Jesus is going to paradise, who is Jesus? And is Jesus saying, I'm going to be a gopi in paradise? I'm just going to be some gopi or gopa in paradise? No. Jesus is the cosmic Purusha who takes away the sins of the world. Blessed are they who are called to his supper. That cosmic Purusha is Lord Baladev. Lord Baladev is the second person of the Godhead. When Jiva souls go to the spiritual sky and they dance in the dance of divine love, the angelic round, they dance with the Son of God. There is no rasa where a Jiva soul is in a conjugal relationship with God the Father. That's rasa bas. You don't have a conjugal relationship with your parent. So, we are brides of Christ, those devoted in bridal mysticism, brides of Christ. And the devotees have no concept at all of Lord Baladev and how when they go in the temple and they see the Srimurti of Krishna, they're seeing Baladev. And they taste the prasadam. Krishna's prasadam is Baladev. And they hear the name of God. Oh, Krishna's name is Balaram. And they smell the offered flower. Every single thing that they know of God, that they're experiencing of God, is Balaram. And Lord Baladev is the servitor Lord. He is Krishna's renunciation in person. This is what I love when we talk about Shaivism here and Krishna's renunciation, because it ties into Shaivism about how Shiva is a manifestation of Lord Sankarshan, manifestation of the Lord Balaram. This is so profoundly important to me. Krishna is called Bhagavan. In the Pure Land scripture that I brought out, this one right here, Saddharma Pundarika, and in other Buddhist scriptures, the Adi Buddha, the Dharmakaya, is called by names of Vishnu. He's called Bhagavan, and he's called Purusottama, which are two names of Krishna or Vishnu. Anyway, what is the definition of Bhagavan? Bhagavan is full in all opulences. I'm starting to have throat problems now. What are those opulences? They're opulences like one would recognize. All knowledge. He's not omniscient. All power. All fame. I mean, he's the most famous, most known, most renowned person. I mean, the whole world, even the atheists know about God, reject him, or some idea. But anyway, all of the different opulences. But factually, there's one opulence that distinguishes the real God from all of the false gods. And can you guess what that opulence is? It's one of the opulences of Bhagavan.
I would say perfect self-emptying.
Renunciation. And the reason why goes like this. Any other being that had all those opulences would be puffed up or would be attached to them. But only God can have all opulences in full and be absolutely unattached to it. He's got all opulences, so he's full in renunciation. God is the most everything, including the most humble person. And so what is the test of real God or not? The real test is the renunciation. Because the false gods aren't going to give up all that power. Right. They're not going to give up that fame. They're not going to give up all that other stuff. They are incapable.
And Shiva is the great renunciate, the greatest of renunciates.
Yeah, within the material world, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why you have these amazing connections between the Leela of Lord Baladev as the cosmic Purusha and the sacrifices involved, and the Leela and Jesus, and the Leela of Shiva, which I'll describe another time. but there's just absolutely, like drinking the hala hala, all these amazing things. So, so actually,
the ancient practice was, of course, to open the eyes of the murti by invoking the presence of God. It's exactly the same process as the invocation of the presence of God into the Blessed Sacrament. So it's, the iconoclasm controversy in Catholicism. There were those who, trying to base their thinking on the Mosaic Law, claimed that the use of icons in the church was idolatrous. And the iconoclastic controversy affected both the Eastern and the Western rites of the church. And the whole church, Catholic Church, small c Catholic Church, rejected the claims of the iconoclasts. And that's a huge theology of the icon developed around the understanding of incarnation. So the simple form of the Vaishnava argument would be that what's the difference between the elements of the body of God and the elements of wood or stone or anything else in this material world? If the correlate is, if Jesus Christ came in the flesh and he was true God, from true God and true man, born of the flesh of Mary, then how can one say that God has not embraced matter fully, and that God can't appear, couldn't, wouldn't, didn't, won't ever appear in matter? And so, if God could, would, did, can, will ever embrace matter, pure in matter, then God could, would, did, will, can appear in any elements of matter, including the Blessed Sacrament. So defense of the Incarnation includes defense of the Blessed Sacrament as the actual true body and blood of Christ, of the cosmic Purusha. So the Vaishnavas don't accept every material form as being, as manifesting the personal presence of God in a certain way, because they say what's happened is we have depersonalized God. Not that God is impersonal, but we have depersonalized God. And because God won't force himself on us, he won't violate us, we have to again invite him into that personal relationship with us. And when the spiritual master, when the saint, when the pujari, the priest, invokes the presence of God in the Blessed Sacrament or any other matter, that is the invitation that God needs to again become personally present to us, because he's not going to violate our space. He's not going to violate our senses. God is not an aggressor, even to the most extreme extent. He will not violate our minute, finite independence. And if we don't want to be in personal relationship with him, if we don't want to see him personally, if we're in denial, he's not going to force himself on us. So what do we have to do? This is like when I was talking about converting to Catholicism last night, and talking about the experience of approaching the Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, of the radical love of God. What are you willing to let go of? How are you willing to empty yourself in order to utter that perfect yes of Mary to receive the Lord. And then the Vaishnava idea that the Lord reciprocates us with us perfectly according to our receptivity. You know, he doesn't approach, he doesn't aggress. He waits until we invite him. And exactly in relation to our emptiness, to our receptivity to him, he will respond. So, so my thinking was, when I desired for so many years to receive the Blessed Sacrament, and I didn't. I sat in church after church after church and cried because I felt that I was unable to receive the Blessed Sacrament because I'm an intersex person. Nobody will have me. How am I going to confess to a priest somewhere? They're going to bar me from the sacraments, etc., etc. And but I thought over and over again, you know, what am I willing to give up for Jesus? How am I going to empty myself? Actually, all he's asking is to just accept him. That's all. Everybody in the world's invited to the Lord's Supper in the Catholic sacraments. Everybody's invited. All they have to do is just accept it. Just say that yes of Mary, and they can receive the Blessed Sacrament. You know, then they're supposed to stay clean. So that's what confession is about. If you make a mistake, then you confess. And the Lord is quick to, his mercy endures forever. So,
How do we judge what a graven image is then, if we could invoke the deity into any image?
Guru Shastra and Sadhu. It has to all be Guru Shastra and Sadhu. And this is where you have, what's the difference between, say, if I go down to the little Protestant church down there and they practice some form of Eucharistic, some form of communion. Well, the devotees that are receiving Jesus as a symbol do not believe in the real presence of Christ. They're getting exactly what they accept, what they've surrendered to, what they're open to in that denomination. Jesus is present there. But the denomination says, this is the symbol, and and the gurus, the lineage of that denomination, are connected in such a way, and that is what they're getting. That's what they're getting, because Jesus is coming to them exactly in the measure that they are surrendered to him. So I thought to myself, it's actually Prabhupada. I always tell people, Prabhupada is the reason I'm Catholic, because Prabhupada taught me, and I learned from studying, Hinduism and Buddhism and all of these ancient traditions, apostolic traditions of Guru Shastra and Sadhu. I learned that if you want that you get what you pay for. If you want the greatest, you have to. I told Jack Yost, I said, it's okay to want everything. You have to be eager to give everything, to get everything. So I said, if we want world peace, if we want all of these great things, that's fine. It's fine for us to want everything. We have to be able to give everything to get it. So I thought, what can I give you, Jesus? What can I give you? How hard is it to just say that yes with Mary? So if I want your real presence in my life. That's what I was saying last night. Catholics don't realize the treasure they have, because that real presence has been delivered to them through countless lives that gave everything for thousands of years. And so Father Carl, I mentioned him too, wonderful priest. So I'd been going to Mass here at Holy Name in Coquille for, I don't know, a year or something, a couple of years, when Father Vandehay was here. And like going to Mass every place else in the country, I never tried to receive the Blessed Sacrament because I knew that I felt that they would consider me to be in a state of mortal sin because of being an intersex person and living like a male and all this other kind of stuff. And so I would just, they say you can receive in your heart, So I would. And I finally went to Father Carl and I told him, I said, when I realized after my son was born, and I realized that really to be Christian, as I wanted to be Christian, I had to be Catholic. And that began a life of real soul suffering because of the whole sex and gender thing. But there was a formerly active Catholic priest, a black Catholic priest in Detroit that I knew. He had left the church over some kind of controversy, but he was, he's still a priest. You're a priest forever. He'd actually married a woman. He was still, in his heart, very Catholic, but he was kicked out, basically. But he was still, a priest is a priest, so he was non-practicing as a Catholic, but he had his own little neighborhood church, and he was still practicing as a priest in one respect. So I took Sherry and Seer, my daughter and son, and I went to him and I said, I want us to be baptized. And so he baptized us. So I came to Father Carl up here and I said, I explained to him the situation. I went to confession and I explained to him the situation. I explained to him about myself because I was living with my wife then. And so I told him exactly what the situation was. And he'd never heard of an intersex person before. But Father Carl is so open-hearted, he's such an astounding person. He says, I don't know anything about this. He says, I'll have to get back to you on it, So a little while later, he called me back in. I don't know if it was a couple of weeks or whatever it was, a month. He called me back in, and he'd gone all the way up to the Vatican, I guess, and consulting canon lawyers and everybody and their brother to ask, to try to see what to do with me. And bless his heart, he said, well, the higher ups have given me a few questions to ask you. Based on your answers is what I have to do, or what I can do. And so apparently somebody somewhere knew something about intersex people. So his question to me was, he says, can you consummate your relationship with your wife? It was so, it's like he could hardly say the words. But anyway, I knew what he meant. And I said, yes. And he said, well, that's it. I don't want to hear anymore. That's okay. He says, your baptism is valid. He says, you don't even have to be a Catholic to baptize somebody. I said, oh, I know that. And he said, I don't see any reason to bar you from the sacraments. And if I could drive, if I could get there, I'd go to Mass every day.
I'm happy to drive you any time you're not going to Mass.
My current situation is when Dad and I's financial situation is extremely dire right now, and when I lost my driver's license, or it looked like I was going to lose my driver's license over this birth certificate issued. I didn't renew my auto insurance. And I thought I would wait till Dad gets up here and we put the car, and because also the registration is up for renewal too this month. But anyway, I thought once Dad got up here and we got a few dollars ahead, then we could put the car in Dad's name, transfer title to him, get new auto insurance in his name. So my daughter has been coming down once or twice a week to take me shopping and do different things because I don't want to drive the car with no auto insurance and stuff. It's not actually legal in the state of Oregon. So I've been avoiding driving it, because I don't want to do anything illegal. So anyway, otherwise, yeah, it'd be great to and then the other issue is the gas, having the money to go there. But anyway, about the Mosaic Law.
Well, wait a minute then.
Yeah,
Well, let me interrupt, because
Yeah.
you're talking about finance.
yeah.
You know, we have a fundraiser site on St. Francis, and I've been working to make it so it's available to the Friends of the St. Francis, and I've got help stuff on my computer I could show you, Donata, because we need help. We've had it since December, and we've only gotten $20 so far.
30, Dad, 30.
See, I was off by 50%.
You're at the third of it.
The same lady that donated the 20 donated another 10.
Okay.
Bless her soul.
Yeah, well anyhow, so I interrupted, but Donata, later in the day, when David takes a break, I'll show you I did a Facebook search on how to do that. Apparently the Facebook people want you to buy a service, and they say, oh yeah, there's ways you can do it without paying for it, but
Yeah, PayPal. You get open a PayPal account.
we did, we got it.
Right.
But it's on page 10, back in December.
Ah, I got
You
you.
can't keep it on the regular, it just scrolls through the news feed.
Right.
So it costs you to put it on your page where you can actually see it.
They've got the ambiguous instructions about how to do it easy.
Okay. I'll take a look at it.
And I've read those, and I didn't know the difference between a tag and what do they call the other one?
Poke, tag.
Tag, and there's tags and tabs. Tags and tabs.
Oh,
They say you can make a tab,
Okay.
whatever that is. And David tells me that everybody hates tags. So the only positive they said was make a tag.
tab. Or tag.
Tab, not a tag, a tab. Make a tab.
Well, we've got a tab. I think I made a tab. I don't know what I did.
I don't know what either is, but I'll look into it and see when.
But
online.
the idea is like this. You can share that input on David's wall, and I shared it on my Facebook page.
Right.
But it could be shared on Bren's archives of David's stuff. And I wrote an email to Dave 2 months ago suggesting Bren do that, but it hasn't happened. But I can show you that email.
Yeah. Right. Or also that the MySpace sites you put up, you could put a note on there too.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, MySpace. I didn't know about-
Bryn has a MySpace page from
Oh, I didn't know that.
7 or 8 MySpace pages.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'll show you that later in the day when he takes his 3 o'clock break or whatever it is.
Sure.
But you going to go to town?
Yeah, sometime I'll go to town.
Well, anyhow, I interrupted. You were talking about the Jewish part of it.
Oh, the Mosaic Law. Well, okay, so yeah, so it's obvious that the ancient Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews were completely involved in icons. And if you go over to the Vaishnava context and Pure Land Buddhist context, you'll find that they have very strict rules about icons or murtis. It's not just any image. The image has to be exacting according to Guru Shastra and Sadhu, and then it actually has to be consecrated. The invocation that is used to invite the deity to inhabit the form significantly, um, the name of the deity who is associated with the opening, with being awake, the opening of the eyes. So,
Well, do not use the word graven. I don't know what that means.
well, carved image.
Oh,
Now, if you see, like, you have some Buddhist background, at Swayambhunath or Bodhinath in Nepal, you see the all-seeing eye of Lokeshvara is on the temples, and it's got a little curlicue thing down below it that's actually an eka, and it's one, but it's the symbol of emanation of Ekanath, the one Lord, and the opened eye of Buddha, omnipresent everywhere, is a representation of Hari in the heart of everything. And that eye everywhere represents the all-pervasive, the Holy Spirit, the presence of God within absolutely everything. God is a person. He's looking out at us from inside of everything. He's not just, he's transcendent, mediating, and immanent. And the eye, of course, represents all three. It represents the Trinity because it's the transcendent God, manifest Emmanuel, the icon, the eye that we can see and that we see with, as the eye that is looking at us, that is Emmanuel, is the second person of the Godhead in the world, perceivable. And we as the Jiva soul are the companion of the Paramatma, the Holy Spirit, who is smaller than the smallest, that is the immanent form of the Lord, that's looking out at the whole universe. Anyway, in Egypt, the so-called all-seeing eye of Horus that's everywhere has got a little, it's the Uchat eye, and it has another little curly cool thing on it, which is a symbol for emanation. And this, again, it's the same thing, because if you understand that eye that's everywhere in Buddhist lands is eye of Hari, then you understand that in Egypt it's the eye of Hari. That's the same deity. The Trikaya also actually is very interesting, because the Trika of the Ka being interpreted as the body, variously as the body or the soul in Egypt, the Ka. So here you have the Trikaya, and here you have the triple Ka of, for instance, in Memphis, Usur Soker Ta. So, Pata, Usur Soker Pata. So, Usur is Osiris, and Soker is Shukradas. It's not Das, but Shukra is an important name of Balaram, and Ptah is actually cognate of Buddha. So, when the story goes that when they asked Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha, whether he was God, a God, the story is different depending on who's telling it, whether he was God or a God, he answered Buddha. I am Buddha. So they take that Buddha as meaning awake. Because they're not connecting it to the fact that one of the most important names of God in the ancient world was Ptah, or Buddha. Why is it awake? If we go to, like if I have my biblical concordance right here, you would see that in Hebrew, Ptah means to open. And there are compound names of Ilyanyahu, which mean God is opener, or Yah opens, or God is the opener. So if you go over to Egypt, the Egyptologists, and you look at what they say about Ptah, P-T-H, they'll say he's the opener of the way. Ptah is the opener. And they'll associate him with funerary rites, with some mysterious practice called the opening of the eyes, or the opening of the ears, or the opening of the mouth, to, the soul, the reawaking of the soul in the afterlife. Or, they got all kinds of speculations about it. But the fact is that what is the great symbol of consciousness? It's the open eye to be awake. Isn't that clear and obvious? So, I started this by saying that it's a name of the Lord who is the opener. So when the temple is built and the great devotee of the Lord invokes the presence of God into his temple, the great temple in Jerusalem, it's done with Ptah. And the translation in the Bible is, open your eyes upon this place, O Lord. And if you go over to any Vaishnava or Buddhist temple, Pure Land Buddhist temple in the world where they're installing a murti of the Lord, when the pujaris perform the rites, what do? They use this very same invocation. And from Tibetan sources, you'll see, or they'll see Phat, P-H-A-T. You know that one?
Yeah.
There you have it. Fiat. Latin.
I guess I'll just start someplace, just to get started. This is the Metternich stela. It's a very, very important discovery. And this is the Supreme Lord. You see, that's what I was telling you about yesterday. That's the WS scepter. This is Vasudev. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4 arms. And in his hands, he has all of these scepters and emblems that identify him as the Vedic devas, different devas. These are his various elemental, cosmic, and supercosmic powers and attributes. And so he also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wings. So he has 6 and 4. He has 10 limbs in this icon here. And he has many multiple heads. And on the very top, like on the multiple heads of Buddhist murtis, on the very top is Amitabha. So it shows that he is the Adi Buddha. He's the origin of all these manifestations of Lokeshvara. So you have a little figure on the top up here who is showing the person who is the origin of all of these other manifestations. Now, this is Vasudev as like Amun-Ra. You know that Zeus and Jupiter are associated with Amun. Okay, so this is the Supreme Lord, and he has a semi-Leonid head. Now, instead of having a naga wrapping around him, he's got nagas on his feet and nagas on his knees. What is that about? Why do we have all these ancient murtis with snake feet? Because it's a pictorial pun on the Inji root, which means both angle, ankle, and naga, for what is bent. Actually, the word anguish and the word anger comes from it too, remotely, but I'll explain that later. But anyway, you know that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is called Gauranga. Anga is limb in Sanskrit. It's the Inji word, right? And an elephant's trunk is like a limb. So an elephant is called a naga. So you could see impediments of ancient Buddhist and Egyptian temples, where the temple, the pediment, the foundation of the temple is held up by giant Egyptian cobras, nagas, or by elephants. Because elephants and cobras were both called nagas. Now, the same root for ankle and angle is the root for naga. So the pun is the people who said Anganaga, who were the snakefoot people. It identified a linguistic group of people who happened to be the family of Krishna, who worshipped Ananta Sheshanaga. Now, so that's why you see this particular form that goes from like ancient Uruk, Erech. This is very fascinating. Sometimes called the city called something else besides Uruk and Erech. You know, spelled E-R-I-E-R-E-C-H or U-R-U-K, transliterated that way, Uruk. But actually, that's Warka. Sometimes they instead of Uruk, they have Warka, W-A-R-K-A. So Warka, Uruk, or Erech. Well, the snake-footed people are called Erecteds from Erech. They're from Warka. What is the kingly capital city of Krishna? Dwarka. And the Yadavas, the people who worship Krishna, who were the relatives of Krishna, the family that Krishna appeared in, they are the worshippers of Ananta Sheshanaga. And they are the snakefoot people. So now you get on this icon here, instead of in the Near East, how the snake, the erecteds, are anguiapeds, as another comment from the Anga name, anguiapeds. Angua-footed. The snake-footed people. Now see this whole Jeremiah Sitchin thing with a whole insane UFO, Illuminati, shape-shifting reptilian aliens nonsense. You know about all that. This guy, Jeremiah Sitchin, he's supposedly this great ancient Sumerian scholar of ancient Sumeria, and he's identified the Nibiru, Planet X, Nibiru, and the aliens. They colonized us, and there's the evil aliens among us are the shape-shifting reptilians, who is all tied into the Illuminati and the Jews, the ancestors of the Jews and the Jewish race. It's a profound pathological form of a modern repackaging of the same old anti-Semitism, But anyway, he ties a huge amount of his stuff to these ancient icons of the snake-footed people. He says, these are, all these crazy people like David Icke. I was talking about, they've recognized for millennia that these snake-footed, shape-shifting reptilians or evil people are among us. Nonsense. It's a pictorial pun on the people who said Anganaga. It's the same root of limb, foot, ankle, angle, and naga, bent. But this is what I was talking about the other day about pathologies of thought that just get in there and destroy humanity. Like the idea that Arya means white race, because they confuse it with words like Arya Tara, white Tara. The root of Aryan is not from Ar, white. It's from Hari. It's from Ari, which is just another dialectical form of dialect form of Hari. So, that's why I wanted to point out on this particular icon right here that there's these little cobras on his ankles and on his knees, because that's again a pictorial pun identifying him as the deity of the Anguiaped deity. Now, and this identifies him as Vasudev. Now look down here. This is an alliance. This is like all of the forms, all of the great temples, all the forms of the Lord being worshipped. And this scepter here. This is a northern Egyptian Asu scepter. right? This is the Asa or Asu or Osir, Osiris scepter of the northern Egyptians. And here's Wasu scepter here. So each one of these icons here represents a different form of the Lord or the Shakti, who is a part of the temple alliance of this particular federation. Religio-political federations, Asila federations. Heliopolitan Asila Federation. Now you see this compound crown right here? And that's the ibis. So that's Thoth. Tattva, truth. And he's got the Osirian compound crown of many crowns. All these different compound crowns are all Osirian, all Vasudev crowns, like all these scepters. So you can see by the scepters which particular lineages that the particular temple is associated with. Anyway, I wanted to show you the connections between the Egyptian and African and the Jewish, and over to the Krishna. Now you've probably seen icons of the lion-headed form of Krishna or Vishnu. Okay, so you should recognize some of these things here. This is when I was talking about Purusha Mandala the other day. These are Vaishnava icons of Purusha Mandala. Now this is very interesting because here's Purusha in the universe. I have to lower my voice and save my voice. This is Purusha Mandala. If you had to blow up this, you'd see the planets and the stars and the astrum all around here. And outside of this material universe is the spiritual sky. And within the spiritual sky, well, see, this dark universe is the Mahatattva. But here's the spiritual sky. And within the spiritual sky are self-luminous planets. And within at the highest abode, the self-luminous planets, here you would see is the Garden of Paradise and the Rasa dance. Look at this Jewish Kabbalistic Adam Kadmon. And what's up here? The self-luminous spiritual sky. And what's inside this self-luminous spiritual sky? The highest Garden of Paradise, where the holy name, where the Lord and his Shekinah dance in the. So it's so obviously the same thing. Now, this schematic's a little bit different. Up here, if you could see a good blow up of this, up here they have the different Purusha avatars. I think like the 10 avatars of Krishna or Vishnu in the material world. This is Vaishnava. This is another Vaishnava. This is a great one. Here's Purusha. There's the astrams, all the planets, and also all the gunas, all represented in this universal form here. And above here, look at this. You have palaces. You have the Vaikunthas, right? Majesty, where the Lord's worshipped in awe and reverence and majesty. So you have palaces, the heavenly Jerusalem, what I'm trying to say. This is the Vaikunthas. And look at this. You have the Harivamsa. These are baboons. Interesting. There's the baboon forms, the worshipping pair. And then you have the supreme abode, and at the highest in the supreme abode is the Garden of Paradise, and you have the Rasa Lila, the Rasa dance. Now think about Fra Angelico's icon. And you can picture it. You know that icon probably well enough to. I've got it in here too. I can show it to you.
The baboons too. They're Egyptian sun worshippers. They got the
Exactly. They're called the Harivamsa. Why? Because when the sun is rising, they stop what they're doing and they sit there like this. They will actually sit there. In India and Egypt, they'll actually sit there and just worship as the sun rises. So they are, like the cock, the domestic cock and the peacock, which crows for the sunrise. They are, animal embodiments of the recognition of God, the worship of God. So yeah, you'll find those in all kinds of Vaishnava icons. So here's kind of a modern Kabbalistic, Purusha, Adam Kadmon, and Purusha universal form with the abode above. And of course, here's Jesus in the mandorla. And then, you also have you see the worshipers on the sides of the cross here?
Mm-hmm.
And you see up above there?
Mm-hmm.
That depiction is again, with the saints outside of time and the worshipers of the Lord outside of time. What's a church triumphant, who are adoring Purusha. So I actually got on a tangent of that. Oh, here's an ancient Greek Helios quadrigos. Here is Agni is the tongue of Vishnu that accepts sacrifice. So here's a Zoroastrian a Zervan. And see the Nagas here? So, but this actually showing that Agni is the tongue of Vishnu. I thought that was very interesting. Here is another Zervanite. See, the snakes are wrapped around him. You know about Zervan. Zervan is time in Zoroastrianism. So he's also called, this one was actually, when I got this was actually labeled as Kronos, or Cronus. Now note, he's got, in here he has 2 arms, and he has 4 wings. So you have the extra limbs as wings. And the various symbols that he's holding. But here, Anantadev is either issuing from or entering into his mouth. Because Anantadev, that is a symbol that Anantadev is an alter form of him. So, I think I'll just go through these and then I'll run across the ones that I was mentioning, because I have to fish through these to find them anyway. Of course, this is Krishna as the source of the avatars. So we could go through here, and I won't do that right now because it'll take too much time. But here, of course, is Hari on Garuda, right? And this is Surya Narayana. This is the form of the Lord, golden form of the Lord, seated in the heart of the sun. And there, of course, is the Paramatma, seated in the heart of all beings. This is Hari on Garuda, later 18th dynasty. If you know how to read this, you read, this is exactly, it's an iconographic shorthand of this fully fleshed out Murti, Hari on Garuda. These are Jewish. These are Jewish amulets, Jewish seals, Jewish amulets, Jewish coins. Look familiar? Here's the Egyptian seraph. Here's the Egyptian winged sphinx and cherubim. Here's Hari on Garuda. Hari on Garuda. Hari on Garuda. Hari on Garuda. And of course, the Nagas are kind of primitive. This is KPHR. Fascinating, very interesting. But here's above and below, the world above, world below. I just sketched this from one because I couldn't photocopy it and wanted to put it on here. These are the Nagas, remember? Naga as the asana. So actually see, Baladev is Garuda and Baladev is Anantadev. So sometimes you get these compounds, right? Like Garudananta, like the Shesha and the wings, the winged, so then he's the seraph. But who is that? Who is the winged Anantadev? It's Balaram. He's both Garuda and he's Ananta, so therefore you get the seraph. Now, here's the winged disc, so to speak, winged disc, and the moon, and here this kind of naga that is encircling the Heru icon, hieroglyph. This is very interesting because it goes to the Greek alphabet again, and it actually goes to the reduced iconographic forms of the names of God. But anyway, this is Soker. And Soker has this Naga Guru with the Haru on his head. And that's actually because Soker is, or Shukra, is actually a form of Anantadev. So when he's wearing this, it's as what they call a determinative. When icon in Egyptian iconography and actually these other traditions, when they're wearing these strange things on their head, which you would say, well, that can't possibly be a crown. Nobody actually wore anything like that. It's actually because it's an iconographic, what they call a determinative. It's added to an image for a positive identification of what the identity of the image is. It says the name, and it reaffirms in case there's any confusion. Now, this I had to copy from something because I didn't have a copy of the book. But anyway, this is Harpocrates, of course, and this icon, he's holding the dead scepter and the shepherd's crook of Osiris and the Helios whip of Helios. I talk my daughter's a horsey expert, but my ex-wife was actually the first woman ever hired by Marion H. Vanberg to ride thoroughbreds for the racetrack, and she was a horsey expert, big time. And that's Man of War Farms. She actually rode horses that were worth, vast fortunes. But anyway, when you see Helios with one of these whips, driving the 4-horse chariot, and it's really strange because in the reprint of Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, in the original one, he was holding the conch shell. See him holding the conch shell here? In the reprints of ISKCON, they've taken the conch shell of his hand and they put one of these kind of whips in his hand. I often wonder why in the world did they do that. But that whip, obviously you're not going to hit these horses with that whip. What in the world of good does that, what does that do? What is that? It's a clacker. It makes a really sharp, loud sound that is a high-pitched sound that is above the sound of the hooves, and the horses can hear it. So it's a noisemaker. Anyway, Harpocrates, of course, this means it's Hari, right? And this is the compound crown of many crowns of Osiris, or Asur. And this finger to the mouth shows that he's the child, Krishna. He's the butter thief. He's Harpocrates. And this here, what's this? I showed you last night. You know what that is, don't you?
Water.
Yeah, that's the I swear the letters in and im are derived from this. It is the name, the sound. Go home, little guy. Okay, find your trail. Go home. Ants operate on pheromones, so if you blow on them, it scrambles their scent signals, and they will find their signal and go back home right away. See, he's way off his territory. So this is a hieroglyph for Nihilus, for Narayana. Now, in the Vaishnava iconography, I should have this ready for you, but maybe I'll just have it in here. The cosmic lotus rises up from the navel of Narayana. You've seen this icon? Okay, with the lotus stem coming up from the navel of Narayana. Mm-hmm. And Brahma appears is born on the lotus. There's a parallel to this in Pure Land Buddhism. They talk about going to the Pure Lands, or from leaving this world, you're going to be transformationally born on a lotus, in a lotus world, somewhere in a spiritual sky, or a Pure Land. But anyway, Brahma appears on the lotus. And this is, significantly, in this, you see this triple lotus, which is very important. And every time you see this triple lotus any place in Egypt, like in this one, notice very carefully that the one on the one side or the other is going to be a spent bud. The other side is going to be an unopened bud. And the one in the middle is going to be a fully opened flower. And that's because this Nile lotus bloomed only for one day. Every day there's new bloom on it. And the previous day's bloom is closed. That's spent. So this is an illustration. This is what I meant about the genius of the ancients. To use this as an illustration of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, past, present, and future. How amazing, how wonderful is that? People look at that and they don't even recognize it. They don't know it never occurs to them that this is past, present, and future. And that's what it is. So what that means is this is the Lord of past, present, and future. And then I see the symbol for Nihilus, or Narayana, underneath. So the lotus is rising up out of Narayana. So this is a shorthand of the fully fleshed out icon in Vaishnavism of Narayana in the causal ocean, and the lotus are coming from the navel of Narayana, and this is called Helios Phanes, like in the word theophany, meaning the appearance of God. So this is the manifestation of God. This is Helios Phanes, or Harpocrates, appearing. Now, there are icons of Helios Phanes where he has four heads, like this one right here, the 3 heads show. I've drawn these, but I've taken these directly from the icons. And especially when he's depicted as Knum or Karman, Vishvakarman, he has 4 heads or 3 heads. So there you have, and he often has, look at here, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 arms. So how many arms does Brahma have? Brahma has multiple arms. That's the point. Brahma is sitting like this on a lotus flower. Brahma is the organizer of the universe, and Helios Phanes is the organizer of the universe. And Helios Phanes appears upon the lotus arising out of Narayana, who is Nihilus, this Hapi or Amen, hidden form of the Lord, who is Narayana, who is the Lord also of the sacred waters, and born of man in his theophanies and in his incarnations within the material world. Anyway, so these are Jewish. It's obvious. Again, you have a correlate. Now, during the reign of King Josiah, who was the great reformer, great purifier of Judaism. You know about the story about King Josiah. Oh, they say, oh, terrible. He destroyed the altar, tore down the altars of false gods and purified Israel, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But actually, here's an astounding thing. The Jewish kings chose emblems of their reign. Josiah chose the emblem of the island of Rhodes for his reign. Is that the most astounding thing? When I discovered these things, or God showed them to me, I would just literally, sometimes it would just lay waste to me. I would be so stunned, I would be unable to function. Because I've known the truth of it. I've known it's right. Ever since I was a kid, I've known this is right. I know it's right. And I pray, Lord, those Jagannath prayers are so wonderful, Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatumi. Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatumi. O Lord of the universe, be merciful, show yourself to me. You pray and he does show himself. So I'm studying King Josiah, and I'm studying this astounding. He purged, he found the ancient records, and he purged the false worship, and he brought the people back to the true worship of the one God. And what does he choose for the emblem of his reign? The emblem that is known all throughout the entire Mediterranean and North Africa as the symbol of Radha and Krishna on the island of Rhodes. It's never used for anything else, Prabhu. It's the symbol of the Rhodian cult. And he chooses that for this emblem of his reign. So you find rodons on the Jewish coins and Jewish imagery from the reign of Josiah. Very important. And you find them all over, like the temple, I think at Philae, Isis' gigantic temple. There's rodons all over the place. And of course, in Vaishnavism, you find the Padma. This is actually a Vaishnava, but this is like a Nepalese, it could be Buddhist too. So, see, here's the three here. This is, I'm just kind of going just with what's ever on the pages here because my brain's too scattered to create a proper presentation. But you see the palms here, palms there and palms there, different kinds of palms. But Jesus made his ministry center in Jericho. The biblical account is that he stayed with his disciples in Jericho. Now, why Jericho? Jericho is very close to Jerusalem, and it's some scholars say that it's one of the most ancient, continuously inhabited sites in the world. I have read scholars who have said that they have excavated sites in Jericho that go back 12,000 years. Excuse me. Now, Jericho, some people say Erica, because it's the palm, Erica palm. It's the city of palms. Now, Balaram is called Tala Dvaja, which means palm flag, because his emblem that's on a flag for Balaram is the palm frond. So Lord Baladev is Talavaj, Tala Dvaj, palm flagged, palm emblem. So we find that in later times, the palm tree becomes the symbol of all of Israel and Judah. It becomes the symbol of Judaism, the symbol of, and this is interesting because when Asclepius turns into the giant Egyptian Naga and gets on the ship, which he's so gigantic he rests his hoods on the top of the mast and his weight sinks the ship down in the water. And then he goes to Rome to save the Romans from the plague in this giant Egyptian Naga form of his. Asclepius's altar form is Anantasheshanaga. As he's going along the Mediterranean coast, masses of people come out from all the different cities to worship him. And he gets to Rome, and he looks around where he's going to make his home, and he goes into a palm tree. He climbs up into a palm tree that's there on the island, and so that's where they established the temple of Asclepius. Asclepius, they call him in Rome. So the legend goes it's because he chose this island in the middle of the river that had a palm tree on it, and he climbed up in the palm tree. Well, then again, you have the symbol of the palm, which is the symbol of Israel. It's just another one of these little connections. But Jesus, when he is coming in to Jerusalem, and the people are worshiping him as the Messiah, they're worshiping him with palm fronds. There's so many connections like this, Prabhu. There's just actually endless connections. So here he is. He's the Lord of Jericho. He's made his camp in Jericho. What was the ancient worship of who is the god of Jericho? Well, his name is the S, M, or N. They say that the people of Jericho worshipped a moon god. And, of course, we go back to Lord Dhanvantari. He has what? He has the nectar of immortality in the kalash, which is the chalice, and that's called soma. And where do we also find the name soma besides in the Latin, meaning life, but we find the word soma is the name of the moon. So soma ras is also, the nectar of immortality is also associated with moonlight and with the moon. But anyway, so who was the ancient god of Jericho? Many scholars say it was Sin. They say Sin. You've probably heard Sin, S-I-N, Sin. The moon god of Jericho, the supreme god of Jericho, this moon god. But I say the S, the N and the M are totally interchangeable, so that's Soma. And I've even seen them associate this Sin of Jericho with some other moon god in the region named Chands. Well, that's Chandra. Soma and Chandra are two different names of. Now, how does this associate with Balaram? Well, Balaram is called Shukra or Shukla Bala, white Bala. And sometimes, and actually Bala is a pun because Bala means both like Shiv Valrus, Valrus, V-A-L, Val, meaning heroic. Valiant, there's the word, valiant. So valiant Balaram, I always think valiant Balaram or chivalrous Balaram. But Bala also means white in Sanskrit. So it's one of those words that has a number of different meanings to it. So when you see icons of Balaram and Krishna together, Krishna is blue usually, and Balaram is moon white, snow white. Doesn't mean white, pink human being. It means white. And he's the purifier of all things. When something is sacred, we have the word sacrifice and sacrament and sacred. I'm sure that the root there is shu, but the SKR name is like Soker, and Soker was often depicted as white. So, what does this have to do with Balaram? Well, just as Krishna or Hari is in some ways iconographically associated with the sun, Balaram is iconographically associated with the moon. So the secular scholars who don't know zip about Balaram or Krishna, they will simply say that Krishna is the sun god and Balaram is the moon god. But if we take those associations, Balaram, with, see, I have the sun and the moon over here, on this icon here. I have the palms in the east and the palms in the west. That in the east we have the palm tree associated with Baladev. He is Taladvaja, and in the west, I'm not talking about old world here. New world. I'm talking about old world here. I'm talking about in the Mediterranean that just as the Rhodon or the rose or the lotus was always associated with the island of Rhodes or Nymphaea as its symbol, the palm tree was always associated with Jericho and Jerusalem, or the Jews, or the people, Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, people of God. The palm was their symbol, so much so that that they anti-Semites, the anti-Jews, during the Roman era and so forth like that, when they wanted to depict the rape of Judea, the sack of the temple and all these things, they would depict a palm tree with a woman sitting by it weeping. So the palm tree absolutely represented on ancient coins all over the place. The palm tree represented Jericho, and then later Jerusalem and Jericho, and then later Israel and the Jews. So when you combine that with the again, Asclepius, this is interesting. These are all Jewish, Jewish amulets and things. And they have different palm emblems on them. It's like the commentator and these emblems and icons are almost all from the book Gods, Goddesses, and Images of God in Ancient Israel by Kiel and Ulinger. And it's considered their collection is considered the most important work on Jewish miniatures that exists. And I got permission from the American publisher and distributor of this book to use these like this for this presentation. Restricted permission with no cost. I got permission from the curator of this collection and of the traveling exhibit to use these images in this booklet on a limited basis, because otherwise you can't use these, and you have to, if you're going to use them, you have to pay a lot of money to use them. And the curator was so interested in my work that she said, I'm going to let you take whatever you want, and I had to give her a list of everything that I was using. But she says, I'm going to let you use whatever you want, and you can even print it up in booklets to distribute it, because this was the whole issue. And I've got in the beginning of this, in the final version, I have what do you call it? A thank you reference credits to them. That she said, but you can't sell the book commercially, and you can't run off. If you're going to publish a book about this, you will have to get totally different permissions, and you may have to pay. But she said, I'm going to let you do this just like this without any cost, because what you're doing is really interesting. Well, the Fortress Press, I think it was Fortress, can't remember now, but the publisher of Keelan Uhlinger's book also gave me similar permission to use these images like this. I'm the first person that has ever compared these things. Isn't it absolutely obvious? I mean, no, I'm not the first person that's compared the Egyptian and this, but I'm the very first person that's that has actually put these things together and connected them to the Vaishnavism and the Pure Land Buddhism, all this kind of stuff. Keelan Uhlinger, their whole idea is that there's some borrowing going on, right? They can't wrap their mind around the idea that it is the same God. It's always apologetics, always excuses. It can't possibly be the same God. It's got to be some corruption. Anyway, of course, this is the 18th dynasty. This is Jewish. This is Jewish. This is Jewish. These are all Jewish, right? How obvious is that?
Yeah, you'd have to be a scholar to think otherwise.
Oh, that's great. Right. You have to be capable of great convoluted nonsense. So, these are palm fronds. These are the Dej pillar as the palm tree. See these bars across here? These identify these palm tree icons. These are all different symbols of Balaram, by the way. These identify these palm tree icons with the Dej, or the pillar form, this tree form or the pillar form of the Jewish deity that was worshipped in threes, which are actually Krishna, Balaram, and Subhadra, Shekinah, Shakti. So it's fascinating. I won't get into all that right now. But see, here's the helmet. The helmet of Baal in Egypt becomes this kind of a crown. Here's the white plume, the feather of Shu. The alternative icon for the island of Rhodes is Nymphia, which is the lotus. Here's the trident of the Greek, Neptune, the trident, which is common to Neptune and Shiva. And now Neptune is associated with Nereus. Nereus is again Narayana, and it's a man-fish form. This goes to the Matsya story, the Noah flood epic, the Gilgamesh flood epic. In the Greek tradition, what's his name? The Greek Noah, Deucalion. The Greek flood epic, the hero is the Noah figure is Deucalion, and he is saved by Helios Delphinos, giant dolphin form of Helios, who rescues him in his ark ship and takes him to some stories, the Isle of Crete. So we have a Noah flood epic in the Mediterranean, and who is the hero? It's Helios Delphinos. That's Matsya. So we have the Gilgamesh Babylonian region flood epic. Again, Yah appears as a giant fish form that goes all the way from there through India as the Matsya flood story, up into Nepal where that picture that I told you last night on the film, that is the pointy, like looks like in the Alps, the sharp peak, that's called Macha Puchara, which the Buddhists and the Vaishnavas all say that's Matsya's fin. So the story of the flood epic and the saving of the Noah figure by the Lord in the form of this giant whale or dolphin or fish, which tows his boat to land. In the biblical story, we've lost that element of it. But the deity Yah, the same deity, is still the hero, the deity of the epic. It's just we've lost the element of him being a giant fish or a dolphin or whale. But we haven't lost that in these other epics. So, again, in the Mediterranean, he's Helios Delphinos. So anyway, Delphinos is associated with Nereus. Nereus is associated with Narayana, with Nilus, with Meramis, god of the waters, right? So this is actually, the trident is a symbol of the Lord of the waters in that region. Now, that's the Vast scepter. Here's the conch. I could give detailed explanations of all these, but I'm not going to right now. But there's the horn of Balaram. Krishna has his flute. Balaram has his horn. So we have the story about the blowing of the shofar, the ram's horn, Joshua, and the fall of Jericho. Joshua fit the battle of Jericho, Jericho, Jericho. Joshua fit the battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. So, this is KPHR. And KPHR, again, is holding the Heru, and this is a symbol for infinity right here. Now, one of the reasons why, or the reason why, they found so many signet rings with this symbol on them all over Egypt from all different eras is because KPHR was the patron of notaries and accountants and all kinds, from the Pharaoh's treasurer all down to the local fellow bean counter. So, in this Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, I am Kubera. And Prabhupada explains Kubera is the treasurer of the gods. KBR, Kubera, is Kepra, the treasurer form of Hari, the treasure among the gods. How clear, how obvious can it be? And then you go over to Buddhist iconography and Hindu iconography, where people who worship wealth and all this kind of thing, and they worship Kubera, and their images of Kubera are monstrous. It's like, what is that? Well, that's because they've merged in a human form with this beetle form. Kubera doesn't really look human. He doesn't really look, he's not really, you can't really identify. What is this form of Kubera? It's all bizarre. That's because, actually, the Hindus and Buddhist icons of Kubera are mixed up. They have some elements of this beetle business in them. You'd know it if you saw one of these that I'm talking about. See, now we're talking about iconography, which is a combination of human and animal, different kinds. Now, again, when you were asking me earlier about Mosaic Law, what does the Mosaic Law about graven images actually say? If we had it here in the commandments, can you remember? Give me a good translation of it. Not make any image of anything above the earth, on the earth, and the waters beneath the earth. Neither shalt thou, I'm thinking King James because I grew up with that, bow down to it, worship it, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting, et cetera, on generations. Well, there's a couple of things, important bits of information in that. One is, in this iconography, God is not ever depicted as just a human being or just any other normally identifiable thing in a certain way. That distinguishes. So, for instance, you don't see images of God in Vaishnavism in which he's a normal color. He's just not. He's either green, Ramachandra's green. He's blue. He's Krishna or Vishnu is blue. When he's white, he's stark snow white. He's not flesh colored. He's got a lion's head. He's a giant Egyptian cobra. God is other. God is always radically other, and of course this is interesting because in Jesus, what are we told? We're told the prophet, what is it? Isaiah says, not somebody you'd notice. In all my studies, the revelation of Jesus Christ is absolutely unique. He's absolutely unique, and he absolutely comprehends in himself all the main revelations of the Shaivites and the Vaishnavites and the Buddhists. He's the sum. He's the origin because he's Purusha, Vishvaruta, and he's the end. So we can go through each one of the little vignettes, the little glimpses into the pastime of Jesus Christ, and we can pull out from those scenes and from those clues, the symbols, everything's there. We can pull out whole scriptures of the Greeks, whole prophetic traditions of the Vaishnavas, whole prophetic traditions of the Pure Land Buddhists. Jesus as the Good Shepherd. There's an entire tradition of Buddhism that is summed up in Jesus the Good Shepherd. The entire tradition of Ananta Shesha, the Ayurveda, and the medical tradition, the entire ancient medical tradition is summed up in Jesus the Great Physician. All of these different, the entire tradition of Purusha sacrifice is summed up in Jesus' crucifixion. The entire tradition of prasadam, of the real presence of the Lord, of Krishna's prasadam as Balaram, is summed up in the Blessed Sacrament. And then Jesus said, take this and eat of it. This is my. So these entire worlds, thousands of years of human realization experience, are all contained in the person of Jesus Christ. So I have to lay on my face and say, my Lord and my God. I have to say, nothing exists. There's nothing beyond this life. How is there a man who was able to sum up in his life? Or somebody wrote a story about a man who was able to sum up in his life everything I've ever studied. So then I have to say, well, that person, and I worship that person. Or I worship the story. Take it all away and I will still say, my Lord and my God, that is the highest, that is the greatest, that is the, what can account for when Jesus said, I thirst, and they dipped the leaves of Hyssopus, Esau, Ocimum sanctum, sacred basil, growing at the foot of the cross, Prabhu. That little bush down there, beneath Jesus' feet. Throughout the entire range of Vaishnavism, it cannot be offered to anyone except directly Vishnu Tattva and directly God himself. No empowered incarnations, no gurus, nobody can have. It's the worst blasphemy to offer tulasi to anyone but Vishnu Tattva, directly God himself. So Jesus is on the cross and he says, I thirst. And a Roman soldier, picks a few leaves of this from this bush at the foot of the cross and dips it in hala hala. Vinegar is called hala hala in India.
That is the name of the poison, of the ocean of the poison that Shiva drank. And Shiva held it in his neck. He didn't swallow it. What is that about? Why did he never swallow it? Why is he called, the Buddhists call him Nilakanta Lokeshwar? They have this fabulous murti of Vishnu lying in the causal waters, and he's got this blue neck. When you see Vishnu with this blue neck, that's Shiva. Because Shiva drank the ocean of poison so that the godly could receive the nectar of immortality. Because first, in the struggle between the godly and the ungodly, in the struggle of the material universe, between the forces of good and the forces of not good, the first thing that came up was the collective sins of the whole universe. And therefore the godly would be denied the nectar of immortality, of going back to Godhead. And so Lord Shiva appears and consumes all the sins of the material universe. A few drops dripped from his lips. And they became the venomous serpents and the enemies of God. These few drops, scorpions and black widows and anything that is venomous, that bites with a deadly bite. And they're also the personification of envy of God, too. So anyway, Shiva doesn't swallow that hala hala. He holds it in his neck. So Shiva has a name that is associated, can't remember it right now. Is it Nilakanta? I think it's blue neck. Nilakanta Lokeshwar, or Vishnu or Shiva have usually three blue rings, but sometimes just a blue ring on his neck. But sometimes his face is blue because he's holding, from his neck up, he's holding the hala hala. He's not swallowing it. Look at this.
Wow.
See what I mean?
Yeah. I never seen that icon thousands of times.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, just a second. I gotta get a. So, the Lord as Vishnu Nilakanta, or Nilakanta Lokeshwar, or Shiva, who has the three blue lines on his neck, he's consumed the ocean of poison, but he hasn't swallowed it. Now, Jesus on the cross he's on the phone. So, he says, I thirst. And a soldier picks these leaves off a little plant at the base of the cross, and he dips them in vinegar. Why we have that detail. Again, all these details that have been preserved. You can't make these connections unless you honor Catholic tradition, unless you honor Guru Shastra and Sadhu. You're not going to get the details. You're not going to get the preserved tradition that allows you to make these connections. Unless the only place you can go is to Catholicism. Small C Catholicism. So it's preserved in, Orthodoxy. So, this is lifted up to the lips of Christ. And when he had tasted of it, he said, "It is finished." And he became sin for us. Why did he say, "I thirst"? Why was he given hala hala on tulsi leaves? In Vaishnava tradition, no offering is acceptable without tulsi leaves. A tulsi leaf, even the most insignificant tiny little tulsi leaf, makes an offering irresistible to Krishna.
Tulasi, of course, is his Shekinah, his Shakti. And her most, she's an expansion of Radharani. The Vrindavan, the supreme abode, is named for her. She is Tulsi Vrinda. What does the name Tulasi mean? What is Tulasi about? Our Lady is called Mother Most Tolerant. The root of the word tolerant is the same as the root of the word Tulasi. It means to be forgiving, to bear up. It's actually it's a name of the mother, which really expresses her unconditional love, her tolerant love. And the prayers to Tulasi, have you ever experienced Tulasi prayers, Tulasi Puj? And people are circumambulating Tulasi, and they're singing Brahma Hatva Dikani Cha. They're venerating Our Lady, Mother Most Tolerant, Tulasi Devi, who is the only refuge of Brahmanicides, of deicides. The Brahman of the Vedic, of the master of the Vedic hymns and the Vedic sacrificial system, performs the sacrifices in persona Purusha, just like the priest is in persona Christ, as the high priest. Killing a priest is equivalent to killing a Brahmin of the Vedic hymns, Purusha Sukta prayers. It's a form of deicide. The only refuge for someone who has killed a Brahmin or committed deicide is Tulasi. So in Catholicism, who is the only refuge is someone who's killed a priest or committed deicide or a Christ slayer. And at the foot of the cross, Mary is there. But at the foot of the cross, Mary is there in form of this little, also in her form is Tulasi. So, who is the refuge in Catholicism? Who is the refuge for a person who has committed Brahmanicide, killed a priest of Christ? Mary. Mary is the only refuge of someone who has killed a priest. So when they sing Brahma Hatvadi Kanicha, they're saying you are so merciful that you are even the refuge of someone who has killed Purusha. Why? Because the mother's love is so unconditional that even if one of her children kills her other child, she can't stop loving him. She will love that child just as much, even if that child has killed her other child. This is inconceivable mercy of a mother's love. She's incapable of curbing or stopping that love. So she is our refuge. Mother Tulasi, Mary Most Tolerant, is our refuge. And the Supreme Lord doesn't care for any offering, no matter how great it is, unless it has the most insignificant element of Our Lady's, that love of Our Lady in it. All merciful, unconditional, supreme love that is personified, that is incarnate in Mary, that is in the person of Our Lady, Mother Most Tolerant, Mother Most Tolerant. So we worship Tulasi as Mother Most Tolerant. This gets all to the whole amazing revelation of Our Lady of Fatima, where Our Lady of Fatima appeared over and over again over a little bush. Now nobody says it was Ocimum Sanctum, but Ocimum Sanctum is sacred to Mary, and it's come through all the way from the very story of Jesus on the cross, all the way through the time of St. Helena and Constantine, all the way through the Eastern Church. In the Orthodox churches, they still use Ocimum Sanctum. They still use Sacred Basil in various rites. It's very, very important in the church. And in the rosary gardens, in Mary's gardens, they would have Ochum Sanctum, sacred Tulsi. It is the same plant as Tulsi. In Buddhist lands and different places in India, they use different members of the sacred Labiate family. Now this goes all the way, connects through the Greek and everything, because again, one of Juno's name was Satyreia. And in the Greek world, she was Mintha. And Rhadamanthus, red mint. So the sacred Labiate family, which literally revives the dead, is the herb of immortality associated with Asclepius worship and revival of the dead. Why? Because there's an aromatic herb. When you crush members of the mint family and put them up to the nose, if there's a person who is dead, whose heart has stopped, if that chemical can get to the brain, it can jumpstart the heart. And before they had these amyl nitrate things that are in first aid packs to start somebody's heart, or to wake them out of a coma or unconscious, before they had that, they used to use members of the sacred Labiate family for that aromatic, that chemical that can stimulate the brain to bring somebody back, to really actually revive somebody who's dying, dead. Now, after Jesus consumed the sins of the world on a Tulsi leaf, how astounding is that? One could just spend their whole life meditating on that. Because without Tulsi, he doesn't care for anything. But with a Tulsi leaf, he consumed the sins of the world, the universe.
And I like how in Our Father in the Aramaic, it's Te Te Malkuta, and the Malkuta is Basileia in the Greek.
Yeah,
Basil,
yes, because king. You know what they call sacred basil in Europe? They call it Königskraut, Kingswort, English Kingswort, Königskraut, Kingswort in the German. Basilios, again, Basilios and Basilei in India, of course, Vasudeva. And what is Vasudevi or Vasuda? Vasudevi Vasuda is a name of Tulsi. Our Lady is Tulsi, the Queen of Heaven, who is the most merciful Queen, who, you could be facing you could have committed the worst crime in the kingdom and be facing the wrath of the king, and the king says, off with his head, and the queen says, no. Did you know that the queen in these ancient systems had trumped the king in judgment? If the king ordered somebody killed and the queen said nope, that was it. The king didn't argue with her. She was mother most tolerant. The king and the queen were the father and the mother of all the creatures in their realm, all the beings. And she was mother most tolerant. And if you could throw yourself at the mercy of the queen and get her mercy, the king wasn't going to violate her, He wouldn't stand up to her. So Jesus has now taken the hala of the sins of the world. But what does Jesus do? Jesus swallows. In swallowing, he becomes sin for us. Then he experiences what we experience when we're cut off from God by sin. His suffering, all of his suffering was nothing compared to the suffering of joining us in our sinfulness. Then to know what we feel when we feel utterly cut off from God. And he felt that. He felt the effect of the sins of the whole universe. Mortal sins that sever us from God. That we would be severed from God in eternity if he didn't take away the sins of the world, take away the mortal effect of the sins of the world. So he's become sin for us. Now, if you go to Shaivism, you've probably had some exposure to Shaivism. In the Shaivite tradition, Skanda is the son of Shiva, and Skanda is the usually thought of as the Lord of War, but he's a big Dharma protector in Shaivism. He's uh, the vel, the spear, the lance of Skanda, that destroys sin. So Skanda is the figure in Shaivism that destroys sin. He destroys it with his vel, which is a lance. Now, any scholar of Indo-European so-called mythology will tell you that Skanda is the Roman Mars. And I think significantly in Tamil Nadu and in Sri Lanka, Skanda is worshipped under the name of Maruga or Marugan. So there might be some connection there. I haven't established it for sure, but there might be some connection between the word Mars, the name Mars, and the name Maruga. Anyway, Skanda is Marugan, and Skanda is Mars. In studying Mars, Skanda, in Rome, I've made a positive connection between the related worship of Mars and Janus, and the Shaivite related worship of Maruga and Ganesh. Roman Janus is absolutely Ganesh. I don't know how much you know about Ganesh. Something about Ganesh. Okay, good, because this is very important. You can pull the string of Ganesh, just like I'm looking for lineages of teaching here, and I'm following it through, like the worship of the lion-headed form of God. Well, the worship of Ganesh and Maruga are always connected with each other. Ganesh and Skanda are always closely associated, and they're associated with Shaivism. In Rome, Janus and Mars are very closely associated. And so I've got so much material showing how that's connected. But what's really important right here is that the vel of Skanda destroys sin, utterly destroys sin. Now, during the time of Jesus' advent, Leela, the Roman legions were principally worshippers of Mars or Mithras. There was Mithrism. But traditionally they had been worshippers of Greek Ares, which is Roman Mars, which is Skanda. And the votaries of Mars they made, when you take a military vow, like people take a vow of military service here in the United States, whatever country you're in. Well, when they made their vows as worshippers of Mars, of course, they vowed themselves into the service of Mars. And they consecrated their weapons for human sacrifice in the service of Mars as Dharma protectors. All their weapons were consecrated. A lot of times the weapons would actually have names of God on them or different, sacred symbols on them. But anyway, the shields and matter of fact, the shield, a name for the shield was Messiah. Why? Because the shield is anointed with a person's coat of arms. It has their name on it, or it has a symbol on it that identifies them. If you're in the heat of battle, you don't want one of your buddies killing you by you want your buddies to know who's behind your shield. So the shield is the Messiah that takes the blow in place of the person. The shield is anointed with your coat of arms, with your name and your family name on it. So, and your weapons are also consecrated in service. So the weapons of the Dharma protectors are consecrated actually to human sacrifice, in the sense that they're anointed and they're consecrated for the service of the duty of Dharma protection, of protecting people even at the cost of human life. So now you understand all of these Catholic traditions about the Legionnaire or about the Roman soldier who speared the side of Christ. You know, he's called a saint. There's all traditions about him and so forth. I can't remember his name right now, but there's a whole Catholic tradition about this. And there's a history about him too. It's fascinating. But anyway, he was put in charge of this. The Romans were afraid that somebody was going to cause trouble over this crucifixion, so they assigned this officer specifically to carry out the crucifixion and to be sure that things didn't go wrong bad and end up causing Rome a lot of trouble over this crucifixion.
Longinus.
Yeah, right. The spear of Longinus. So, every bit of evidence says that he would have been a legionnaire in the cult of Mars. That means his spear would have been consecrated to Mars. That means that the spear that pierced Jesus' side was the Vel of Skanda. And the Vel of Skanda destroys sin. When I explained that at that big World Hindu Conference in Sri Lanka, Shaivite scholars jumped up. They jumped up. They mobbed me after when I came out of the conference room. There was such a crush of people that the government, that they had to bring in people to rescue me from the mob and come in as guards and come in and get me through the mob. And there were people shouting and waving their hands and trying to get my attention. And one Shaivite scholar actually climbed up on the, it's very hot. And they had, this was at the Summit of Non-Aligned Nations. They had 11-channel simultaneous translation in place, just like the UN, but for the Eastern Bloc. And hundreds of scholars there and religious leaders from all over Southeast Asia, India and Nepal and everywhere. Huge conference sponsored by the government of Sri Lanka and Tamil Nadu. And it was very hot, and they had like service stations, like bars, set up all over the big, gigantic hallways in between the conference rooms in this Summit of Non-Aligned Nations. And this one scholar climbed up on this thing, and he made a paper airplane, and he wrote his contact information on it, and to try to get it to me, because I was surrounded by a mob of people, and he had guards trying to keep people back from me. And he threw this airplane, and I reached up my hand, it flew right into my hand. And later, I actually got his association. Delegations from different countries and different religions, but they went to the government and they said, we have to, before we all go back to our own countries, we have to talk to him. We have to talk to him. So the liaison officers, they assigned like 5 liaison officers to me, and they were making schedules for me and whisking me around to go visit the Kenyan delegation and go visit the Nepalese delegation and visiting all these different delegations who all wanted to talk to me more about this stuff. But the Shaivites, when I told them the different stories relative to Shiva, like the story about Jesus getting, I was covered with goosebumps right now, the story about Jesus getting baptized by John in the Jordan. The Jordan descends from what? It descends from the mountains in Lebanon. It descends from the mountains that were called the mountains of Naharaim. So, in Vaishnavism, Lord Narayana, seated on his throne in the Vaikuntha heavens, the waters of absolution, of ablution, of salvation, descend from his foot, from his toe, from his foot, as he's seated on his throne in heaven, in the Vaikuntha heavens. And they flow down through the Vaikuntha heavens, and they enter the material worlds. And they fled down through the material worlds. And they would wash away the earth planets if Lord Shiva didn't come and take those floods on his head. So when you see Lord Shiva's matted locks, and you see the flood of the heavenly Ganga flowing down through the matted locks of Lord Shiva, that heavenly Ganga that washes away sin is coming from the foot of Lord Narayana on his throne. What happens after Lord Shiva is sitting up in the Himalayas and the holy mountains, and the waters are flowing down through his locks, and they're becoming all the sacred rivers of the world. Those are the rivers of baptism, the rivers of Narayana. So the Jordan, the descender, comes from the mountains of Narayana. And in the biblical tradition, these waters are coming from the foot of the Lord seated on his throne in heaven. And there we have the image in the New Testament, in the book of Revelation, the Lord seated on his throne, and the waters of life coming from the Lord and the Lamb. So then what happens? The devotees are supposed to wash away their sins in the holy rivers. But Mother Ganga, praise to Vishnu, says, I'm so polluted. I am so full of the sins of the world. Or some stories, I'm afraid I'm going to be filled with the sins of the world. How will I be clean? And the Lord says, don't worry. From time to time, I will descend myself. Or I'll send my pure devotee. But most stories say, I will come myself, and I will step into your waters and take all the sins. There's a vast, when you have millions of people coming to bathe in the Ganga or in the Yamuna, how ancient are these traditions? The Jews perform mikvaot in the Jordan, Nazarites, this bathing process, all over the planet. There's ghats, there's tanks for baptism and the washing away of sins. So then we have Jesus stepping into the Jordan to be baptized by John. And John recognizes Jesus as that Lord from whose foot the water is coming. He says, I need to be baptized of you. Then you have the Baptists, the Protestants say, you've got to do the dunking. Well, the dunking is very important. It's actually there in Vaishnava tradition. It's fascinating because it has to do with dying and coming back to life again. So that's an important thing too. But we have the Catholic tradition of St. John with the scallop shell, which is escalope, which is a pun on the name of Asclepius, which is the scallop, the amban, which is the saint niche. When you see the scallop symbol behind the head in saint niches all over the ancient world, that's because that scallop shell is an anachronic image of Anantadev, the heads of Anantadev. So just like the palm frond is in some ways an aniconic image of Anantadev, the palm frond, also the scallop shell is an aniconic image because fossilized scallops look just like the Shelagram Shila. The Shelagram Shila has a fossil ammonite in it, which looks like a solar rayed disc. My daughter's found an astonishing one of it. You'll have to see it while you're here. Actually, she's miraculously blessed with Shilas, sacred stones. It's just astonishing what she's found. I looked for an Ananta Shila, a fossil scallop shell, all over when I was in India. I was looking for Shilas because I'd studied them in text and I wanted to see them, worship them, have darshan. And I came back and she'd been out at the beach and found like 20 of them. Some giant storm brought them up, never to be seen again. But, she was on the beach and there they were. She collected a whole bunch and gave them to me. After I looked all over India for them, couldn't find one. Came home and Sherry says, Dad, look what I've got. You'll like these. Anyway, so the Shalagram Shila has the discus of Hari on it. And the Ananta Shila it's got a fossil ammonite that looks like the discus of Hari. And the Ananta Shila, one form of the Ananta Shila is the fossilized scallop shell, which looks like the hoods of Anantadev. So when you have a saint niche or a sacred image niche in the Mediterranean world, and it takes the form of this amban, which is this scallop form. Then you look over in the east and you see the Ananda Dev, like Muchilinda Buddha has the hoods of Ananda Dev as the protection coming up over his head. So that's very common. So then it becomes reduced into just the scallop prayer niche kind of form. But anyway, so these vignettes, these little pictures in the life of Jesus, when you explain about Jesus being baptized in the Jordan, and you see the picture of traditional image of St. John the Baptist pouring the water from a scallop shell over Jesus's ascetic locks. The water is flowing back down out of his locks back into the river. And these Vaishnava and Shaivite stories about Lord Shiva stepping into the sacred rivers and taking all the sins of the river out of the river from time to time. And he's the God from whose foot the river issues. But all these stories, and then you see the image of pouring the water through Jesus' ascetic locks. These Shaivite devotees practically fainted. They were overcome. Why has the church not preached the gospel of Jesus Christ, the revelation of Jesus Christ, to the people of the world who have received all these astounding? You could take these other traditions as prophetic. When you tell them the actual Catholic traditional stories and the theology, they get it, they understand it. But as Christians, have gone to the Vaishnavas and the Shaivites and the Buddhists of the world, the Bhakti, the devotees, and we've said, you got to get rid of your false gods, we're going to give you the real God. We're bringing them the same God they can't get rid of the God they've got to get Jesus. It doesn't work that way. That is why we have failed. They're historically worshiping the same God. The contradiction it doesn't work. You can't say to a Vaishnava, you have to stop worshiping Krishna in order to accept Jesus. So, just like you were saying last night, if there's a contradiction between scientific verifiable fact and faith, you have to get rid of the faith and go with the fact. And that's what the church teaches. There can't be a contradiction between objective truth, fact, and faith. So, Jesus became sin for us, and from the Shaivite viewpoint, the sin was destroyed by the Velapskanda when the centurion, or when Longinus speared his side. Now there are other versions, like the revelation of Jesus of the Sacred Heart. He's got the heart's on fire, his heart's on fire. So this goes to the whole tradition about Agni and the destruction of sins and the Diksha sacrifice. When you saw a picture of me in my sannyasi sacrifice, but in Nama Diksha and all of these different pujas with the Diksha sacrifice, it's a Vedic fire sacrifice. And the Agnihotra, the Vedic fire sacrifice, of course, the fire is the tongue of Vishnu that does what? That destroys sin. So when people are throwing the grains, throwing the ghee, putting the banana, when they're putting things in the fire, their sins, they are renouncing, they're throwing away those sins, they're placing those sins in the fire, so they're going to be consumed. So when we understand who Jesus is, and then when I see an image of Jesus in the Sacred Heart, and that fire in his heart, then of course I'm thinking, this is the heart of Purusha, the Vedic sacrifices that consume sins, that destroys the sins. So there's many different, with each one of the different icons, you get a different revelation of of how he is the one who takes away the sins of the world. You know, the Agnus Dei, the Lamb of God. That goes way back into the Buddhist tradition, which is astonishing. So anyway, I guess I got way off on a tangent on that. What time? Hey, Dad, what time is it? This is one of the important compound crowns of Asu, or Osar, or Osiris, or Vasudev. And this is, of course, Angkor Wat. Look at it. This is on Cyrus the Great's Farvarshi, the last thing left from his palace in Parsegard, Persia. Cyrus's Farvarshi is Cyrus's beatified form. The crown identifies who his god is. So the Bible calls Cyrus the Great a Christos, an anointed king, anointed Messiah. He was the savior of the Jewish people. He's the king of Persia. Now, that I mentioned the other day, the business about the axial age, right? Well, people say the axial age is like 500, circa 500 BC, when all these astounding things happen, just gigantic blossoming all across the old world in terms of religious manifestation. And again, they don't understand it because they don't understand this. And what I'm telling you here is the Jews, for instance, have been taken captivity into Babylon. The Assyrians and Neo-Babylonians, there had been a tremendous oppression and a severance. There had been a continuity from India in the Orient all the way through the Far East, the Middle East, the Near East, to the Mediterranean and the Heliopolitan tradition. With the rise of the Assyrians, who were, again, like the Hyksos, a apparently heterodox group, very adversarial to the unified tradition of the devotees. There was a profound disconnection between the East, between the India and the Orient, and between the Mediterranean region and Africa. And it lasted for a long time, for generations. I think that the great disconnect and I think that a unity and a continuity of tradition was somewhat lost during that period, like a dark ages, if you will, that has never been recovered. There was a forgetfulness and a distancing and then a disconnection. So anyway, why was that great flowering? Well, Cyrus the Great, somehow or another, he knew he could recognize the one true God. And where he went and where he conquered, he patronized the devotees of the one true God. And he put his vast wealth and power into restoring the people, sending them back to their homelands, finding all their sacred literatures, restoring them to him, sending the people back with their icons, with their sacred literatures, with money to rebuild their temples. This is what he did with the Jews. And his forces were instrumental. They liberated the Jews in Babylon. Now that's very amazing when all of these things are pulled together, because the Bible treats Cyrus as a hero and an anointed king of God who repatriated the Jews. What does the rest of the world tell us? Well, the story goes like this, that the Jews collaborated with, we call them Jews now, they weren't called Jews then, but the people of the one true God who were in captivity in Babylon, that they collaborated with the priesthood of Marduk. And the priesthood of Marduk collaborated with Cyrus's people, so that somehow or another they effectively opened the floodgates and allowed Cyrus's forces in. So that when Cyrus arrived in Babylon, he went to the temple of Marduk and said, "My father has called me. I've come to save his people. I've been called by God here. So who is Marduk? And why were the Jews, or the faithful biblical heroes, collaborating with the priests of Marduk? Well, Marduk's byname is Asaru. It's again Asur, Ashura. Vedic name of Vishnu is Ashura. And the devotee I've been corresponding with for the last couple of days, I mean, when we get done, I go in there, get on the computer, and I write a whole bunch of stuff to him. He just did a degree, he just did a thesis. I guess it was his master's thesis or something on this, what I'm talking about right now. Asur in Egypt, Osiris to the Greeks, Ashur for the Assyrians, Marduk Asaru, and Vishnu Ashura. It's all the same deity. So, who was he to the Persians? Who was he to Cyrus? Ahura. Ahura Mazda. Ahura is Ashura. Ashura is the Vedic name of Vishnu. So, Marduk Asaru is Ahura. So Cyrus says, my father's called me. And who is Ahura? This is the Osiris compound crown. So this is the kind of evidence we have, Prabhu. I mean, God has preserved, of all things, from Cyrus's capital in Parsagad, there's one thing of his palace preserved, remaining. And it's this. Here's somebody's drawing from the actual Fravarsi. See the four wings here? And that crown. And this is in the doorway, as I understand it. It's the old entryway to his throne room in Parsagad. And all the Zoroastrian and Zurvanite scholars say this is Cyrus's beatified form, or his Fravarsi, and it shows who his god was. So, Osiris, or Asur, is Ahura. And we can find even forms of this crown. They're kind of forgotten, but they're there in Angkor Wat. Now, in Meroe, which is Kushite country south of Egypt. Now look, here's the Sphinx, the winged Sphinx, right? He's got the crown. So we can use this crown to identify this deity across, thousands of years and thousands of miles. We can use various forms of this crown. The ancient Angkor Wat again. These are Egyptian. This is ancient Angkor Wat. This is Angkor Wat. I'm looking for the lion-headed form and the Jesus form. Oh, Here is the Dej. I was telling you, see these bars like this? This is the dark colored of the sets of the Dej pillars. This would be worshipped with a white pillar form and a feminine Ashura pillar form. They were worshipped together, Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balaram. I'm sure you've seen those icons. Anyway, this again identifies who the deity is. And these are the rams, the horns of Khnum. I'll explain that some other time maybe. But anyway, see the eyes here? This is Jagannath. So these are Angkor Wat again. But I was going to say, this is Meroe. This is in Kush. And this, he had 3 or 4 heads. But look at this. This is Nrsimhadev, right? The lion-headed form. And there he is with that crown. Very, very amazing. Now, we're going to look at Serapis. Well, I think I surely have it in here someplace. I'll just keep flipping pages and we'll see. Oh, there he is right there. This is Serapis. Serapis is the Egyptian Asclepius. Okay, so look at this crown he's got on. So, there he is. This is the same deity. This is the great physician, Serapis Asclepius form of the deity, is the same deity that is the lion-headed Lion of Judah, Ariel or Ariyahu. And, he has multiple heads too. Of course, here's his Shekinah. Here's Khnum in the circle, right? And actually, if you could see this big enough, he's got the crown on, and he has 3 faces, or 4 heads, and he has multiple limbs, and he's seated in the sitting posture. So this is like Brahma, Helios Phanes. These again these are all Jewish. This is the Egyptian. This is Egyptian here. But I mean, it's so obvious. And here's the crown, right? There's the crown, and there's Hari, and there's the seraph, and these are all Jewish. Here's the ambans that I was talking about. This is a Purusha. Look at how many arms and wings he's got on this one. 1, 2, 3. So he's got 6 wings. There's a wing down there too. Maybe 1, 2. 4 arms. He has his hand on his phallus. He's got the body of the Kephra beetle. See? He's got lion's legs. He's wearing the compound crown. He's got these feathers, and he's got behind his head, these are Naga heads, right? Look at this. See the Naga heads? Well, there you have it, right there. He's Hari. That's the circle. You see the circle around his head there? He's Hari. Okay. What is the phallus? And of course, here's the wasp scepter, right? And here's the whip of Helios, quadrigos. And here's the Dej scepter. Now, his phallus here, you might be familiar with in Egypt, Min, M-In. Again, we got the M and the N thing going on. The idophilic, or I can't remember the proper term now, for the erect phallus, the deity that is symbolized by the erect phallus. Now, his name, M-In, that's obviously Manu. Manu is the Prajapati. He's the father of mankind, right? He's the source of the human race, the father of mankind. What more appropriate symbol for fatherhood, the father of mankind, than the erect phallus? So all over Egypt, you find M-In worshipped in the form of the erect phallus, or the man with the erect phallus, and sometimes they'll have his hand on the phallus. So that shows that this deity was all these different, all these deities, so-called deities, are all forms of this same deity, all forms of Hari, including Manu. See, in the Vaishnava scriptures, Manu is the father of all the humans in the universe. He's the source. So anyway, these are some chimeras, or different forms of the Lord, found in, this is actually Cretan though. This is very early. This isn't from the palace in Knossos. And this is Arjuna worshiping Krishna in one of these animal forms, compound animal forms. So you have a combination of a domestic cock and a peacock here. And you have the bull of Nandi. Peacock is a symbol of Krishna, and the bull is a symbol of Shiva, of Nandi. And here's a naga tail, and here's a elephant leg, and tiger stripes, and lion-like foot, and the lotus, and the human hand. But anyway, this is actually Arjuna worshiping Krishna. So this is the Jewish deity. And here he's depicted as a domestic cock, because the domestic cock was a very important symbol of Helios, of the deity. Why? Because the cock crows when the sun's coming up. Like in India, the peacock caws when the sun's coming up at Brahma Muhurta hour. Brahma Muhurta hour is the hour and a half or hour before the sun actually, and when the sun comes up. And that's actually the time when people are supposed to be performing their prayers. So normally in India, people get up before the sun comes up. They go to the temple for earliest mass, which is beautiful in that passage in the Fantasia, last scene of Fantasia, of course, where the devotees are carrying torches and they're walking through the dark at the sunrise, coming to earliest Mass, which is what people used to do because they're going to be out working as soon as the sun's up, so they come. So anyway, when did people know it was time to get up in the ancient world? Because the peacocks or domestic, Mediterranean cocks would crow or sing at the first light. So anyway, here we have this is labeled. These are all Jewish. This seal's actually labeled Yahweh. And he's wearing a Greek skirt. He's an unguiped. He's got naga feet and legs. He's got the Helios cock. He's got the whip of Helios quadrigos. He has the shield of the Messiah. Look, here he is, and here he is as the driver of the horse chariot. These are all Jewish. This is labeled. These are all Jewish icons. Look at this one labeled. See? He's got the whip of Helios, unguiped, Greek skirt. There again. There's no question about it. These are ancient, authentic Jewish amulets and seals and things, and that's what they are. So this page here, I'm just using just showing how. And then here, of course, see again, here's Helios on a Jewish you can tell by looking at him. I mean, so I explained this page to you before a little bit. Here's Jesus in a mandorla. This is in a church, and here's a Star of David. This is amazing. In the domes, in many cathedrals, in the dome, there's a hexad as the highest heaven. It's just astonishing. So like we have here, the highest heaven above. See, look at here. See, here's the hand of God. See this little circle right up here?
Uh-huh.
That's the hand of God reaching down. I have, for comparison, I have taken and I have notes on here too about this, but anyway, elsewhere I have notes on it. There's an add-on beard on this icon. They would wear this add-on beard. It's a symbol. Again, it's like the hats and things. No, they aren't crowns. Nobody actually wore them, but actually I guess eventually when they were on, maybe during great processions or different things when they were actually taking, impersonating the deity, they would actually wear costumes. So the add-on beard was a symbol of Ancient of Days. Now, the Lord is actually always Koros, but this, with the exception of this little add-on thing like that, this is the Balaram form, clearly. And he's got the Vasudev scepter, and he's got the feather of Shu, and he's seated on the throne of Hapi, or Amen. This is a very important iconographic symbol, and I'll explain it later. And he's got the bull tail of Apis, the Apis bull tail. These are, let's see, different forms. See, look, here we're having the identification, right? So I previously showed that Serapis. I showed an icon of Serapis with this crown on. Okay, so we've got the lion-headed form of the Lord is the same deity. Serapis, the great physician, is the same deity as this deity. Look at the scepter. Okay, so we come over here, and this is Shu. He's the same deity, right? So this is actually even with that little add-on beard on. This is the Balaram form. So I have all kinds of notes and stuff about this. This is a Silpa Shastra Vaishnava Nrsingadev, multi-headed Nrsingadev and multi-armed Nrsingadev. Look at in comparison with this. Isn't that astonishing? This is Kush. This is from Meroe. Meroe is south of Egypt. Thousands of years and thousands of miles apart.
You know, we got the armlets, holding symbols, multiple arms, the full frontal view, the multiple Leonid heads, the compound crown. It's just thick. This is the Dej form of the Lord being worshipped, also in these triplets like this are yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I won't go into all that. This is the lion-headed form. This is Yah, again. This is Jewish. These are the dwarf form associated with Bes, with the lion-headed form of the Lord in Egypt, who was the protector of women in childbirth, all the sanctuaries of women, and that goes into there. So these are just showing physical illustrations of the things that I talk about. This is also Angkor Wat. This is about the soul. The story I explained to you about the Atman and Jiva and the tree of the body, and how the pair of doves were actually the symbol of the self and God in the ancient Mediterranean. They were the lovebirds, like here. All kinds of ancient stela and miniatures have these lovebirds on them. And in Egypt, a small bird was the actual hieroglyph for the Ba, or the soul. So the B or V as the Jiva, or the in the story of Adam and Eve that I started to tell you the other day, the name in Hebrew, the HVA, Hiva, Eva, Eve, means exactly the same thing as Jiva in Sanskrit. It's feminine and means living or life or living. So Eve is the mother of all living. So this is very amazing, because we have this in Vaishnavism the story of Atman and Jiva. And in the Jewish tradition we have Adam and Eve. And Adam, of course, in Jewish mysticism, is Adam Kadmon, is God, the first Adam. And then, of course, the Jiva falls. Eve is the sparks of Shekinah, the daughter, Eve, the daughter, or the incarnation of Shekinah, or the sparks of Shekinah. And the Lord descends as the second Adam, as Jesus, as the Messiah, into the material worlds to save the lost sparks of Eve, sparks of the Shekinah. So, do you think that's picking up Dad's too? I don't know if it's going to be all confused.
Keep going. I can test it later.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we close Dad's bedroom door.
Okay.
So the lovebirds, just even today, we have the symbol of the Holy Spirit descending, right? As what? A dove. Symbol of the Holy Spirit is the dove. Well, in the Upanishads, the story that's pervasive throughout India, I explained the other day, is the story of the fall of the Jiva soul from the conscious presence, the personal presence of God as Paramatma. Well, the name of the Jewish deity Adon Yahu, Adon and Adam are probably two forms of the same word. It's the same A-T-M-N or A-T or A-D-N-M name. Adam, Adon, Atom, and Aton. They're all the same name of God. And the story about the fall of Adam and Eve is the Upanishadic story of the Jiva tasting of the fruit of the tree separately from her Lord, and that constitutes the fall, both in the entire Eastern tradition and in the biblical tradition. The story of the fall is the story of the separate experience of the Jiva, of the Jivatma, the finite self, from the Supreme Self, Paramatma.
And if we go to Jewish mystical interpretation of the story of Adam and Eve, that's exactly what we get. The story of Adam and Eve is about the story of if we look at the Kabbalistic tradition, we understand that story of Adam and Eve is about the story of the self, the separation, the fall of the soul away from God. The original sin. So it's very astonishing that that nobody gets it. People are not understanding that. This story is the same story of the fall. Atman and Jiva in the east and Adam and Eve in the west. Prabhu, you can go through every page of the Bible. You can start. Why in the world is the Greek Bible is the name of the first book of the Bible Genesis? Well, you can say, well, it means beginning. Why have they named it Genesis? Throughout the entire East body of scriptures, both the Vaishnavite and the Shaivite tradition, who is invoked first?
Ganesh.
Ganesha is Genesis. Ganesh is invoked at the beginning of all things, and he's the patron of what? Scribes. He is the compiler and the recorder. You ever remember seeing an icon of Ganesh sitting there with a pin in his hand? He's the recorder of scripture. He's the patron of scribes. He must be invoked before every academic undertaking. He is the patron of scholars. Hindu universities, everything, at the beginning of the school year, they have a big puja to Ganesh. All the Vaishnava scriptures begin with Ganesh. So here we have the Bible, which is a Vaishnava scripture, beginning with Genesis. And if we want to pick into the name further, we say Genesis. Oh, we think of words genetics than geno. So then we go to India and we look at the name Ganesha. What does it mean? Well, he's Esha, Ishvara. He's the Lord of what? Gana. Well, what are Gana? Well, I said earlier, Suragana. The Suragana are the people related to Sura, the deity Sura or Hari. So, who worships Shiva? The Shiva Gana. Gana, if it's Jana or Ayana, like Narayana, or European or Nazarene, we use it that way. It means of, from, and related to. It can mean the Gana, meaning the tribe or the genetics, the genome of a family, a tribe, a group, a family of humans or beings. So there's the Bhuta, there's the ghostly Gana. Generically it becomes a term for a genome, a genetic in the West. So even when you break down the name Ganesha, you get the same pieces as you get in Genesis. So when is Ganesh worshipped? He's worshipped at the beginning of everything, every enterprise. So when is Janus worshipped? Janus in Rome is worshipped at the beginning of everything. Janus was worshipped in doorways. Ganesh is worshipped in doorways. Janus, because Janus is the entry, you're either going one way or the other in a doorway. Janus is always the entry, the beginning, the entry into something, the next phase of your life. Lord Ganesh is the Lord of entries. He's the Lord of beginnings. In Rome, Janus is worshipped with sweetmeats, with confections. Look at any icon of Ganesh. What's he got? Ladus and puris and sweetmeats in his hands. because he really likes sweets a lot. He's worshipped with sweets. The rituals for Janus in Rome are the same as the rituals for Ganesh. Janus, the worship of Janus is closely associated with the worship of Mars. In the East, Ganesh is the brother of Mars. He's the younger brother of Skanda. There are many other connections with Ganesh, but I got off on a tangent of that. I won't go back onto that more right now. See this white section in this pillar here?
Mhm.
This is extremely important. Now, what do you see around this pillar?
The seraph, Nagas.
Yeah, and you see these are the seraphs I have here. See, these are all offerings. Many different kinds of offerings all arrayed around here. And this is the brother of this deity here. I've showed you. This is Jagannath. You know, Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balaram. Okay, these pillars were worshipped together. These pillar forms, and in ancient Judea and Israel, in the Levant, these masculine pillar forms were worshipped also with Ashura, feminine, the Shakti of Yahoo, the biblical deity. So this is Jagannath, and this is Baladev. This is the Jagannath and Baladev Murtis, pillar forms, and you can understand from this one here, the way that the offerings are, that this is actually the servitor Lord. This is actually the Lord of sacrifice. So that all of the names SKR, Sokar, or Shukra is associated with sacrifice. He is the sacrifice to Vishnu. He is, and the white band here, you know, the difference between the white and the black, they're the dead. Did you see the eyes in here? I know they're probably not very good on these little tiny, but in the material universe, Jagannath is what? Jagannath is the Lord of the material universe. He's the Purusha. So this is very interesting because here you have the three. You have his universal form. Here's this Harivamsa. See the baboons worshiping? So see them?
Yeah.
Okay. So here you have the universal form. Here you have his intermediate form. And here you have the supreme abode. So you have these iconographic shorthands with the dead Jagannath of the universe and intermediate form and the transcendent abode above. It's too complicated going right now. These are the what do you call it? Mercy seat thrones. This is a nice Karnamalan. This is one of the icons of how Our Lady is worshipped in Japanese Buddhism. I've found a lot of sites on the internet that have very nice. Recently, I posted a link to a great site that showed the Nama-Rupa connections between so-called Hinduism and the Buddhist icons of Japan. Have you seen that site yet? You gone to that one? It's really fabulous. It has numerous, and this is what I'm saying. If you dismiss Nama-Rupas, if you have this impersonalist, anti-iconography attitude that's just dismissive of everything that's Nama-Rupa, you'll never learn any of this stuff about the history of these traditions. Hi, Dad.
It's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Okay, time to get out of here.
Realization.
The Vaishnavas will talk about 3 kinds of God realization. And they'll say, Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. And some of them will try to equate this with the Trinity, and it's not correct. Because the Trinity is about the 3 persons of the Godhead. And Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan are not the three persons of the Godhead, because the Brahman is the most impersonal of all aspects of the deity. It's if one cannot have a personal relationship with the Brahman. So as soon as you start talking about love, see the rasa, there's no rasas of love within the Brahman. When demons are liberated by Krishna and they're hostile to God and they don't want to have a personal relationship with God, those jivas go into the Brahman because God will not impose himself on anyone. So there is a place where people can go, where entities can go who do not want to have a personal relationship with anyone or anything, and they merge into the Brahman. So the Brahman, being the personal bodily effulgence of Krishna, is actually a form of Balaram. But it's the only place anyone can go anywhere in anything and not have a conscious personal experience of a loving relationship of any kind. So it interests me, this idea about hellfire, entities that are hostile towards God, and the concept of eternal fire, hellfire. Well, actually the Brahman is eternal, but the experience of the jiva in the Brahman is not eternal, because Vaishnava scriptures say that if a jiva soul is so rejecting of relationship that they want to actually merge back into the undifferentiated Brahman and not have any personal relationship, because they are actually eternally persons in an incalculable way, almost like infinite or periods of time or whatever. Eventually, those jiva souls will come back into some material universe somewhere, just because they have to have a personal relationship of some kind, because they're actually persons. So, there's no chit or consciousness, and there's no Ananda or bliss in the impersonal Brahman. There's eternity, there's Sat, eternity, but there's no knowledge and bliss. So if you want eternity, knowledge, and bliss, which is the nature of the Jivatma, the final, resting place of the Jivatma, where they experience their true Satchidananda nature, is in that relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in which they experience Ananda bliss. Complete fulfillment, complete satisfaction is the Jivatma. So, I'm trying to change the perspective of the Vaishnavas with regard to Catholic revelation, because in the Catholic tradition and in the pre-Catholic Heliopolitan tradition, there's absolutely this trinity of persons. And that means personal relationship, loving relationship with the first person, the transcendent origin, the plenum, Purnam, Krishna. The second person, Baladev, Bal, Yahu, the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead. And the third person, Paramatma, the Holy Spirit, the Lord of the Heart. So, the real parallel of trinities between Vaishnavism and Catholicism and Pure Land Buddhism is the Dharmakaya, first person, the Adi, in Buddhism he's called the Adi Purusha, Purushottama, Bhagavan. These are all important names of Krishna. The Sambhogakaya, who see in Pure Land Buddhism, the Dharmakaya, Adi Purusha, Purushottama, Bhagavan, is Amitabha. His first reflex, or emanation, or expansion, or his second person is Amitayas. And then their form all pervasive in the Saha worlds and the material universes is Hari in the heart. So all three of them may be called Hari, and all three of them may be called Kuan Yin, Guan Yin, or Lokeshwar, Avalokiteshvara, different forms of Lokeshwar. But they are persons. So this is the first, second, and third person, or the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in Catholic tradition and Proto-Catholic tradition. And in Vaishnavism, this is Krishna or Bhagavan, Adi Purusha, Purushottama, Balaram, and Paramatma. And of course, all the Vishnu forms are from Balaram. So this interests me because, when we think of Christianity, it's named for Jesus Christ, the second person of the Godhead. The tradition is the second person's tradition. And in Vaishnavism, we don't say Krishnaism, we say Vaishnavism, the second person of the Godhead, Vishnu, because he reveals the first and the third person, which is what I was saying last night about it's the second person who is the Nama Rupa, the Logos, the Revelator, who is God with us, Emmanuel, who can reveal to us in our incarnation. We're here, this is it. So much is beyond our perception because it's outside of our perception. It's on a scale greater than our perception or earlier than our perception because we are boundaried in time right now. We are experiencing a small slice of even perceivable worlds right now. I mean, there are creatures on this planet that are, experiencing part of this realm that we can't experience, both above and below our experience. We are right intermediate. We're not seeing things that little critters that are a few, a centimeter across can see. We don't see things below our range of vision. We don't hear things below our range of hearing, above our range of hearing. We're very, very limited. Like Prabhupada used to say, you can't even see when the sun's not out. There's creatures that can see in the dark. So we have a very limited range. Now, also Vaishnavism says that the Lord, the Supreme Lord, appears in every single planet, every loka, every realm, and every species. So the Buddhist tradition is also that the Lord is appearing in every realm and every species at all times, in every way, preaching the Dharma. And what for? Because actually trying to liberate all the jiva souls, and bringing them up to the mode of pure, as far up to the mode of goodness, and liberating them by whatever means possible. So you might say there's that arc of compassion in the universe, that everything in this universe, which has got all this entropy, these are Saha worlds with a birth, death, disease, and old age, but there's a force in these worlds dominated by entropy, by catabolism. There's Ketu, there's that catacresis, catabolism, catastrophe. There's that Greek word that's got Ketu, Rahu Ketu, Setu, right, Satan, right there in the middle of the word. And there's, why is there, with entropy and catabolism in the universe, look at the flourishing of life right outside this window here. The flourishing of life right inside this building here. How is it possible? How does life swim against the tide of entropy and catabolism? And it's winning everywhere. It's flourishing in vents in the ocean floor where the temperature and the toxicity is and the pressure is inconceivable. And there's geese flying in the outer stratosphere or something like that, The little bugs that go up, and little spiders that go up and rain down on the clouds on foreign continents. Life is everywhere. So there's that force that is actually more powerful than the force of death and entropy and catabolism in this universe. So I don't know how I got off on that one.
You started talking about the three realizations, and you explained the Brahman realization, but not the Paramatma and Bhagavan realization.
Yeah, so I was saying there's no love in that in Brahman realization, even in Vaishnavism. If you're actually talking about Brahman, that is the only impersonal. I know. So I was thinking about. Isn't it interesting that the Catholic Church teaches that really, ultimately, the thing about hell is it's separation from God. And the thing about love is, no matter where you are, even if you're physically separated from the beloved, you can experience a kind of heaven, because if the lover has not rejected you, then even if you're suffering in some so-called hell, if you are still experiencing that you are loved, you can suffer anything. But the real hell is being rejected by the lover. So, the ISKCON people, they talk about 3 levels of God realization, and those are there in Vaishnavism. Bhagavan, which is the Lord, who transcendent Lord, and Paramatma, who is the immanent Lord. Those are both personalist kinds of God realization. One has a love relationship with the Lord, whether he's transcendent or he's immanent in this world, in the heart of all beings. But when they talk about Brahman realization, which is what the Advaitis are always interested in, whether they're Mayavadi Advaitis or they're impersonalist Advaitis, or from a completely impersonalist tradition, who consider the ultimate to be Brahman realization, or they're Vaishnava Advaitis, actually, that is in Vaishnavism, that is the only impersonal realization of God that exists. And when you read the great love poetry or hymns of the Vaishnava saints, they talk about merging into the Brahman just like as if a Protestant fundamentalist would talk about, going to hell but burning in hellfire forever. The very thing that the other Advaitis is their highest goal, their highest realization, the Vaishnava saints say, "Oh, please, please, Lord, just don't merge me into your Brahman," I'd rather spend infinite existences in hell, remembering you, than be merged into your effulgence and not have any sense of you. So, the Vaishnava tradition is not at all interested in helping people to merge into the Brahman, because they consider that to be the worst fate for a soul. So they have no taste for any of this impersonalist meditation, any of these impersonalist practices. They think, well, it's better for you to love your cat or your dog. It's better for you to be a drunkard and have at least throw yourself on the mercy of the Lord. It's better for a person to, in this Catholic theology, moral theology, would talk about the corporal and spiritual works of mercy, and then to the contrary, you think about the different sins, different kinds of sins. There's spiritual sins, and then there's just sins of the flesh. They're just plain due to weakness of the flesh. And between the sins of the spirit and the sins of the flesh, really the sins of the flesh are not so bad at all. They really very much have to do with weakness, lack of physical discipline, which is something that we're all born with. You know, we can't control our senses at all when we come into this life. And some people really get properly educated and disciplined, or they have good brains and good nutrition and so forth, and they learn properly and learn how to control their body and their mind, because we're not the mind either. And the Vaishnavas are very clear on that. You're not the mind. So then when they look at Buddhism and they look at impersonalist traditions that are really all this mind stuff and interested in obliterating the mind, but they completely identify the self as the mind. That's why they don't believe in the self. They reject the existence of a self because they think that the self is just a constituent of mind. Vaishnavas completely reject that proposition. They completely reject the idea that the self is the mind. They see the mind as something, as just another subtler part of the body, and you are not the mind. So there's all kinds of exercises and ways that people realize that. But anyway, just like the Gnostics or the Shaivites or all these different religions, if you go into them and the Jains, you carefully analyze their metaphysics, you analyze their cosmology and so on and so forth, and then you see they're totally lacking gigantic concepts that are there in Vaishnavism. They don't have other dimensions. They don't have other worlds. They either identify with the mind, or they identify with the mind, and because they think the self is the mind, and they see that the mind is this flickering thing, then they don't believe in a self, because they've identified with the mind actually, and the mind is always changing, and so they have this dependent arising, and it's all mental stuff. And Vaishnava like Prabhupada would just look at their whole thought system and say it's just all on a mental platform. Yeah, we know all about the mind, and we're not the mind. But, hey, if you want to think you are the mind, and therefore you don't exist because you're all just dependent arising thought stuff, that's fine. But it's not going to get you anywhere spiritually. And also the whole thing, all these religions that are just all based on rejection, fine, you can perform the nada, not this, not that, neti, apophatic, take this whole thing down, all you want is Sankhya, I think, that yoga of division, and take it all apart and say not this, not that, and do the whole apophatic thing, and get down and reject all appearances, and reject down, and you're not going to have any positive realization of anything with that process. So the Vaishnavas might say, and the ISKCON people are very big on this, that there are three kinds of God realization: Bhagavan, Brahman, and Paramatma. And they understand Bhagavan is transcendent realization of a transcendent God, and Paramatma is realization of the same personal God within the heart of all beings, Hari in the heart. And Brahman is Advaita realization. Yes, you are qualitatively the same as God. You come from God. You're a spark of that splendor of God. Your origin is the Brahma Jyoti, or the personal bodily effulgence of Bhagavan. But they don't recommend merging back into the Brahman, because that's that impersonalism, and it will not give you chit, consciousness, or Ananda, bliss. You'll never unbe, since you exist as a jiva. You can't commit spiritual suicide. Krishna says that the self cannot be cut with a knife, it can't be burned with fire, it can't be blown in the wind. the self is completely transcendent. It's of the nature of God. Part, parcel, many different ways it's described. But the self is qualitatively the same as God. But the self is not God. And to merge back into the Brahman as a jivatma and lose one's individual consciousness and not be in a love relationship with any other being really cannot eternally satisfy the self, because the self is existing, has been manifest for the purpose of rasa. So there's that love from its transcendent source. So just like Professor Uric Cousins was saying, if that love didn't exist within the interiority of the Godhead, it couldn't exist in the external. So what I'm saying is that there are the personal trinity in Vaishnavism of Bhagavan, Adi Purusha, Krishna, the source, the plenum, the purnam, is there, the first person of the Godhead, Dharmakaya. The second person is Balaram, Amitayas, Sambhogyakaya, Avalokiteshvara, because all the Vishnu forms, which absolutely Avalokiteshvara, so many different forms of Lokeshvara or Avalokiteshvara or Guanyin, are absolutely forms, Vishnu forms, Vishnu Tattva forms. Both the emanations of Vishnu in the spiritual sky, see like these. I'm showing some pictures now. But like, see, this Mahavishnu, he's not even in any of the material universes. This is in the supracosmology of the Vaishnavas. Outside of all of the material universes, in this supracosmology, there's a little, almost insignificant portion. It's a small portion of the spiritual sky. And that Mahatattva is described to be like kind of like a cloud in the spiritual sky. And within that cloud or causal ocean, the Mahamaya, so you have Mother Durga here, exists Mahavishnu. And in this icon, Mahavishnu is sleeping, Yoga Nidra, and he's dreaming. And it's like as if God is saying, what if there was a place where, another place besides the spiritual sky? In the spiritual sky, everybody's doing exactly what's the word, copacetic? Everything is going very nicely because everybody is cooperating. And everyone is Satchitananda. But Jiva souls, the causation for Mahavishnu is kind of interesting, because obviously there are Jiva souls who desire to taste independently of the complete agreement that is going on in the spiritual sky. So where are the Jiva souls going to go if there's no place for them to fall to in that Leela? So like right here, we are, you're the Brahma of your body universe. I'm the Brahma of my body universe. We all have our own little universes here, and we're free in our own little universes. And Prabhupada gave a nice example of putting the baby in the playpen. The baby is completely free inside of that playpen. But their ability to damage the rest of the house is pretty well controlled, And there's not much they can do to hurt themselves either. So the wise parent can, will create a baby-safe place. They'll stick those little plug things in the outlets in the wall, and they'll try to remove things that can be grabbed off of counters, and they'll try to create as much of a safe space as they can. Of course, the baby can still figure out ways to hurt itself, but, the Lord creates the material universes, the Saha worlds, to give the Jiva souls someplace where they can, act out their fantasies with a rather limited ability to damage. So the Mahatattva is like a cloud in the spiritual sky, and it's a place where Mahavishnu lies down, and it's kind of like he dreams, and when he dreams them, they become real. They're real worlds. The Vaishnava theology is very clear on this, that the material nature, matter, Mother Durga, is real, but temporary. The illusion is that it's the final eternal thing.
How can Durga, as the consort of Shiva or Baladeva, be temporal?
Be what?
Temporal.
No, she's not temporal. She's the material nature is eternal. Material nature, Durga, is eternal. The individual worlds, the Saha worlds, are temporary. They arise and exist and disappear.
So the matter
So
is an
they're called
emanation
like-
of Durga, then?
All matter exists within the external energy. The Krishna has two Mayas. Yoga Maya, which, think about Radharani with a red dress, right? And Mahamaya. Yoga Maya is called internal potency. And the yoga, why? Because yoking. Because Maya is like, and this is interesting, there's kind of a pun in the Sanskrit. Ma means me. And means, can mean either a superlative of something on the beginning of a word, like a superlative, like very something, or it can mean not, like Maya. So what they say Maya is not me. So Krishna says Maya, not me, and he creates separate entities. Well, anyway, Yoga Maya is the internal potency or a potency of Krishna that, and when they say Maya meaning illusion that's not God, because God, everything's from God. But if they interpret the word Maya to be not me, then Yoga Maya is actually the illusion. It's described as Krishna's or Vishnu's covering power that facilitates union, yoga. And it's the yoga of the yoke, the conjugal. When you think conjugal love, think yoke, think oxen. It connects the two so that they move as one. So there's a unity without loss of individuality in true yoga. Because the very meaning of the word is the unity of the two that has no loss of distinction between the two. So, I will give an example. When Krishna, I don't have the picture here, but the one beautiful, beautiful story of, might be a picture in here. Mother Yasoda, that the older boys are playing and Krishna is kind of not getting any attention. He's sitting off to the side, and he's not getting any attention. So that's a bad situation when a little toddler's not getting any attention. You know what they do. So then one of the boys goes, "Oh no! Did you see that? Baby Krishna just eating dirt. He's eating dirt. Quick, take him to Mother Yasoda." So the boys run and they take baby Krishna to Mother Yasoda. We saw him eating dirt. Quick, do something, So Krishna's loving this because now he's getting all kinds of attention. So that's what happens when nobody's playing with you, Your older brothers are ignoring you. So then, the wonderful, wonderful pictures of Mother Yasoda. And you might see these if you read Prabhupada's books. Mother Yasoda, she's got Krishna's, open your mouth. No. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. No, he's not going to open his mouth. So she finally, Another version of the story is, so she has to get sweets, right? So she's tempting Krishna to open your mouth, I'll give you a sweet ball, But anyway, one way or the other, she gets his mouth open, and then they have these wonderful pictures of Krishna like this, like oh innocent me, and she's peering into Krishna's mouth, and she peers into Krishna's mouth. She's peering into Krishna's mouth, and what does she see in there? What is that? And it's all of the universes, and the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and there's the Earth planet, and there's Bhumi. There's Bharata, the Holy Land, and wait a minute, and there's my village, and wait a minute, there's Yasoda. There's Yasoda with Krishna on her lap. She's looking at Krishna's mouth, and there's universes in there. And then, wham! Right at that point, with her hair standing on end, Krishna just, wipes it all out. He uses a little of that Yogamaya whammy on her, covers her over. Oh, my sweet little boy, don't be eating dirt like that. It'll give you tummy ache. And she hugs him and she nurses him. And that's what makes Krishna happy, And the really important thing in Bhakti Yoga is not getting the universal form, the revelation, is not knowing that Krishna is God. The really important thing is having a relationship with God in which God doesn't care if you know He's God. Matter of fact, He'd prefer that you did not think about it, because it does nothing to enhance the love relationship. It creates awe and reverence, which is a distance, which inhibits love. So, Yogamaya is God's covering power that He uses to shield us from His personal bodily effulgence, which would incinerate us. That He uses to shield us from, protect us from awe and reverence, which will interfere with our personal relationship with God. Now, Mahamaya, Mother Durga, she's a Shakti of Yogamaya is called sometimes internal potency, and Mother Durga, Mahamaya, the blue dress. See her blue garb there? Mm-hmm. She's called Nila. Nila means blue. Rhoda means red. Nila means blue. Mother Durga's color is Nila. So Mary's dress, she has that inner red dress and outer mantle of blue. So as the internal Yogamaya of Krishna, she's Rhoda. As the external Mahamaya of Krishna, she's Durga. So this one you're talking about internal and external, and that Whoop-Wur thing, that was one of the things that touched off to me. So Krishna's two principal Shaktis are the internal potency, the external potency, and the domain of the material worlds. All the material worlds arise within the domain of Durga Devi, Mahamaya. She's called Mahamaya. And Yogamaya is the deluding potency of the Lord that facilitates a love relationship. Now, if you don't want to have a love relationship with the Lord's got a Shakti that can take care of that for you, and her name is Durga. So, in this picture, we have the Mahatattva is like a cloud in the spiritual sky, and all of these icons that were created for the Prabhupada's books were personally supervised by Prabhupada, all the details of them. And I've gone through and only found a couple that were slightly, little things that the devotees did that they shouldn't have done. But everything that I know in terms of all this iconography, Prabhupada was so strict, and he really delivered in his own person this entire thousands and thousands of years of tradition. The art, the music, the philosophy, the metaphysics, the supracosmology, everything, it's all there. The language, the nama rupa. Such an extraordinary saint.
It would be great just to collect all the art prints from all of Prabhupada's books into one.
Yeah, they have some books. I don't know if they've done the whole series now, but a while back they produced some books, the BBT, I think, of just illustrations from Prabhupada's books. And of course, if I had one of those, I could spend lifetimes just preaching, just lecturing from those pictures, because it's all the whole everything is in there, just like in these pictures here. There's such a vast amount of content in each one of these
find
pictures.
Them. If they publish them, we gotta get them.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And they're spectacularly beautiful. Anyway, so I try to discipline myself. For the record, I have some brain damage, and so I get cued on things, and when some word brings up something, then a file opens up, and I just want to go down that road because I don't know if I'll ever remember it again.
Right.
So anyway, fortunately, my files aren't corrupted, as they say. They're just hard to, you can't find them, you can't access them. But when I look at something, or like a word or a picture or image or something cues it for me, then that file just all comes up and pops open. And I just want to go off on that tangent because, I remember that, and then I remember that, and then I'm off on endless tangents. But part of the problem is getting back to where I started from. So these are individual Saha worlds. And it said that they arise like bubbles within the Mahatattva. See, this is another picture of this. Completely different picture of this. Here you have the Mahatattva in its description as being like a cloud within the spiritual sky. And within that Mahatattva, Mahavishnu is sleeping. And he's in a state of yoga nidra, which is dreaming. And it said that from his pores of his body arise like bubbles the finite material universes. And they're like bubbles because the spiritual sky, they're within the Mahatattva, within the spiritual sky. And the sky is described as being like almost the opposite of like inside of a material sky. In the sense that the spiritual sky is all time is the same time. It is truly infinite. It's truly eternal. It's self-effulgent.
Is there like a Durga in each of these bubbles providing for the matter?
I'll get there in just a minute because I'm trying to work on this image here. So these bubbles are arising. Now, you could say Vishnu is dreaming, and then another scriptural description is this: that Vishnu, that these bubbles, they're dark. They're dark inside. Our universes are not self-effulgent universes. The material universe is dark inside. The spiritual sky is self-effulgent because it's pervaded by the Brahman. But the material universe is like a bubble that's dark inside. And the layers of the bubbles is very interesting. There's words for it. That the layers of the universe between the dark material universes and the extra-dimensional realm of the spiritual sky, those are the universes are separate, hard to describe. Those layers are the abode of Shiva as the presiding deity of tamas, of darkness, of ignorance. So that's a whole nother theology that gets deep into Shaivism. But anyway, these universes are dark inside, and there's no jivatmas inside. They're like empty bubbles without jivatmas. Now, wherever Shiva is, there is Durga, because she is the Shakti of Shiva. So, have you ever seen your own reflection in a bubble? So it says. Now, Mahavishnu looks upon these bubble universes. But in this particular icon, he sees, because this entire Mahatattva causal ocean is Mahamaya, a form of Mahamaya. So, Mahamaya is his Shakti, as his external energy. So when he gazes upon Mahamaya, or Durga, his gaze is called Shambhu. And it is the how he impregnates. Matter of fact, this icon's pretty nice. Does it show his gaze there?
Yes, it does.
Actually to her womb. Shambhu is the name of Lord Balaram as Shiva. And the gaze of Mahavishnu impregnates the jivatmas, all the jivatmas into, and the Paramatma, into the womb of material nature, into the womb of Durga, the Mahatattva, the Mahamaya. Oh, this is fascinating. In Genesis, right, you have the spirit of God on the waters. And what are those waters called? Mayam. In Hebrew, they're called Mayam. Isn't that astonishing? Because all of this waters of the causal ocean are called Mahamayam. That's why Durga is called Maya. Maya Devi, Durga Devi is Maya Devi. So in the Hebrew, the Spirit of the Lord on the waters, those waters are Mayam. Prabhu, God's not hiding any of this. It's just all been right out there forever. But nobody is, because Aryanism is such a monstrous evil. It's got the world all divided up. You can't compare the Hebrew and the so-called Indo-Aryan. Anyway, so Mahavishnu glances upon the Mahatattva, the material nature, and then we get into these little universes here. Can you see, really look up close in there, because I can't see that. I got to take a drink here.
It seems to have some form of Baladeva or Vishnu, and over him is the multi-headed Satious serpent, and at his feet there is a red-clad person. Can't tell if it's male or female.
Okay.
And
Good, because I can explain to you what all that is. Okay. Now, we'll see if in the Gita they have a better picture of that. Just got my glasses on.
it looks like a reclining form of Baladeva with the serpent over his head, and at his feet there is a female clad in red. Seems to be maybe holding a red flower too.
Sure. So who that is that is in the center of every material universe is Lord Garbhodakshai Vishnu. This is fascinating. In Helios Apollo's great sanctuary at Delphi in Greece, there is something, the Amban there, and the idea is that Delphi is the center of the universe. To take a little bite here.
Mm-hmm.
So, remember going to the cult of Helios in Egypt, where you have the lotus growing from the navel, or the lotus is growing from NHR, Narayana, Nihilus,
the form of the Lord, who is the sacred waters. And a lotus grows, and on the top of that lotus, Helios Phanes, the four-armed and four-headed Helios Phanes appears. Well, theophany means like appearance or revelation of God. So that would be Brahma, born on the lotus, from the navel of Garbhodakshai Vishnu. And it's all connected to the axis mundi, the hub, or the center of the universe idea. So now we go to Helios' sanctuary, Apollo sanctuary at Delphi. Well, what does like Delphinos, right? Helios Delphinos. We see the dolphins on that Helios the thing that just saw last night. Well, what does Delpha in Delphinos mean, or Delpha at Delphi mean? It means womb. Delphinos, the dolphin, is a womb fish. It has live babies. It has a womb and it bears babies. Delphi is the umbam, the navel, the womb of the universe. And Garbhodakshai Vishnu, who's in the middle of each universal body. The word Garbha in Sanskrit is cognate with Delpha in Greek. And all linguists, Indo-European linguists, they all know Delpha is Garbha. So here we have Garbhodakshai Vishnu, who's in the center of a Saha world universe, and from his navel is this whorl, and then Brahma appears on this whorl. Now, the Jivatmas are seeded into the universe with the glance of Shambhu. And interesting, Shambhu enters, right? The Lord always actually, they're all manifest through the second person. But the first and second and third person are inseparable. So it's very interesting. But when people see, for instance, Vishnu on Garuda, they're thinking Vishnu is Krishna and Garuda is Balaram. But actually, the Vishnu form that they're looking at is also through Balaram. So, Garbhodakshai Vishnu is on what? He's on the serpentine, where you have, like Vishnu on Garuda, you have Vishnu. Garbhodakshai Vishnu is on Ananda Sheshanaga. So this is very interesting to me, because here you have like the empty egg of the universe. Or just think about human biology now. You have the egg of the universe, and you have the sperm. So you have Ananta Sheshanaga, Shambhu, and you have Garbhodakshai Vishnu impregnating the universe through the glance of Shambhu in the form of Ananta Sheshanaga and Garbhodakshai Vishnu. Now all the Jiva soul is there. But in genetics, there's something called an activator, right? But the Jiva souls are there. But Brahma is the presiding organizer of the universe, who orders all the hierarchical systems, organismic sets, and hierarchical systems. This is where it gets into Dr. Reshevsky's organismic set, SET theory, and hierarchical systems and connectivity. It's absolutely astonishing how everything in the universe is organized this way. So Brahma is the organizer of everything in the universe. So who's the other figure at Garbhodakshai Vishnu's feet is, and she's significantly dressed in red or pink, Padma, Lakshmi, Narayani. Garbhodakshai Vishnu is also called Narayana, and she's Narayani, but she's wearing that pink or that red of Padma. Padma means lotus, she's Padme, she's Padma. And so Lakshmi or Narayani or Padma,
at every different level of emanation and incarnation, Purusha always has this completely equal Prakriti, or Shakti, feminine aspect. And so, when we look at Durga as a Shakti of Vishnu, and we also acknowledge that Durga is a primary Shakti of Shiva, we're again going back, hearkening back in history, both in history and theology, to a time when they weren't separate religions. See, and when we look at the worship of Ganesh, we're also going back to a time when they weren't separate religions, because Ganesh is still on the altars of Vishnu as Shiva. When we're going way back and we're looking at the intimate connection between Shiva, all these amazing salvific forms of Shiva, and Balaram, we're definitely way back into a time when there was no division between Vaishnavism and Shaivism, because they both worship Balaram. He's the source of both Vishnu and Shiva. So now if we go back into Pure Land Buddhism, what do we see? Interesting. Here's Amitabha, and then Amitabha's reflex, or second person, or first expansion is Amitias, and guess what? Amitias is the source of all the benevolent forms of Lokeshvar and all of the wrathful forms of Mahadev. So again, we have the absolute parallel to Baladev being the source of all Vishnu and all Shiva manifestations. When we get doctrines like Shiva is the protector of the Rasa Leela, Shiva prevents, heretics and anybody that's not supposed to be in the offenders from getting into the Rasa dance. Fascinating connections way, way back, showing the common origins. The history and the theology parallel right down through the human experience. When we see these bizarre stories arise, like the Buddhist stories in which Avalokiteshvara subdues Vishnu, there's absolutely an historical connection there with some controversy where some Buddhist group was adversarial to some Vaishnava group, and they wanted to distinguish and differentiate themselves from the older Vaishnava group, and so they created a myth in which Avalokiteshvara subdues Vishnu. And this kind of stuff, you can easily recognize these kinds of stories coming down, like the business about Zeus castrating Kronos and killing Kronos. These stories are always associated with some kind of religious schism, dynamics, schismatics. The dynamic of a younger group breaking away from an older group and diabolizing the older group. Or denying it, or defacing, wiping out all memory of the older group, or creating some kind of a myth of triumphalism. And these things are pretty, after a while, you've seen enough of them, they're pretty easy to diagnose in religious history. So, for instance, that Tibetan Buddhism, when did Buddhism come to Tibet? There's a hard date for it that's accepted by all the Tibetan masters of all the lineages, and it goes back to Padmasambhava. So we know, actually, because all Tibetan Buddhist rites, rituals, litanies, everything in the Tibetan language, they have their sources in the Sanskrit. So there's a clear path of diffusion there. It's coming from the Sanskrit. And the Sanskrit is much older. And what is the cultist language of the Sanskrit? Well, the names are names of Vishnu, and the religious terms are Vaishnavite religious terms. So it's very easy to identify the sources. So the truth of the world, just like the business about Theravadan Buddhism in Sri Lanka, the oldest Buddhist ruins in Sri Lanka are all full of Mahayana or Pure Land symbols. The only way that the Theravadan Buddhists can try to create some historical legitimacy for themselves or for their doctrines is to either just destroy the evidence, or to try to claim that the evidence is later, or to try to create some
rationale for why the evidence is what it is and still assert their position. Well, in the West, we hear Theravadan Buddhism is the oldest Buddhism. Original Buddhism is atheistic. All the Northern Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, all Buddhism that has elements like this in it are all been later influenced by Hinduism. But this so-called later influence of Hinduism, that Vaishnavism existed before these forms of Buddhism existed, like the Tibetan, you know. So we have to, part of establishing what the truth here is we have to confront these heterodox traditions, and we have to show how, what their actual history is. We have to go back and have to say, okay, look, here's the history of Tibetan Buddhism going back to Padmasambhava. Look at the internal evidence in that tradition. Look at what both non-religious and the religious scholars say about that tradition. And then we have to look at the actual historical context of it and what all the rest of the information in the world is. So I don't know how I got off on that one, but I was thinking about, so this is Lakshmi and Narayana. Oh, here's one. Here's a little bit better, you can see. See, now here's Mahavishnu, and he's sleeping in Yoga Nidra, and he's in the Mahatattva, and here's the universes. These are Saha worlds, universes. They're dark inside. There's a dark universe. See it inside. This is inside one of these bubble universes. Inside the bubble universe, the Lord has entered as Shambhu. There's Anantadev, and Garbhodakshai Vishnu. And growing from Garbhodakshai Vishnu's lotus, navel, Garbha, womb, is this whorl. And the blossoming on this whorl is the lotus, and the four-armed, four-faced. This is our universe, by the way. There's a wonderful story about this. Brahma. The Brahma of our material universe has 4 arms and 4 heads, usually. And he organizes everything in the universe. And who is Garbhodakshai Vishnu's Shakti is Lakshmi, or Narayani. And she is always situated, like she's depicted as massaging his feet. And sometimes she has a lotus or something. So anyway, let's see. I was going to say the story about actually, it's a good time to say a story about Brahma, because one should clarify Brahma. Brahma is, of course, not Brahman. Brahman. He is not the Brahman effulgence. And other Hindus, different groups, they get that all mixed up. And outsiders, they get that all mixed up. They can't understand. They think Brahma is Brahman. They just don't get it at all. Anyway, okay, here's another. I'm looking at Bhagavad Gita as it is, the first Macmillan edition, or let's see which edition, your edition this is, because I could give the plate numbers on the tape here. (1972) first printing. Wow. I got this in the library book sale. So here we have Garbhodakshai Vishnu and the whorl of the lotus stem and the lotus and Brahma.
Plate 30.
Plate 30, yeah. And of course there's many other pictures in this picture, kind of a composite, just touching different parts of Vaishnava revelation. Now, Brahma doesn't. He's the first being in a material universe, the first conscious being, and the presiding organizer, presiding soul, so to speak, of the jiva soul. See, in some universes, Brahma is God himself, and in other universes, Brahma is a post Brahma is always a post, but sometimes the post is filled by Vishnu Tattva, God directly himself. Sometimes the post is filled by a jiva. So each of us listening to this tape and myself speaking it, I am the presiding jiva soul of this body universe, and therefore I'm the Brahma of this body universe. So when Vaishnava revelation says that when a jiva soul falls into a material universe, the very first incarnation they take is a Brahma. This can have several different meanings, but it will always mean that they are the presiding deity or organizer of whatever body universe they end up with. Now, some Vaishnava traditions say that jiva souls of human beings never descend below a level of a human. But the Vaishnava tradition says there are more than 400,000 different kinds of humans in the universe. And to be human has a couple of essential parts to it. One is they have spiritual intelligence. And the other is that they have a body like God. Now that they can have more than two arms, I guess they can have more than one head, but that they have the made in the image and likeness of God. And they have spiritual intelligence. Now, their bodies could be made of fire, water, ether. Bodies could be made of any elements in the material universe, and will be made of whatever elements are appropriate to whatever loka or planet. Think of the word locale. Locale, in Sanskrit, loka, a loka is a location or a planet or a realm in Sanskrit. So that's your locale, your location. So anyway, the idea is that, like for instance, on our planet, there's carbon-based life forms, so our bodies are going to be made of whatever's appropriate on this planet. But for people who live on the sun planet, their bodies are made out of whatever the sun's made out of. So it's not like we would expect to see entities, even be able to perceive the entities that are like us, who are all still actually part of that 400 and some thousand different varieties of humans that are described as being in our universe. So that's kind of a different idea to what we have about things. So anyway, Brahma in our universe, present universe, is said to have four heads and 4 arms. And these are associated with his capacities to order and maintain, to order things in our universe. So I'm going to tell you a little story about Brahma now that's very fascinating, that's appropriate here.
And the Ptah called is Southern Egyptian, right?
Pardon?
The Ptah called is Southern Egyptian?
No.
No, it's...
No, do you have a tape recorder going?
Yep.
Okay, on your notes, or just a piece of paper, I'll write it down so I don't forget, because I've got too much stuff running through my brain right now with my son's situation and all kinds of other things. So, fiat. You know what that is?
Sure.
That's it. Fiat.
Yeah.
Okay, be it done.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Right? That's the same thing. Why is it awake? Why do they say it's awake? So it's open. Open eye is awake, conscious. Okay. Now Lord answered, I am Buddha. Interpreted as awake. This is the mere atheistic interpretation. I'm awake, I'm conscious, or realized, you know. Okay. Now, Sir Sukerta. The cult of Ptah this specifically, the Heliopolis Memphite cult of Ptah is Pure Land Buddhism.
Okay.
This is the lineage. I was talking about pulling a string of a particular teaching school. So, as far as I've been able to determine, this is the line of transmission to Vaishnavism and Pure Land Buddhism in the specific cultus of Ptah or Buddha.
Okay.
So, like, there's specific line of the worship of the lion-headed form of the Lord, right? Specific line of worship of Koros, Krishna. Specific line of worship of Sita Ram, or of Lakshmi Narayana. So I was talking last night about Miriam, of Jupiter Merimus and Juno Marina as Narayana Narayani, just like Jupiter Juvenalis and Juno Juventus are Koros and Kore, or Krishna Yovana. Nava means new. Krishna Nava Yovana, new youth, ever new youth, and Radha Yovani. See, so the original form of Jupiter and Juno is not the kingly Jupiter and Juno. The original form is Juvenalis and Juventus, and that is again Radha and Krishna, Krishna Yovana, Radha Yovani, which in the Greek are Koros and Kore. And in the Hebrew, the in-r as a pun on water, like Narayana and Narayani, being the in-r in Sanskrit, youth or maiden, and in Hebrew the same thing, virgin or maiden. So was Mary's name from the mar root bitter in Hebrew, or was Mary's name from the nar in our root, meaning virgin, ever maiden? Narayana, Narayani, youthful, ever youthful, beautiful forms of the Lord. But pulling the thread of the Ptah cultus brings you to Buddhism as just like I was saying about the second person of the Godhead. And we have at some point where Shaivism splits off of this total tradition. And that splitting happened after, I'm sure it's associated with a great schism in which the name of Baal is put away for the Hebrew, Israelite, and Jewish deity. So somehow or another it has to do with the pseudo-Dionysian left-hand tantric corruptions, which caused the putting away of even the tetragrammaton name of God amongst the faithful, because of these moral corruptions and the impersonal heresies that came along with them that supported the moral corruptions. So, what I was going to write, let's see, fiat, fat, om fat, all rites, Vaishnava rites, Tantric Buddhist rites, other Pure Land Northern Buddhist rites. That fat is fiat. It's exactly the same as the Latin. It's Ptah, it's Buddha. So that when in Ptah, Hebrew, I'm not saying right. I can't even make that guttural Hebrew sound for this. I've given up a long time ago pronouncing things properly. I can't pronounce them properly. I'm a textual lexicographer, and I might know in my ear what they're supposed to sound like, but I don't speak the languages. So anyway, well, I used to be able to sing Sanskrit and some big Bengali hymns and different things, but I've lost a lot of stuff. So anyway, the Hebrew, and so then Eli is opener. Yah opens. This is
this is the Egyptian, of course. And this is a Buddhist. So this is the all-seeing eye of Hari, Lokeshwar. And this is the all-seeing eye of Hari, Haruasu. And this is a Sanskrit numeral Eka.
Ah, okay.
And this is Egyptologists say the symbol for emanation. So, this is the one God who is everywhere, ever present. You can see throughout Buddhist lands in Nepal and Tibet. You see this all-seeing eye of Lokeshwar everywhere, and that's Hari. If people don't know this is Hari, they don't get it. Even though they might say, many scholars have said, there's so many similarities between the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Well, okay, so what is the actual title of the Egyptian Book of the Dead? Here's a proper translation. Book of, implied book of, coming forth by or to Now, we know that this symbol has the phonetic value of HR in Egyptian, right? But sometimes they translate it different ways. Sometimes they'll say, this means day. Why? Because the sun is the day, this is the daytime. Or sometimes it means sun. Or this eye is the sun, and it's the eye of Horus, it's an eye. Or the eye is a sun symbol, because the eye also is has a phonetic value of Hari, HR. So anyway, this same deity as the opener, the open eye, the open ear, right? When the Buddhist master or the Vaishnava master, and they consecrate you, they open your ears to hear, right? You know how we have at Mass, in the heart, opening of the heart. So the Buddhist master will invoke the Lord, open the ears, open the eyes, open the mouth to speak, and open the heart to receive. All of these opening invocations and the invocation of the presence of God into the personal, to a personal place of reciprocation. And Prabhupada made a wonderful example of this with the post office. He said, you can't just put up a post office box. This is how he explained Archanapadati and the bona fide Guru Shastra and Sadhu method of worshiping God through the sacred image, the murti, or the Archana Vigraha. He says, you can't just concoct a mailbox and put it up any place and have people put mail in it. Have the post office deposit mail in it. It has to be an official post office mailbox. It has to be on the right route. It has to be connected. If it's connected, you can get something from the other side of the world in that mailbox. If it's not connected through parampara, through apostolic succession, through Guru Shastra and Sadhu, you can leave it there for 1,000,000 years and never going to get a single piece of mail in it. So I thought that was very good.
It's a very good metaphor.
Yeah. So I think there are many different versions of this. When the temple was consecrated, and the second temple was consecrated, they went through this rite again and asked the Lord, open your eyes upon this place, or within this place. Why? To receive the worship of your people here. Isn't that astounding? I got goosebumps all over thinking right now. But this is the same thing they do when they install a murti in a temple. It has to be, the installation has to be according to Guru Shastra and Sadhu. It has to be presided over by, someone of the official parampara or sampradaya, apostolic succession. All the requirements have to be met. And then the Vedic sacrifices, because it's all associated with Purusha, right? And the Vedic sacrifices and the Vedic hymns and all of the consecrations through Silpa Shastra and Archana Padati all have the purifications. And when they do the Patra, what is the purification? Because see, they have to get Hladini Shakti, right? The Hladini Shakti is the place of God's incarnation. That's Our Lady, that's Mary, that's the space. So the so-called Megan David or the Sri Yantra is drawn. There's consecration. The water is consecrated to Lakshmi, to Narayana and Narayani, and all the sacred rivers. All the sacred rivers are brought into through the water of the consecration of the site. And so all of these things are very, very important. And then so you'll see actually in Tibetan Buddhist Archana Padati and all Tibetan Buddhist right-hand tantric rituals, those are identical to the Vaishnava right-hand tantric rituals. Everything, the mantras, their Sanskrit mantras that they still use, and the creation of the Sri Yantra that's concentrated, and there's Om Astraya Fat, so Astraya, Tara, and Astraya are Our Lady's names as star. Okay, so what do you have? What is the by name of Rhoda on the island of Rhodes? She's Asteria. There are many by names of Rhoda on Rhodes, and her most important names are Rhoda, Asteria, Tar, Star, Astraya, and Nymphia. And of course the Lord himself, Koros, is Rhodos, Asteros, and Nymphos. The masculine, because Nymphia is like a young girl. It's like Kishora age, virgin maiden, young girl, Juventus, Kore. And he is Koros, he's the young boy, youth. And our word youth is from like Juvana or Juvenalis. And so they are the ever new youths, the young lovers. And of course, Krishna is always Koros. The original Krishna is always Koros. He has no beard, he has long hair, etc. And only his second person has other forms. So, like I was saying last night, Nanda Maharaj, all the elder Gopas, all the kingly forms, all the mature forms of the Lord. But I diverse. But anyway, digress. So, what was I saying? Asteria Nymphia, right? So, Nymphia is what? There's a pun again. Yeah, right. So, Padme. So, Padme is one of the most important names of Padma or Padme of Lakshmi. So whenever you see in Pure Land Buddhism the Lord, the depicting the Lord sitting or standing in the lotus is a shorthand iconographic form of depicting him in always in union with his Padme, with his Shakti. That's always Shakti when you see him on or in a lotus. So they have these iconographic shorthands, just like we'll look at this beautiful one in here. Jai Our Lady. Here's the iconographic shorthand of Corona. She is Coronis, the mother of Asclepius, is Coronis. And her name is Harini. He is Hari, and she is Harini. Coronis and Corona, the feminine, Cronus, are cognate with Harini. And what does that mean? Krishna, or Vishnu, is called Karanamalan, which means garlanded with ray hands, because Kara in Sanskrit is a pun that means ray, a hand. So here you see her, garlanded with ray hands. I'm sure you've seen the Avalokiteshvara or Kuan Yin with thousands of hands. Well, here you see her corona is ray hands. So if we go to the Egyptian, the reason why there's all this free association stuff going on is because my mind wanders, but it actually is all connected, so that you can go from any point of it to any point of it, just pulling different threads. So I was going to show you this. This is, I've used this typical, and I've made a composite here, of course. But if you understand that this glyph is Hari, I've used the Chi-Rho because the Greeks in Egypt used the Chi-Rho for Hari, and the Greeks in the Bactrian era of northwest India used the Chi-Rho for Hari, for Vishnu. Then, of course, they later use it for Christ. But the circle glyph is the hieroglyph for the name Hari. Throughout all the thousands of years of Egyptian history, that is Hari. That's the phonetic value of it, as the HR name. Now, what is this? This is the garland of ray hands. There you have it. You've just seen it in the Buddhist. You've seen it here. So the ray hands, and these ray hands are emanating from what? This is Atan. This is Paramatma. This is the Lord. Here's the Lord, and here's his form in the heart of all beings. And this is the hieroglyph of the Atan, is the Heru Asu. Because see, here's Asu. This is the giant Egyptian cobra. This is Anantadev. He is the mount, the asana and the vahana, the expression of Hari, right? Now the whole tradition comes from what? The whole tradition is emanating from the island of Rhodes. So here we have the six-petaled lotus. That's why I've got the six-petaled lotus up here. So, and the red on the inner and the blue on the outer, emanating from this primal revelation. And the gold, the yellow or gold, is also a iconographic pun on the name Hari. Gora, aura, like Goranga, golden limbed. So the Ankh cross is, of course, one of the important symbols of Yahu or Vasudev. So here's if you look at a full fleshed out in the Srimad Bhagavatam, you will have Hari, Krishna, seated on Anantadev. And their immanent form within the heart of all beings is Atman, the Atan. So there's your garland of ray hands there, and I think I have a nice this is the smaller, this is not the 72 page one, so I think I have it in here. I was looking for this for you for the other day, and I found the overhead slide screens. I had this all created for as I have beautiful Karnamalan Buddhist here, murti that I wanted to show you. Oh, look at this. There. Look at the ray hands on Karnamalan on that one. So if you understand that this is Hari, and you understand that this is Hari, because that's what the Pure Land Buddhists call him, he's Hari, then you understand it's the same icon.
It's Chi-Rho.
Huh?
The Chi-Rho.
Right, right. It's the same deity. Okay, so I don't know. I finished on the Pata,
Yep.
Fat, Fiat. So the line of connections. I try to track the individual cultus of devotion as much as possible. So if you look at the name and form of the lion-headed form of the Lord, what are the primary associations? Time and eternity. And often the wrathful form of the Lord is time. And he's the patron of armies. He's the patron of kshatriyas and of rulers and protectors. And significantly, he's the protector of women in childbirth. He's the protector of orphans and children and all the helpless. And he's the protector of the unborn. He's protector of pregnant women. He's protector of women that are abused. Isn't this amazing? So the temples of the lion-headed form of God in Egypt were sanctuaries for pregnant women and women in childbirth and abused and abandoned women and widows. Isn't that amazing? And helpless. So, the lion-headed form of the Lord in the Exodus, that's also the form of the Lord that's associated with the destruction of the Canaanites. So people get this, this terrible, wrathful, evil deity of the Old Testament. He wiped out whole peoples. He destroyed the Canaanites. He gave instructions to Joshua that if they didn't make peace, kill them all. This must be the origin of Muslim jihadi, all this kind of stuff. They don't understand the background of the whole situation. And this gets into my understanding of what happened with the Hyksos invasion of Egypt and the change after so many centuries of the capital of Egypt from a Helios worshipping capital to Tanis. The capital of the Hyksos was Set worshipping, Ketu, Rahu Ketu worshipping. So it wasn't that the Hyksos were Semites, because the devotees included Semites and Africans and Indo-Europeans. The thing was that the Hyksos were the Rahu Ketu worshippers. And it would have been under the Rahu Ketu worshippers that the devotees of the one true God were enslaved. And it would have been under the dominance of a Rahu Ketu worshipping pharaoh, or a corrupted so-called Helios worshipping pharaoh, that the Exodus story occurred. Because it was a mixed multitude of Helios worshippers that were driven out of Egypt, or that left Egypt. And that's very clear from the internal information in the story itself. Now, who is the main theophany, or what is the main theophany of the Exodus story? It's the wrathful form of the Lord, Yahu Sabaoth, who is the great I Am. And he comes and asserts himself. How? He asserts himself in this I Am revelation. What is this? This is the personal God stepping into history in a very miraculous way, asserting against what? What's he asserting against? He's asserting against a corruption that says that he isn't. And so what is that assertion? The setting of the Bhagavad Gita is we have a people in an age of the world when previously everybody's been worshiping the one Lord. And now a corruption has arisen in which it's turned everyone. There's an alliance against the Pandavas and the family of Krishna, and these people have turned against God. They have a form of God, they have a name of God, but they're corrupt, and they've had their choice. Do you know the story of the Mahabharata? Well, Krishna went around, he personally went around and tried to broker peace. And then he gave everybody the same choice. He says, you can have me, or you can have every alliance with all the other kings of the world. But if you have me, I'm not going to fight. on your side, because I'm actually equal to everybody. But but I'll drive your. He agreed to drive Arjuna's chariot, but I'll give you instruction. And if you stay with me, you'll be victorious. So the Bhagavad Gita can be read on many different levels. It can be read as a personal struggle. But anyway, so the fateful day comes to pass, and the Pandavas and the family of Krishna, they're arrayed on one side. And the Pandavas, they've been forced into hiding. And they've been in what? So they've been in diaspora. They've been spread out, different places, hiding, and they've taken positions of service. And as a matter of fact, Arjuna has spent a time as Brihanala, as a transgendered teacher of women in a pious king's household. During this long period of exile, the Pandavas have taken all different positions of servitude. But now, its time has come. They've come back. They're supposed to take their rightful place to take over the kingdom. And the Kurus said, "We won't give you enough land that'll fit in the hoofprint of a calf. We are not going to surrender anything to Yudhisthira. He's not the heir. We're not going to let you have your land back." So there's going to be a big war, and everybody's chosen their side, and the Kurus have chosen the powers of the world, and the Pandavas and the family of Krishna, they're just sticking with Krishna. And so before the great battle of Kurukshetra, Krishna has come to get Arjuna. You see his quadriga? He's driving the 4-horse chariot here. This is not the sun god who goes across the sky and he's got a servant who drives his chariot, and also often has 7 horses on it. In ancient Jewish synagogues and temples, and on Jewish coins, which I'm going to show you, Jewish amulets, and in Bactrian coinage, Greek era coinage from northwest India, you have Krishna's Parthasarathi, meaning the driver of Partha, of Arjuna's chariot. But interestingly enough, these coins and these mosaics in Jewish temples, they have the Lord depicted coming directly at you. And there's no Arjuna in the chariot. So now think about the meditative practice. Think about in the Rosary, when we begin with the Hail Mary, the words of Gabriel to Mary. And this invokes in us the response of Mary, the yes, which is the opening to God. Krishna says, "I won't fight, but I will give you instruction and I will drive your chariot." So, he's saying that to us. So, when is Arjuna not in the chariot? When Krishna's coming to pick him up. So my understanding of the icon in which Helios, Koros, or Krishna, the Parthasarathi type of Helios quadrigos icon, where there's no passenger, is that this is the theological interpretation of, right now he's coming to pick you up. He's the God of the present moment. That's why they're in these various icons that I'm going to show you that depict past, present, and future. He's always right in the present. And the present, he's facing directly at you, because he's actually communicating right now, Emmanuel, God with you, right now in the present moment, in this medium. within your sense perception. So, if you turn Krishna a little bit in this picture, and and Arjuna wasn't in the chariot, you would have the same icon that is in the ancient Jewish places of worship. That he's coming straight at you. Why? He's coming to pick you up. He's right now in the present moment, the Lord of the past, present, and the future, presence with you. So, Krishna has picked up Arjuna, and he drives him out into the middle of this battlefield between the forces of the world, the false gods of the world, anybody but Krishna, and the few faithful. And the faithful who have been in exile, who have been in servitude, and so forth. And he stops everything, suspends everything. And because they're going to have this dialogue of the Bhagavad Gita. So I think there's a picture in here of Krishna and Arjuna drawn up. There it is, between the opposing sides in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. So everything's suspended. And during that moment, which is like an eternity, but during that moment of suspension, Krishna and Arjuna have this dialogue. And at the end of this dialogue, the last verse of Arjuna to Krishna is, I can't quote it exactly, but now I'm free of doubt and fear and prepared to act according to your will. So, in this discourse, there's a central theophany where Krishna reveals his universal form to Arjuna. And the form that he reveals is the wrathful form. Now, they have not depicted it like this. If they depicted it like this in the Bhagavad Gita, in Prabhupada's books, people would have understood a lot better and more clearly. But if you want to understand that this wrathful form of Krishna, that is actually the central theophany of the Bhagavad Gita, is Nrsimhadev, is the lion-headed form of time. All you have to do is when you read the text, and Arjuna says, "O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are." And the Lord replies, "Time I am, close me, destroyer of the worlds, I've come to claim all people." Kalaha, significantly, is a name of the lion-headed form of Krishna and a name of Shiva. This is how the Shaivites can own the Bhagavad Gita. They say that's our scripture. Because obviously Krishna is an incarnation of Shiva, because when he reveals his universal form to Arjuna, he calls himself Kalaha, and Kalaha is the name of Shiva. Matter of fact, to the Buddhists, you might know him as Kalabhairav, the horrific or terrible form of Kalaha. Kalabhairav, they say Bhairav, and the Tibetan Buddhists say Bhairav, not Bhairav, not Bhairav. But so Krishna says, "Time I am, close me." Now, if we go to Bali or we go any place in Indonesia or any place where they have ancient festivals, when they have the not Gita Jayanti, but they have various Gita-related festivals. When they have those Gita-related festivals where they tell the story of the Gita in public plays, like passion plays, they, which besides icons was much the way that the ancient scriptures were transmitted, which was by theater, which is why you have these huge theaters, the Asclepia Day, the temples and the orders of the worshippers of Asclepius. They always built these gigantic university centers, which included huge theaters, which if you can see them today, they're so stupendously beautiful. I've got some pictures of them on my Facebook pages, some of the great theaters at the centers of Asclepius worship. But anyway, when you go and see these plays or these puppet plays or any of these kind of enactments of the story of the Bhagavad Gita, when it comes to the universal form, the display of Krishna's wrathful form is Kala, you get into the Buddhist icons of the multiple heads, sometimes like 11 heads, and they'll be semi-leonid, or they'll be very obviously lion-headed. So there's a remembrance amongst the Buddhists, and also Vaishnavas and others throughout the range of these traditions, that this wrathful form of the Lord in the Gita is of Kala, or Kala Bhairav, is lion-headed. So, what's the significance here? Well, if we go over to, so then he speaks, then he delivers his great I am verses. And Krishna, Arjuna says, tell me who you are, and he says, Kalosmi, time I am, destroyer of the worlds. Then he goes on and he explains all through these great I am verses. I'm Shiva, I'm Skandu, I'm Kubera, I'm all, and he explains everyone that is worshiping all these so-called gods, all that worship is going to me. These are all forms of mine, and it's just like he's reviving, just like the scripture says. From time to time, he comes and he reminds people, and when the true faith has fallen away and become degraded and corrupted, the Lord comes again himself, or sends his devotee to clarify everything again. So this is astonishing. When he gives these great I am verses here, he names all these devas, which in the Vedic hymns, all of these devas that he names are born from the sacrificed body of Purusha, of Vishnu. So all the devas are what they might say powers, attributes. They're individual, but they're more than that. They're personal forms of the Lord that preside over various powers and universal powers and abstracts and so many different things. But they cannot be separated from Purusha, who is their origin. They can't be separated from Krishna. So Krishna describes in here worship or religion in the three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. And it's described that worship of the devas, now not separate from God, but appropriate Vedic worship of the devas, like as we go through the Vedic hymns, and Surya and Varuna might be hymned, or Indra. When those hymns sing the praises of Varuna as supreme, for instance, it's because it's just the Varuna name. The Varuna, I've told you, show these, they're worshiping Krishna, they're worshiping Vishnu or Purusha in the form and the name under Anamarupa of Varuna. That's all it is. It's all Vishnu. All the Vedas are not the record of a polytheistic people. They're worshiping the same Lord under all these different names and form. So Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita reasserts that this is the true faith. Now, if we go to the Saddharma Pundarika, there are verses in there where it's revealed that Avalokiteshvara descends into the Saha world and appears as Kubera, Skanda, Shiva, Mahadev, using exactly the same Vedic Vaishnava Sanskrit language in the Saddharma Pundarika, which is essential Pure Land Buddhist text, in which it's described that when Avalokiteshvara comes to the Saha world to save souls, he appears in all these forms. And the exact same revelation is given as in Krishna speaks it himself in the Bhagavad Gita. Now, there's no evidence that the Pure Land Buddhist tradition is not a plagiarization, but is a borrowing from the Bhagavad Gita. And there's no evidence that the Bhagavad Gita is a borrowing from the Pure Land Buddhist tradition. But people are going to try to say, like the Buddhists say, no, we don't worship Vishnu. Avalokiteshvara is not Vishnu, because they have little sectarian myths that try to explain how Avalokiteshvara is superior to Vishnu. These are later stories, right? Because they're sectarian, because they don't want, just like when I was in Nepal, I would see the same devotees worshiping at the Buddhist stupas and Buddhist monuments and holy places that I'd see them worshiping at a Vishnu temple or a Shiva temple. But when I went to the Buddhist authorities. And when I went to the icon makers Prabhu, it was amazing. I'd say, can you make me or can I order, or do you make Vishnu, this form of Vishnu, that form of Vishnu, this other form of Vishnu? No, we only make the Avalokiteshvara and the forms of Avalokiteshvara, but you can buy them anyway because they're identical to the forms of Vishnu. And I said, well, yes, I understand that, but do you make Vishnu? No, we just make the one because it's the identical, it's the same deity. So the Murti makers all know it's the same deity, right? So that when I go to the Buddhist authorities, the Buddhists say, no, we don't worship Vishnu. Vishnu is a Hindu god. No, we worship Avalokiteshvara. The Hindus have gotten everything from us. So the Narasimha Lokeshvar, it's lion-headed, this Nrsingadev, or Vajra Barahi, the diamond sow, and the Baraha, hog form of Lokeshvar, or the Nilakanta Lokeshvar, or Hayagriva Lokeshvar, and Makindranath, and on Matsya, the Matsya peak in the Himalayas. What's that about? The fish form of Lokeshvar. I said, whoa, these are all forms of Vishnu. No, we don't worship Vishnu. The Hindus must have gotten it from us. Okay, so you have this extreme sectarian defensiveness, and they have created, and the Shaivites have the same thing, created a whole mythology around trying to be triumphalist of our tradition, and that it's a reactionary movement, and these are reactionary myths, is obvious because the other existed before, and they have to come after it and try to create something for an excuse of why, just like the Theravadan Buddhists down in Sri Lanka. I was up to here with excuses from them why all of the most ancient Buddhist sites in Sri Lanka have got Jai and Vijay, Vishnu's gatekeepers, right there before you enter the stupa. And Diwali's little shrines attached showing Vishnu incarnating as Buddha. And why the common masses of so-called atheistic Theravadan Buddhists in Sri Lanka on Vesak, thrice holy day of Vesak, they're all reciting Mahayana, Pure Land Buddha birth stories. The whole place is pervaded from its most ancient roots with Pure Land Buddhism, in the world capital of Theravadan Buddhism. And right there in the temples on Vesak, they're reciting Buddhist birth stories, which have nothing to do with Theravadan Buddhism. So I asked the authorities, the leaders, just like I asked at the places in Nepal. I said, why are you putting up with all this, all this Hindu influenced, all this kind of stuff? Oh, those people, there's many lives, they're so ignorant, they're influenced with Hinduism. Hardly anybody can understand the esoteric doctrines of Anatta, the true Buddhism. And I also noted that these pathetic, corrupt lay people were making very, very generous donations. If it wasn't for the donations of the lay masses, these people would have no support. But that's like what goes on in Hinduism. You have Advaitis who do not believe in any personal Shiva, any personal God at all. These Brahmins, caste Brahmins, are very racist and they're very elitist, and they run these temples and they accept the donations of the masses, and the masses are bhaktas, that to them Shiva is real and Devi is real, and they're practicing a form of bhakti yoga, but their leaders are atheists. And the leaders are supported by the donations of the lay masses, who they have nothing but disdain for. They have contempt for the people that are supporting them. Arrogant, elitist, impersonalist, Mayavadi, nihilistic contempt. So, there's an element of that towards the Bhakti tradition of Vaishnavism, towards these ancient traditions. It's not just something that modern Western scholars have for people of simple faith, simple childlike incarnational theistic faith, but it's something that's shared by this elite class of impersonalist Brahmins or pujaris or priests or religious leaders all over the planet. It's a pathology. So anyway, so back to this story. So now you have Krishna driving Arjuna's chariot. He's drawn the chariot up between the two opposing forces. And I've already said that the central theophany is of Kalaha. Now you might be aware of a story of Shiva, where Shiva appears as a pillar of flame. Well, there's something called Jyotilinga, tongue of flame. Linga is usually up in the West. Tantras people, thinking of tantras, they think of linga as a phallic, symbol.
Rama and Vishnu try to find the end of it.
Yeah. That's one version, right? But Shiva has different manifestations as this tongue of flame, this pillar of flame, cosmic, as tall as the universe. Pillar of flame. So now remember, Kalaha isn't time, is the name of Shiva. And the column of flame is a form of Shiva. Now, think about the story of the Exodus. You have an army of the Pharaoh pursuing a vast multitude, a mixed multitude of worshippers of Heru, of Helios. And they've in this pursuit, they've come very close. The two great armies are arrayed on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. And Krishna has drawn Arjuna's chariot up between the two armies and suspended all the animation, all the actors on both sides of the battlefield. And mystically, on the flag of the chariot is Arjun. On the flag of Arjun's chariot is Hanuman. And Hanuman is Kaviraj. He's the master of all poets. Hanuman was a Vanara, of course, who was a great devotee of Lord Ramachandra in a previous earth age. And wherever Hanuman is, Ramachandra is. Wherever Ramachandra is, there is victory. So, Arjuna has Hanuman on the flag of his chariot. And Hanuman, who is Kaviraj, is the master of all poets. And Hanuman is involved in the transmission of Krishna and Arjuna's dialogue, which is being heard simultaneously by all the beings in the world, all the beings in the universe. It's being mystically transmitted by Lord Hanuman as the master of poets to whoever's writing down the Bhagavad Gita, the discourse of Krishna and Arjuna. And this discourse doesn't just belong to the Pandavas or to Arjuna or to the Yadavas, the family of Krishna. This discourse is being heard by everybody on the Kuru side. It's being heard by all the kings of the world. It's being heard by all peoples. It's being broadcast all over the universe through the power of Kaviraj Hanuman. So, this great theophany is part of this discourse. And the terrifying aspect of this theophany, a wrathful form of God as time, is that he's devouring the worlds. Now we go to the Mediterranean region. And the idea is that in the previous golden age of the earth, a previous earth age, the whole world worshipped Cronus, or Jupiter, as the supreme god. And the only thing in late mythology that is remembered, the only remnant of this previous worship of the previous Earth age, is that it ended somehow associated with the idea of Cronus or Saturnus in a wrathful form devouring his children. Cronus eating his children. Where have I seen that? Where have I heard that? Oh, that's the theophany of Krishna, Kalaha, and Bhagavad Gita devouring the worlds. Now, the Greeks and the Romans, who did they say was the patron protector of the Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews? It was Saturnus. All of the Mediterranean peoples said that Saturnus was or Cronus was the protector of the Israelites, the Hebrews, the Jews. Saturday was their sacred day. Everybody had a sacred day associated with the form of Helios or Osiris that they worshipped, the principal form. And the lion-headed form of goddess Time was worshipped on Saturday. So if you go to South India, or you go all the way across India, all the way up to Nepal, you will find that the Nepalese calendar is arranged in such a way, it's a 7-day week calendar, and it's arranged in such a way that all the Saturdays are red-lettered, because Saturday is a Sabbath sacred to the lion-headed form of God, of Vishnu. And some Buddhists keep it too. Saturday, or Sanivara, is a Sabbath to the lion-headed form of Vishnu. All the way from Nepal, and even involving Buddhism all the way down to the tip of South India, Saturday is associated with the worship of Nrsimhadev, the lion-headed form of Vishnu. And what do? They close the banks. People limit their activity to extra prayer and temple visitation. The practices are almost identical to Jewish Sabbath-keeping practices. And what is the principal symbol associated with this worship? Very importantly, it's the Sri Yantra. So, and who is Nrsimhadev? Nrsimhadev is the patron of the Vaishnava armies, patron of Kshatriyas. So the very elite Newaris, Ghani, I'm not sure the name of the people, but the very elite Nepalese guard that is the personal guard of the British royalty. Remember, they sent them in to the Falkland Islands thing? There was that battle or that situation. Trying to think of the name of them. The Nepalese royal guard of the British throne. So they used to be stationed in Hong Kong too. They're such an elite fighting force that even just the mention of them coming in is enough to scare other people away. But these are an actual tribe of mountain people in the Himalayas in Nepal who are historical Nrsimhadev worshippers. Just like the Jewish army, the patron form of the Lord worshipped by the Jewish army all the way back, ancient amulets I'm going to show you, is the lion-headed form of the Lord. So now we're coming to the Exodus theophany. Here you have two vast multitudes, the mixed multitude that's leaving Egypt, escaping from slavery, and the pursuing army. And what happens? A miraculous manifestation of the Lord comes between the two masses of people and is seen as a pillar of fire by day and a pillar of smoke by day and a pillar of flame by night. And who is the central theophany of the Exodus? It's the Lord who reveals himself as the great I Am, and he's Yahweh Tsabaoth. Tsabaoth is interpreted as Lord of Hosts. So who are these hosts? Jewish interpreters have two versions. One is hosts, meaning the asterisms, the planets, moons, sun, stars. So that he's the Lord of time. Sun, solar timekeeping, lunar timekeeping, sidereal astrum, star timekeeping. So he's actually understood, Yahweh Sabaoth is understood as the Lord of hosts, as the Lord of time. Who is that? That's Kalaha. And variously, he's the Lord of hosts, interpreted as armies. So he's the patron of the Jewish armies. He's the patron of Kshatriyas, of the protectors of the one true, the Dharma protectors of the one true God. Now, do we have a lion-headed form of the Jewish deity? And is he the protector of Israel? Absolutely. He's called the Lion of Judah, and his name is Ariel, or Arya. Arya, as in like Arya Kaplan. Arya is literally Ari, lion. This is a pun. In Sanskrit, Hari is the name of God, and it also means gold, and it also means lion. So, the Hebrew name Arya is Ari, lion, Yahu. Yahu is a lion, or lion Yahu. And another name, Ariel. That is Ari, lion, Hari, Eli. Eli is lion. So, are there actual images that we can find of this lion-headed form of the Jewish deity? Oh, yes. And guess what? They're significantly on amulets found on Jewish soldiers' bodies. So, what do these Nepalese Kshatriyas wear? They wear an amulet with Lord Nrsimhadev on it. The patron of Vaishnava Kshatriyas, and even Sikh, they have the last name Singh, lion. So the patron protector of the armies of the Lord, the Dharma protectors, the Kshatriyas, is a lion-headed, wrathful form of the Lord. And he's remembered in late Greco-Roman mythology as Time eating his children. From this theophany of Hari as Kala, Kronos, devouring the worlds in the central theophany of the Bhagavad Gita. So now we go back to the story, the setting. You have the people of God on one side, and pursuing, the attackers on the other side, and the Lord miraculously in between them, holding the sides apart while this discourse is going on. And he has this miraculous theophany as Time. And the Shaivites associate that with Shiva, who has a form of the pillar of flame. So I'm going to show you some icons now. Some of what I'm presenting to you. After I did this Pharaohs of the Sun exhibit, I was asked to, I submitted papers to this big conference, International Conference on Contemporary Views on Indian Civilization, the Stevens Institute of Technology. It's the World Association of Vedic Studies Conference, huge conference. And they accepted 2 papers. They actually scheduled 2 sessions. So this is the David Sherman, Monotheistic Vedic God in Ancient Egypt and Greek Traditions. Vrin also had a paper, and he presented his paper based on my work, Vedic Connections to Ancient Egypt and Vedic Macedonia. And then Bhakti Ananda Goswami, Radhakrishna, Rhodokoros, and Dionysus at the Heart of History, Hari, Hali, and Atonism Explained. So there was such a huge response. When I gave my speech, my papers, the conference room, they gave me one of the bigger conference rooms that was packed. I mean, there wasn't even standing room, it was just totally packed. and they give me an ovation afterwards. That doesn't usually happen at academic conferences, you know. So, I mean, people who know their stuff, when they hear me, when I present things, they don't argue with it. But it's a strange business. I don't know who, if anybody, on the other side, over in India, has actually pursued anything. But when I look on the internet, I don't see any evidence of anything. I think it's because it's so vast, it's so huge, and it requires going to the sources for everything. I can't quote anybody else because nobody else has ever done this. And so they don't know how to get a handle on it. They're all waiting for me to publish all these books or to have something, you know, that they can present, because they're not doing it without me. So, I mean, my work has been taken out of context, and, you know, little bits and pieces of it abused by certain people like Stephen Knapp and P.N. Oak. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but anyway, same state it was in 40 years ago, except for that, you know, I guess I've made some progress communicating. This is my master's work recommendation letter. While I'm getting out this other stuff, I'll show you this. This is written by my the department head, liberal arts chairperson. You can read it out louder to yourself, but I think that's an important thing. See, I wanted to put all this stuff up there on the Facebook site so people can see that I actually have some, I don't have any degree, but I have this kind of stuff. So, it was a wonderful story. About Brahma. One time the Brahma of our universe wanted to go and he wanted to go and see Vishnu. And so he went to see Vishnu. I'm not remembering all the details right now, but the gist of the story is that when he arrived on the edge of the ocean to get the audience of Vishnu, assembled there, be it, you know, to infinity, were countless other Brahmas. And he was like the smallest and most insignificant of all the Brahmas. And so he had the realization that there are countless other universes, and like our whole vast dark universe that we're perceiving is actually like almost insignificant. So our Brahma was very humbled by his experience, his pilgrimage to go see Vishnu, with all the other Brahmas that had hundreds of millions of heads and hundreds of millions of arms and were vastly huger than him, and had vast powers and controlled vast universes that, you know, our universe would be a speck compared to. So that was another little interesting story. Another one with respect to Vaishnava cosmology is this. There's a story about Krishna and Arjuna going on a chariot. They're trying to
leave the material universe. Well, of course, the idea is that the spiritual sky, even in this bubble picture here, although the interior of the material universe is dark, actually the material universe is situated within the spiritual sky, and actually the spiritual sky interpenetrates at every point of the material universe. So there's two ways that you can leave the material universe, either going out or going in. Because remember, the Lord is Paramatma, is pervading the entire material universe. And the Lord is always complete. The Trinity, all the persons of Godhead, and the Lord's abode is always where the Lord is. And so the spiritual sky completely interpenetrates. And so the darkness has to do again with Maya. It has to do with the covering. So the Shakti of the Lord, the power of the Lord, is all pervasive as well. But the idea there is that you can either leave the material universe by going out, or you can leave the material universe by going in. And so there's a story about Krishna and Arjuna. I can't remember why Arjuna wanted to leave the universe, so there was some compelling something or other. And so this interesting story, because I'm saying this now, it has to do again with cosmology and supracosmology. It said, it's very difficult. You can't penetrate the covering in the universe. So in the various stories about this trip, they start coming to the layers, the covering of the universe. Now those are those almost like different universes of Shiva, the covering layers of tamas, or darkness or denial. Anyway, so there's an interesting group of stories about what Krishna and Arjuna encountered when they were going out of our material universe, and the different layers, the different covering layers, which are, some Shaivite traditions say that the Rudras, or even that the Rahus, there's almost a tradition that says that there are beings that are not jivas. This is inconceivable, but expansions of Shiva who are not jiva souls, who are actually darkness. So that's kind of a really scary idea, but those ideas are developed there somewhat in Shaivism. They really don't fit into the Vaishnava schematic at all, in the sense of all beings in Vaishnavism are jivatmas. They're coming from God, not some other place. So my take on that is that it's associated with Zoroastrianism, or the Zoroastrian heterodoxy that produced this idea of Ahriman as like equal opposite dark force to Vishnu, and gets all mixed up with Shiva as some malevolent being, So it's, like I said, it's not part of Vaishnava tradition. It's one of these heterodox things that actually creates an anti-God figure that is power, an actual power of darkness. So that involves that almost separate universe of Shiva that is at that outer covering in the universe. So I probably had a good point when I started this, but any questions that have arisen from all of this that would help me to focus?
You're talking about the three gunas, the tamas, rajasic, and sattvic, and how we can only tend toward goodness, because everything in this universe is a mixture. But somewhere in the Gita, where Krishna has explained the gunas, he says the liberated one transcends the gunas. What's that about, that you can transcend even the sattva?
Okay. That's very important. And I alluded to that when I said earlier that Vishnu is the guna avatar.
of sattva guna. Brahma is considered to be the guna avatar, presiding deity of Rajas, because creation, in a sense, is in the mode of passion, and destruction is in a sense in the mode of ignorance or darkness, destructiveness, and so Shiva is considered the guna avatar of the mode of tamas. Now, that Vishnu, so there are infinite forms of Vishnu, but that Vishnu as the guna avatar of the mode of goodness, that Vishnu is within the material universe, just like that Shiva is within the material universe, and that Brahma is within the material universe. Now, are there infinite forms of Vishnu beyond the material universe, before material universe? No tamas associated with Shiva is outside of the material universe. And the Shaivites really don't have any outside of a material universe. There's no other traditions besides, as far as I know, the Judeo-Catholic tradition and related traditions that have a supracosmology, that have a spiritual sky or a heaven, which are what moderns might say are extra-dimensional realms. Extra-dimensional realms or other universes, or there's just it's not conceptually there in these other world religions or other small, big or large groups. They don't have the same, just like the Gnostics and the Jains, different groups. They don't have any of this that I'm describing to you. So anyway, I was so Vishnu as the guna avatar of the mode of goodness within material universes is not a Vishnu that is outside of the universes, no more than the Shiva or the Brahma that are guna avatars exist outside of the gunas. Gunas are the modes of material nature. So, we don't say that Mahavishnu or Vasudeva or Sankarshan or Pradyumna or Narayana. We don't say that the forms of Vishnu that are outside of a material universe are the Sattvadev form of Vishnu that it's inside the material universe. So one could, say for example, that one could be incarnate in a perfect manifestation of goodness in the material universe, which can't happen for a jiva soul, for things in the material nature. But that would still be within the material universe. And if your goal is back to Godhead, your goal is outside of the material universe, then you have to transcend even pure goodness within the material nature. You have to transcend it. Because material goodness doesn't exist outside of material nature. Let me try to give another example. The combination of the modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, can be likened to, within material color, material nature, primary colors. So you get all other colors are a combination of primary colors. Now, when we talk about material colors, and this is not connected, remember, to the iconography of Krishna or Vishnu or Radharani, but they say yellow is the color of goodness, red is the color of passion, blue is the color of ignorance. So you can see that that whole construct, that whole idea is later or different than the. Did Dad say something? Anyway, that is other. That's a different idea than the colors of the body of God, or that iconography, because of course Krishna is blue, Vishnu is blue, Shiva is blue. Now, what that connects to is like art historians or scholars of religious art, they will say that the Supreme Father God is always associated with the sky, so he's this Supreme Sky Father God, so he's always blue. So all around the world, amongst the Hopis and in the Orient, all different places in the world, the Supreme Father God has been depicted as blue. And they should say, oh, well, that's because the sky's blue. And he's heaven, he's Father. Why those connections are. But you see, that's different from the idea that says that blue is the color of ignorance or darkness or tamas, tamaguna, and yellow is the color of sattva, and red is the color of rajas. But anyway, there's this idea of red, yellow, and blue, but it says that everything in the material world is some combination of the primary colors. And you really can't have anything incarnate because you can't really have, like I'll give the example, cells in the human body. Cells are living cells; they're always dying. Entropy is here. Things are always dying, and it's the dying of things is integral and important to the living of things, because everything's being recycled. So there's creation, there's maintenance, and there's annihilation. So there's not creation, maintenance, and annihilation in the spiritual sky. Creation, maintenance, and annihilation is going on in the inside of material world. So you have Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And Shiva is, Brahma is that power of organizing things in the material world. You're the organizer of your body universe, and Shiva, of course, presides over the destruction of everything. But Vishnu is the power of maintaining everything. When you see the whole business about Purusha Sukta, you see all this maintaining everything in there. Everything is maintained. Everything is produced from the body of Vishnu. Everything is maintained in the body of Vishnu, and everything is redeemed or concluded. Like they talk about the Holy Spirit as the summation or the conclusion, the finisher. Sometimes they say the Holy Spirit is finisher. But Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are all contained within the sacrifice of Purusha. So again, you have the idea that Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are all, the guna avatars of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are all derived from Vishnu. So it's like the Buddhist teaching again. The Mahadev is an expansion or a face of Lokeshvar, a transformation of Lokeshvar. So anyway, say your question again.
How can we transcend the gunas in this material?
Yeah. Bhakti yoga is all about transcending the gunas. Now,
it's hard to understand the concept of transcending goodness. It's just...
Yeah. I'll give you an example in a minute. Let me see. I'm going to stuff my face here a little bit. Just
Sure.
a few seconds. if people lost that are here in a material world? Why is the entire Pure Land Buddhist tradition devoted to helping people get out of the Saha world, the material suffering world of birth, death, disease, and old age, the four miseries, treetop, the tapasyas. Why? Because material goodness is not transcendence. Now, you could be the absolutely good person that's possible in the material world, and you would never get out of the material world. But traditions like Pure Land Buddhism and Vaishnavism assert that there's actually other realities. There's actually another reality, and that the material world is maybe considered like a precipitation, or so many different models may be given. But actually, everything that's good, and the best of everything, the true, the good, the beautiful, that's existing within our realm of perception, within a temporary world that is coming into being and persisting for some time and then dying, all that goodness comes from or originates in a goodness that is transcendent, that is eternal, that is not temporary, and that's infinite, where there's full knowledge, where we will know even as we have been known.
So sattva guna refers to just a material form of goodness, but there's a transcendent goodness out.
Yeah, the origin, the source of the materially true, good, and beautiful. Materially true, good, and beautiful is still temporary, and it's still limited. Temporary and limited. Unlimited in time and space. But the logos, the nama-rupa of God, has been reveals to us, humanity, that there is a reality beyond our perception, and there is a reality beneath, within our perception. We have a limited range of perception. No matter how vastly great our intellect is, we still have a limited range of perception in our incarnation in this world. And God has stepped into our time and space in his second person to reveal to us, Emmanuel, to reveal to us that there is a reality. There is an other. There are others beyond our perception. We could say bigger than the biggest, transcendent, above, beyond, outside. And there's a whole reality that's inside of our perception, smaller than the smallest. Now, what we experience as good, true, and beautiful within the realm of our perception, that's all revealed to us through Emmanuel, God with us, it has its origin in that transcendent world and in that immanent world. It has its origin in the spiritual sky. It has its origin in God, the personality of Godhead. And if we desire to experience, to be in Sat, Chit, and Ananda, we are existing as Jiva souls, so we're never going to stop being. That's Sat, that's eternity. But the nature of the self is eternity knowledge or consciousness and bliss. So if we want to be always experiencing bliss, Ananda, that's the fullness of the jiva. That Ananda experience, that ecstasy, that bliss, which is the constituent, it's a part of beingness. We are covered over and we're not experiencing that because we are having this experience of matter, the temporary. So sometimes we're experiencing a little happiness, a little pleasure, a satisfaction, relief, a suffering, some little glimmer of bliss, Ananda. So we've had a little tiny taste of it. But the very nature of the self is eternity, consciousness, knowledge, and bliss. So our nature is eternal, but here what kind of experience are we having? Everything is dying.
Sat and Ananda are not part of the three gunas then.
No, Satchidananda is the nature of the self. Eternity, knowledge, and bliss. That's the actual nature of the jivatma. Is the jiva is eternal. It's conscious. It's got a subjective. It's got its own selfhood. It's conscious, and what is it conscious of? If its consciousness is preoccupied, enthralled with the saha world, and if it's not conscious of its inherent relationship with Godhead, then it's not going to be experiencing bliss.
Okay, you keep referring to material, the saha worlds. What does saha
Well,
mean?
the saha is a Buddhist term for the bodhisattva, which is like the Buddhist saint, an intercessor saint or victim soul. The bodhisattva is taken the great compassion vow, and the bodhisattva's mission is to stay within the saha world, which is a Buddhist term, but it's the Vaishnavas defined as material world, which is a world of birth, death, disease, and old age or decay. So the bodhisattvas are trying to liberate all the beings in the saha worlds from the saha worlds. Then they go to the pure lands, which are described like, the lotus abodes of the pure lands, which in the Pure Land, earliest that I found, most uncorrupted Pure Land tradition, those are like the Vaikuntha's. They're not saha worlds. When a bodhisattva, when a entity is liberated from a saha world, they go to another place, which I would say is cognate with the spiritual sky, the Vaikunthas of the Vaishnavas, where the jiva souls are, where the beings are so-called transformationally born from a lotus, and they're never going to fall down to the saha worlds again. And from there they evolve in their spiritual relationship and go to the ultimate pure land of Amitabha, or whatever their ultimate pure land is. And see, that idea in Vaishnavism is very important, because not all the jivas that leave the material universe and go back to Godhead, they don't all go to Goloka Vrindavan, to the Rasa Leela with Krishna, Radha and Krishna. Many, their ultimate destination is one of the Vaikuntha planets. So there's endless Vaikuntha planets in which the living entities have all these different relationships with Godhead. So those are analogous. That's the word I was looking to. That experience is analogous to the idea in Pure Land Buddhism that when a being is liberated from a saha world by the intercession of bodhisattva and goes to, I can't remember, but that there's not just the pure land of Amitabha. There are other pure lands, and all of these transformational lotus planets that are existing. See, sometimes you'll see these are material. Excuse me, I was making the wrong, using the wrong picture here. These are the material universes, but you can see in hope they have it in here. The spiritual sky is full of planets. Ever seen those pictures? The Vaikunthas. The spiritual sky is also full of Vaikuntha worlds.
And all those Vaikuntha worlds have transcended the three gunas. There's no the gunas.
Right, there's not right. They're not material worlds. These are material worlds. They're dark inside.
So the trick is, since as long as we have this body, we're in the three gunas, but we're called to live as liberated from the gunas.
In the world, but not of the world. And how do we do that? We're in here because because of impersonalism. And there's huge controversies about this in Vaishnavism, especially the ISKCON people. They just, they fight about this endlessly. But some of them say, well, we weren't with Krishna to start with. We were in the Brahman, and we came from the Brahman to here, because it's impossible that we should have been in relationship with God in the spiritual sky and desired to leave him, to come here. And Prabhupada says, no, all the scriptures say it's entirely possible for someone to fall from a relationship with the Lord, because if you actually don't have free will, and there's actually no possibility of you making any other choices, then you really don't have any free will. And so, see, now here's, somebody's illustration of the two birds on the tree, and the one's eating and the other's watching. Mm-hmm. That's from Isopanishad. Isopanishad is the Upanishad where the Lord is described as the plenum, the purnam. This is a different Upanishadic story. I can't remember which one that is right now. But the spiritual sky is a place where there's no birth, death, disease, and old age, where it's eternal. Things are self-effulgent. Living entities do have completely free will. This is the one I'm looking for. This is really good. This is a terrific illustration. Here is
36, please.
36. Yeah, in the original Macmillan Bhagavad Gita as it is. So, in this picture, which is very wonderful, we have as the central icon the supreme lotus abode of Rhoda and Koros. Now, Radha and Krishna. The island of Rhodes is called, in the Mediterranean, is also called Nymphia. And Nymphia is the name of Rhoda on that island. And it's a red or pink, which is the word Rhoda, lotus, which is Nymphia. Nymphia is a pun. It also means maiden or virgin. So, within this lotus, which is the supreme abode, we see Radha and Krishna, Rhoda and Koros, and there should be a white cow in there. I can't see it because I don't have the right glasses on. By the way, the worship of Rhoda and Koros on the island of Rhodes in the Mediterranean is prehistoric. At the very earliest rise of Heliopolitan monotheism, there's a legend or a myth that the city of Heliopolis, or Om, or An, or Amen, the great Amen, in northern Egypt, was founded by a son of Rhoda and Koros, whose name was Actus. And Actus in Greek means ray. And ray, or Ra, Amun Ra, Ra, ray, is the emanation of Heru. That's why you see Heru or Hari with a radiant corona. So, an actus, or a ray of Vishnu or Krishna, is associated with the founding of the city of Heliopolis, which is the first great city of awe and reverence worship, where Rhoda and Koros are not worshipped in awe and reverence, but they're worshipped as Lakshmi Narayana. Radha and Krishna, Rhoda and Koros are worshipped in their bucolic, pastoral on the island of Rhodes, but in Heliopolis they're worshipped as Basilios and Basileia, as king and queen. So outside of Goloka Vrindavan, the highest paradise, pastoral paradise, which is Goloka, which is the bucolic, Gokula. Let's see. Goloka is the planet. Gokula is the place. So the Bokolion is the bucolic paradise. Bucolic, Bokolion, Gokula in the Sanskrit. So here we have Vrindavan Gokula, and we have Rhoda and Koros, and the cowherd boys and cowherd girls are there, the Korai and the Koray, and the desire trees, Kalpavriksha, and the cows and the swans and all the pair of doves. So much important kind of iconography there. So this is the original abode, and outside, this is the self-effulgent spiritual sky, and outside the original abode are countless spiritual realms, spiritual planets, and all of these spiritual planets are predominated by the Lord and his Shakti in various forms, and they call this the realm of the Chaturvyuha, which also is very important in Egyptology, but I can't get into that. It's kind of complicated right now. But the four primary expansions of Vishnu. Now, not shown in this picture is Baladev, but actually everything you see in this picture is Baladev. Baladev is revealing all of this through this picture. And this picture is all supported by Shastra. There's scripture describing. There's Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu behind all of this, thousands of years of transmission of these pictures, going right back to prehistory. It's only because of strict adherence to that orthodoxy that we can even discuss this right now.
Does Baladev also represent even the feminine things, or are they his consort's emanation? I know everything masculine is really that we see and know is Baladev.
Right.
Is the feminine as well, or is that his Shakti considered, or is Baladev even considered the representations of Radha?
We would say he's describing her. He's describing her. So, her there's they say like there's two transmissions. One is through Radha and one's through Balaram. So, right now what we're doing is we're discussing an icon, and this kind of an icon like this is it's a form of communication through Balaram.
Okay.
So, see, Prabhupada is representative of Balaram, and the Shastra is a form of Balaram. So, the words that I'm saying to you. So this is all in the realm of Emmanuel. So right now we're experiencing what everybody's experiencing all the time is through Balaram, and the well, you might say, but our ability to experience it is through the Shakti side.
Okay.
So it's like interesting when you're going to worship the Lord, or they're going to build a temple, or they're going to install a murti, or anything like that. The first thing you do when they because we're time and space, space is Our Lady. So they established the sacred space. And the Om Astraya Fat, So establishing the sacred space, the space, the emptiness of time, all of the emptiness in which all of this presence is manifest is all Shakti. It's called Hladini Shakti. She is the space. She is the opportunity. She's the time, this time that I've gotten in between this, that, and that, and this burden and that burden and all these other burdens are time together. That's the emptiness of that space to provide time for us. That's Shakti. She's the receivingness. She's the you have to have her receivingness to hear anything I'm saying to really, get it. I have to have that receivingness to get it from Prabhupada and from the whole tradition. So the yesness, the openness, the receivingness, the very space that this book occupies, the very ether, the very space that my vibration from my voice coming to you. So they're always inseparable. It has to do with giving and receiving. What's the capacity here? What's receiving? So this inseparable, but what you're getting is you're getting knowledge through Balaram, but it has to be in concert with his Shaktis. So these spiritual planets in the spiritual sky are analogous to the pure lands that the souls go from, who are liberated from a dark Saha world. See, this is a very nice picture, because on this plate that we're talking about, plate 36, the spiritual and material worlds, we see the cloud. This artist was so careful to put so many things in here. See the clouds around the edge of the Mahatattva? So there's the clouds around the edge of the Mahatattva, and there's Mahavishnu lying in Yoga Nidra within the Mahatattva, which is the collective, the total of the material nature, the Mahamaya, Durga Devi, the realm of Durga Devi. Now, but you see, this is very interesting too. You see how this artist has got these other little self-luminous things going on in here. Mm-hmm. Well, I think what they're showing there, is that the outside of these universal bubbles, they have here glowing. It's almost like they have them, like the light of the spiritual sky is reflected out on the outside of these bubbles. But now remember the previous picture that I showed you, where in his sleep or when he's awake, various versions, Mahavishnu he gazes with love. His gaze of love at Durga. When he's gazing at the material nature, he loves her. That's Durga. That's his consort, and he loves her. And that gaze of love is Shambhu, and that gaze impregnates the jiva souls into these universes, which are like bubbles. And so then within the universe, they have another little dark universe, a cutaway of the dark universe there. And there's Garbhodakshai Vishnu on Anantadev, which to me is just like the empty egg where the sperm goes in, And then there's Mother Lakshmi, see her? Mm-hmm. And she's wearing a red or pink dress, and she's at the feet of Garbhodakshai Vishnu. And then there's Brahma on the lotus. And there is the material planets and astronom and everything within the... You okay? What do you need? Is there something over there that you need?
He has something behind his back. He's gonna trick you. Don't pay attention. Just keep going.
Okay.
Don't look at him. He's not there.
Wait a minute. Ignore that man behind the curtain. Right? The Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Don't pay any attention to that man behind the curtain. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. What was the question? There was some question. There's always some question that gets me off on these things.
Well, I have another question now. You always keep talking about the gaze of Shambhu that impregnates Durga with the Jiva souls. Yeah. And the Jiva souls, because they're eternal, they can never not be again. But are they created?
Oh no, they've already been. They're way back.
Are they considered created or unbegotten though? Once I know they can't come out of existence; they're eternal once. But are they created and then eternal?
Okay, well, this gets to the problem with the English side of Catholic. That's what worries me about the bending over business.
Well, the
You see
chair
that?
bent. Don't blame me. It was the chair. Didn't you see that chair bend?
Yeah, I did.
Look-
So I
look
saw
here,
that.
It's not stable. Well, what are you doing with chairs that aren't stable in the house?
I know.
That's why I always use my stick. I'm always safe when I have my stick.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right and I'm wrong, Dad.
Oh.
You're awesome, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
Okay, just be careful. Watch out that bending over stuff, because I've watched you almost do a face plant several times trying to bend over and get something.
Okay.
Okay, so very important question to clarify. You see Krishna's effulgence right there?
Mm-hmm.
That little
Yep.
circle of light around Krishna. The Brahman, that's Brahman.
Oh, all right.
To the Vaishnavas, the entire Brahman, or Brahmajyoti, is the personal bodily effulgence of Krishna.
Mm-hmm.
Theologically, the affirmation or assertion is that Krishna's effulgence is Balaram. Krishna's bodily effulgence is Balaram.
Okay.
What do we see? We're told, this in the scriptures say, Krishna's effulgence is Balaram, his peacock feathers Balaram, all of his dress is Balaram, all of his ornamentation is Balaram, all of his paraphernalia is Balaram. The entire manifestation of Goloka Vrindavan is Balaram. Balaram it creates and maintains all of the spiritual sky. Balaram maintains all the material universes. You know, the only thing that isn't Balaram is Krishna and Paramatma. We're talking about on the giver side of the Godhead. So what does anybody experience? Ultimately, the Jiva souls are the consorts of Balaram. They're the receiver. So that's why in Catholic bridal mysticism and Jewish bridal mysticism, it's the second person of the Godhead that we are the brides of Christ. We're not the brides of God the Father. So, the Jiva soul originates in the personal effulgence of God. And sometimes, this is very interesting, sometimes Balaram is called Jiva, with like a capital J, Jiva, because he is the source of all Jiva. And that's where you get, again, the theology of personal effulgence. The Brahman is a form of Balaram. So he is the total Jiva. And you see Prabhupada says Balaram is the total Jiva. So sometimes he's called Jiva. So the origin of the Jiva is the bodily effulgence of Krishna. Again, if God has to personally kill a demon, what they do is they merge into Krishna's effulgence. Like you see all these so-called childlike stories where, Krishna's got Hiranyakasipu on it, Krishna in the form of Nrsimhadev, or in the Leela, childhood Leela, Krishna's killing some demon. Like, where did I have that one here? This one right here. Trinavarta demon, the whirlwind demon. And this, of course, this is interesting Coptic stories about baby Jesus. Those stories about Christopher?
St. Christopher.
Christ bearer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, some stories, he's like a bad guy. He's like a demon. He's like a, dicot living under a bridge or something. And they say, about Christopher carrying baby Jesus across the water, or whatever the case is. In some stories, he's a malevolent character, but when he carries baby Jesus, he becomes redeemed. In this particular story, he disguises himself. I think he disguises himself, but anyway, he's Neiman, and he gets baby Krishna, and baby Krishna becomes so heavy that he's destroyed. But in all of these childhood pastimes of Krishna, where Krishna destroys demons or Balaram destroys demons, what happens is that the soul of the demon, if you see a picture like, a good one would be Putana. A demonic entity wants to destroy baby Krishna, and so she takes the form of a beautiful woman. And they used to pass their babies around and nurse each other's babies. And so she offers to nurse baby Krishna, and Mother Yasoda lets her nurse baby Krishna. And baby Krishna knows who she is, and so he's going to liberate her. And so she got she got a different form of liberation than the usual demon does, who merges into Krishna's effulgent, because she took the form of of a nursemaid and offered her breast to Krishna. Krishna actually gave her a mother's liberation because he sucked her life out when he took her breast. So actually, that's a little bit different. But in other stories where baby Krishna is liberating demons, if the artist is good, you'll see a little spark going up from the demon's body, entering into the effulgence of Krishna. Oh, he's not even got a halo there, so that's not a very good picture. But entering into the Lord always has the halo, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He's always should have the halo. See, like right here, he's got a halo, and there he's got a halo. He should always have a halo.
And the effulgence is the origin of the jiva souls. Are they always being produced continually, or there's a
continuously.
All right.
And they're actually not created in the sense that they're manifest from God Himself. But these bodies are created. These bodies are compound. These bodies are actually, this body is made up of infinite other jiva souls.
And when we consider the feminine third person as the holy soul, are all those jiva souls considered that third consort of Paramatman, or is there considered like one world's jiva soul? Like, what's the proper theology there? The consort of Paramatman as the jiva and Paramatman. We have those.
Yeah, Jivatma and Paramatma.
Is it considered like the Shekinah concept is we're collecting all these shards of light and combining them reuniting them in the one world soul? Is that?
Well, see, this is where the Jewish bridal mysticism, sometimes you hear the sparks, the shards, are described as the daughters of Shekinah. So there you have that feminine idea too. And so the world soul, see, here's an interesting thing. If you were to study modern Judaism, you would find that it has a very strong connection to Advaita Vedanta in India. I mean, a conscious external world connection. So that scholars who have studied, you have what do they call it? It's conservative.
Hasidic.
No, that's Orthodox. These are totally different.
Yeah, conservative.
Because the conservative and Reform Judaism are modern movements.
Right.
And these modern movements are influenced by Indian Advaita Vedanta. So if you actually go do a formal like academic study of the history of the modern Jewish movements such as conservative Judaism and Reform Judaism, which are very different from Orthodoxy, you would find that they have that Advaita in them. So that's where some of this world soul stuff that you talk to modern Kabbalists, who are like probably Madonna, I would think, popular Kabbalistic people, or you read these books on Kabbalah or this kind of stuff. It's very much influenced because it's being interpreted through these modern forms of Judaism, which have all this tremendous impersonalist Advaita thing. So like for them, they don't look for a personal Messiah anymore. It's all this world soul stuff. It's all this age of the Messiah stuff. They actually don't believe in a personal Messiah. But if you go over to Indian Orthodoxy, they're absolutely looking for a personal Messiah. They thought, the Hasidim, they were pretty sure, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch still do now, worships Nirsan, the last great Hasidic Rebbe, who they really thought he was going to rise again, third day rise from the dead or something. But their God is very personal, and their Messiah is very personal, and their tradition. If you talk, I'll tell you on tape, but I'm not going to say who their names are. But this is astonishing to me, and this was a huge confirmation to me, just like meeting Acharya Prabhakar Mishra and spending hours with he and Dr. Labatra and describing all these things to them and having them totally affirm everything, my realizations, because I never had Prabhupada's direct association. So when unbelievable miracles brought me into the personal contact of Acharya Prabhakar Mishra that Prabhupada lived with in his maturity for 5 years and studied with and made his first disciple, I thought, this is Prabhupada's Prabhupada's arranged this, that I can have Dr. Mishra's personal association for validation or correction. Because when I knew who he was, I threw myself at his feet. I paid his pranams. I said, chastise me, correct me, tell me. I'm going to pour my heart out to you. I'm going to tell you everything I know. And tell me where I'm wrong if I'm wrong. Because I was just absolutely sure it was God and Prabhupada's arrangement. How else would I go over there? Not having a clue, and end up sharing a bed with him. Sitting on the end of a bed where Dr. Labatra and Dr. Mishra were sitting, giving each other, reciting the Bhagavatam together. So, I submitted myself, and he blessed me. Now, what was the question?
The mother-daughter holy soul. Are there many holy souls that are consort of Paramatman, or is it considered like one? I'm trying to understand.
Oh yeah, okay. So I was
Jiva Atman.
Okay, so I was talking about modern traditions. I was talking about orthodoxy. That's what I got onto that, because I was thinking about the deviation of modern Judaism from orthodoxy. The orthodoxy is absolutely personal. Modern Judaism is absolutely not personal. They've lost it. For them, the Messiah is a messianic age. It's all full of this New Age stuff, The second coming of Christ is just an age. I'm God, you're God, we're all God. I'm Christ, you're Christ, we're all Christ. The Christ consciousness. When a Mayavadi explicates the Bhagavad Gita, reads the Bhagavad Gita, translates the Bhagavad Gita, they're saying that when Krishna says, I am this, I am that, I am something else, that's the I am in all of us. That's you, that's me, etc., etc., etc. So by this word jugglery, shifting this impersonalist thing, they shift it around, and they get rid of God. They take God out of his own personal revelation, where God is saying, I am. And they're saying, yeah, I am. You are. We all are. No, he isn't. That's not a revelation of personal God. There is no personal God beyond me. I'm God. The Mayavadi actually, the impersonalist, the atheist, the atheist and the, why we call them personalists, if we say the atheist asserts that there is no personal God, the atheist is saying, I am God. Because the atheist is saying, I know that there's no time and no place where some personal God exists that I am not aware of. Therefore, I am omniscient and I am eternal. Let's see, eternal, all-powerful, all-pervading, omnipotent, omniscient. Because I've positively declared that there is no personal God. That this guy here who claims to be the Supreme Personality, a Godhead, he's not God. He doesn't exist. And I can tell you, because I'm all-knowing and I'm everywhere, I'm eternal. So what have I done? I basically said I'm God. I just qualified myself as God. So the impersonalist is the same way. The impersonalist is saying, there's no other God besides me. And if I'm an impersonalist, then I appropriate you, Well, you're not an other. You're not a separate being with autonomy and integrity. You know, you're just more of me. I don't give you that autonomy. I don't give you that integrity. I'm just saying the only reason why you don't know that you're me is because we've got some kind of illusion thing going on here. So anyway,
The Paramatman and the Jiva Atman. There's many Jiva Atmans, but there's only one Paramatma.
yeah, Paramatma, this is the interesting thing about God. But God is always God. God is always, but he actually he separates himself off to have different consciousness. The persons of the Godhead and all of the emanations and the incarnations of persons of Godhead, like us, are unique. And there's even times, there's some very interesting stories where God fights with himself. Because
But disagrees. I know, like, Balaram won't fight at all when the war's coming on. So it's like he's taking a different position than Krishna's position.
Yeah, he goes off on, and not only that, there's so many amazing things. When King Yudhisthira, I previously talked about how King Yudhisthira wouldn't go take the heavenly chariot and go to Svarga because a dog had become dependent upon him. Well, the dog was Dharma, and in disguise. And so when Yudhisthira refused to go to heaven because he had a dependent, then Lord Dhammaraj appeared and said, well, my son, you've really got it. You've graduated. The last test, So then there was another test, though, because Yudhisthira went to heaven. But actually, and this is a very, very strange thing. After the whole end of the story, when he leaves this planet, he goes to a place, and who does he see there? He sees the Kurus. Well, the Kurus were on the enemy side in the Mahabharata. And here's the Kurus, in a heaven. And Yudhisthira is confused, and he's told the reason why the Kurus are there is because Balaram got them in. Because Balaram was a supporter of the Kurus. Now, it said that during the Mahabharata war, when Krishna said, I won't fight, but I'll drive Arjuna's chariot, Balaram went off on pilgrimage. Well, oh gosh, this is a whole gigantic field that I've never discussed with anybody. Actually, do you have a pen or something to write something down? Because if I lose this is just a gigantic file that I just, okay, just write down for me, Greek duo kings. The battle leader and the priest king.
All right, can we take a break and have lunch?
Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to conceptualize the consort of Param Atma and Jiva Soul. There's the two.
All the Jiva,
every single Jiva Soul is the consort of Param Atma, rather than this world soul concept. I'm just mother, daughter, holy soul.
We're getting back to the
Tomberg's
world soul.
The feminine trinity is the mother, the daughter, and the holy soul. And I'm wondering whether this idea is, one world soul where all the jivas are collected into it.
This is where this is really important. Write down discuss bride. Three interpretations of bride in the Song of Songs. And your thing, the Trina Sophia. Discuss errors, discuss differences. So then you can go get your
Okay.
stuff, and we'll pursue that after. How are we doing so far?
That need honey wine or honey beer or whatever is related to the Sanskrit madhu, I believe. Anyway, in the Krishna Lila and stories of Balaram, and these vary across the subcontinent, Indian subcontinent, but there are different versions of the same thing. And it's significant because this is where we get into the business again about numerous non-religious scholars of Western academic tradition have identified Dionysus and Shiva. Well, really what they're identifying, because they don't actually understand it very well, is they're identifying the left-hand tantric corrupt traditions of the Bhakants or the Maenads, who were the so-called the word Maenad. I think the word maniac is associated with that word. But anyway, the Bhakants or Maenads were the so-called orgiastic companions of Dionysus. Now, what I'm talking about here is I'm talking about late left-hand tantric Dionysian tradition that was so monstrous, was associated with the Bacchants and the Maenads. It was so terrible that actually in terrible Rome they outlawed it. And King Lycurgus, famous Greek lawgiver, he tried to stand up against the pseudo-Dionysians. They call them Dionysians. I call them pseudo-Dionysians because I know the real Dionysus, Dionysus is Balaram. Balaram is Deva Nisya. I am a Samnasyan. Nasya or Nisya means literally with marks. Sam or Khan, a sin, Sam, Khan means with. To and together with, communion, synonym, so forth. Greek sin and sam, sin, sim, Khan, kam, sam in Sanskrit. And a samnyasan is one with marks. Nisya, the anointing practice of placing tilaka on the body. So, a sannyasin is a sannyasi is one with marks, who has been anointed, consecrated, ordained, and had the marks of the service of Vishnu placed on their body. So anyway, Dios is of course God, and Balaram is Deva Nyasan. He's the god of initiation. So I'm quite certain that the name Dionysus is some form of god of initiation. I haven't actually run down that whole etymology, but I have got a pretty good, strong feeling about it. Anyway, of course, Dionysus was the second person of the Heliopolitan Trinity. And this is, again, other scholars have identified Osiris with Dionysus. Now, Osiris is Yahu. He's the second person. So we have Heruasu in Egypt, Heruasu and Atum in the north, and Heruasu and Aten in the south, but that's Harivasu and Paramatma. And
So when the Greeks called the second person Asu Osiris, and Osiris is absolutely identified with Dionysus over and over again. And we understand that Asu or Vasudev, and Junata saw a nice picture the other day of Balaram carrying his stick. Balaram's always carrying a stick, just as much as Krishna's flute is an emblem of him. That particular strange-looking stick is an emblem of Balaram, and it looks pretty much like a Vas scepter. Well, of course, the Mula mantra or the name for Balaram is Vasudev. So when we chant mantras to Krishna and Vishnu, when we say Vasudev, that's the name of Vishnu. Balaram. Balaram is Vasudev, and so, like in the Vaikuntha planets, one of the expansions of Balaram in the Vaikuntha planets is Vasudev. So anyway, let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. Dionysus, even in the very late period, was worshipped with Apollo as an alter form or second person of Apollo. So that, for instance, at the great sanctuary, at Apollo's great sanctuary at Delphi, Apollo and Dionysus were on the either side of the temple room, apparently. The two great beings or persons of the Godhead were worshipped in the same temple room together. And of course, many scholars have commented on this, and they say, well, they're two sides of the same deity. Apollo stands for righteousness and law and order and cosmic order and so on and so forth, and religious rectitude. And Dionysus stands for ecstasy and revelry and, all that. Well, actually, yes and no. What do they mean by ecstasy and revelry and all that? Well, then you have people like this Alain Danelieu. Can't probably say his name right, but he is a very famous Shaivite and Tantric, neo-Gnostic and also Tantric scholar that actually, in his books, he actually recommended that human beings should what he considered return to human sacrifice, or at least blood sacrifices, and return to cannibalism. Because he thought, if human beings had blood sacrifices, human sacrifices again, then they wouldn't have wars and all this stuff. They considered he considered wars were a sign of the pathology of human beings not acting out their really primal needs. He was a horrible person, and all of his thinking was perverse and corrupt and violent and ugly. And I'm just being judgmental, yes, completely. And but he wrote a lot, and after him and before him too, a whole lot of Western scholars who were just hedonists and criminals and God knows what else, enamored of the worst of the left-hand tantric traditions in India, really aggressively tried to promote those in the Western world through promoting the idea that of this left-hand tantrism associated with Dionysus. Well, absolutely, they're right. I mean, they've written a lot connecting the left-hand tantric traditions of Dionysus with the left-hand tantric traditions of Kali and Shiva. Yes, the connections are there. Yes, they absolutely are connected. But what these people don't know is that's not the real Dionysus. That is not the origin of Dionysus. And the original Dionysus cannot be worshipped through tamasic and left-hand tantric rituals. It's not, so that the Maeonids and the Bacchantes, who were so-called worshippers of Dionysus, who were performing these horrendous rites where they would tear a person apart alive and eat them. These Dionysian so-called rebels were so abominable that literally the Romans tried to outlaw them. Something that could shock the conscience of the Romans, who were, watching blood sports in the arena, that's got to be pretty profoundly evil stuff. So, anyway, I maintain that the Dionysus that was worshipped in the great temple of Delphi, along with Apollo, and the Dionysus Osiris, or Yahoo, that was worshipped in the temple of Serapis. Of course, again, Serapis is identified with Osiris, is identified with Dionysus. That it's really two totally different things. Again, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, there's worship in the mode of goodness, passion, and ignorance. People who worship Purusha in the mode of goodness, they understand they're worshiping a cosmic deity, and they're, for instance, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, the high priest king of Salem, Melchizedek, he was worshiping the one true God, and he offered bread and wine, and he had the remnants, this offering of bread and wine, which he shared with the patriarch Abraham. So, then all down through the biblical tradition, the biblical heroes are Nazarites. The Nazarites did not participate in the Levitical priesthood's performance of the sin, guilt, and trespass offerings. This is very significant. The ancient offering systems were sin, guilt, and trespass, thanks and praise and thanksgiving offerings, different kinds of offerings. And the sin, guilt, and trespass offerings were all bloody offerings. But then they had these other offerings, the offerings of the showbread. They had the praise and thanks offerings. Well, anyway, the Nazarites did not participate in the Levitical priesthood's sacrifices. And if you carefully study the law, the sacrificial law for the Levitical priesthood, it says right in there that only animals of the flocks of the Levites were to be offered, and no one was to transport, no one was to do anything with or eat any of these animals of the sacrifice unless they were a member of the Levitical priesthood. And it says right in there, because it is their part to take the sins of their people. Very interesting, because when you go over to the Hindu Vedic sacrifices, there's exactly the same regulations, exactly. So, if people are the non-sacrificers are not involved in the sacrifice. They're not to raise animals and sell them for the sacrifice. They're not to transport sacrificial animals. They're not to either before or after participate in any way with the sacrifice system. What to speak of eat of the sacrificed animals. It's absolutely proscribed in the Levitical sacrificial law for anybody to eat of the sacrifices except the Levitical proper persons in the Levitical priesthood. So anyway, let's see, I've got off on one of my famous tangents and forgetting where I'm at.
The original Dionysus.
Oh yeah. So plenty of other scholars have identified Osiris with, they know he's the Egyptian Osir or Asu, the Greek Osiris with Dionysus. Plenty have. Now, how to reconcile a religion that's all about piety? Heliopolitan religion is all about piety. The ascetics, the Greek word ascetic, was a specific word that referred to the religionists of Helios who abstained from all kinds of things. They abstained from what Prabhupada would call, they obeyed the four regs: no meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, or gambling. Well, gaming was very big in the ancient Greek world, and the ascetics did not participate in gaming. The ascetics abstained from flesh and from old wine or alcoholic or intoxicants. The ascetics were celibate or chaste. Let's see what we got. Meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling. So, you know, they abstained from intoxicants. They were chaste. They didn't eat flesh or participate in the blood sacrifices, and they didn't participate in the entertainments like gambling. You know, there's the famous story in the Mahabharata is about how the Pandavas lost their wife because of gambling. They lost their kingdom. They lost everything because of gambling. So anyway, how to reconcile the asceticism of the Heliopolitan monotheists with the fact that the alter form or bi form or second person or first expansion or first emanation or reflex, as translators say, of the Buddhist second person of the Godhead. How to reconcile the ecstatic worship of the second person of the Heliopolitan Godhead with the law and order, you might say, rigor of the religiosity of the first person cult. Well, first one has to understand, like if they go into India, that even the worship of the second person that may be comparatively ecstatic or expressive and emotional, you know, containing a lot of dancing and revelry and all that kind of thing. That is not ever, doesn't ever cross the line. Like you could go to 1,000 Vaishnava temples where there would be dancing, you know, feasting and dancing and chanting for countless hours on end, and you'd never see any illicit. There'd never be any illicit sex. There would never be any physical intoxication. I mean, it's considered innocent and holy to dance and sing and revel in the Vaishnava tradition. But if you were to enter a place where the impersonalists or the left-hand tantrics were doing it, you know, you've got an orgy. Just that's what you've got. You've got you've got intoxication, illicit sex, all kinds of stuff going on. The character is totally different. So my assertion is that the Dionysian rebels, so-called Dionysian rebels of the Bhakti Manids, were absolutely the worst of the typical kind of left-hand tantric 5 M's stuff that you still find in India today. It's still going on over there. People might have heard of the Thags or the Tags or the Tuggy and the Hashashin. Well, the Hashashin are more to the Muslim side group of it. But the Tags were kind of hybrid. They incorporated Hindu and Muslim elements. They were mostly so-called goddess worshippers. But they were also these extreme left-hand tantric kinds, and they ran organized crime and, ambushed people, and they were con artists. And they'd end up killing all of they would join convoys, wagon train, like groups of people, and they would travel with them for miles and miles or days and days, and then they just pick some time and according to the stars or the will of the goddess or some omen or something, and they just kill everybody and take everything they had and dispose of their bodies in the deep forest or something. And they were just a scourge of India, and actually they had a terrible problem trying to do anything about them before the British came in. And there was a very, very brave British officer who actually took it upon himself to wipe out the thugs. But anyway,
the point is that these extreme left-hand tantric groups have been existing forever. And to me, it's obvious that the situation in the Mediterranean that deteriorated with the with the rise at different periods of time, they had the rise of these groups. It caused at different time periods, the confusion that was created because of these heterodox left-hand tantric groups, worship this, so-called Dionysian worship, which was corrupt and abominable. That there's always reactionary movements. So it caused, for instance, during the time when there was some great schism caused by one of these problems, back when the name of Baal and the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton, name of God, got put away, and the title Baal got put away for the Lord, for Yahoo. So it was some kind of horrendous religious trauma that actually just tore apart the entire fabric of a religious culture that was over thousands of miles, and numerous linguistic and cultural groups, and caused a great tearing. So, see, we have evidence that of an early time when there wasn't a strict division between the religions of Shiva and Vishnu, because the names of the Jewish deity contain both names of Shiva and Vishnu, and because the names of Vishnu, like the great big litanies of Vishnu, they contain all names. The litanies of Lord Nrsimhadev, the lion-headed form of the Lord, they contain both names of Shiva and Vishnu. And the ancient Pure Land Buddhist tradition contains, according to that tradition, Mahadev is a transformation of Alokeshvar, which is Vishnu. And the deity has all the names of Shiva and Vishnu. But in India, what have you got? You've got a gigantic tradition of Vishnu, which by some estimations might be 750 million people or more. And then a much smaller tradition, separate tradition of Shiva, but an absolutely separate tradition of Shiva. So why, when Vaishnavism includes all of look at this, all these great sattvic stories about Shiva are all contained within Vaishnavism. And the sattvic Shaivites, sattvic theistic Shaivites, like the Brahma Kumaris, this is a women's group. They worship the highest Shiva, Sadashiva. Sadashiva is Shambhu. He's actually Balaram's, Mahavishnu's glance. Mahavishnu's glance. You see here, it's Mahavishnu. And you see Mahavishnu is glancing at Durga Devi. His glance is Shambhu. It's by his glance that he impregnates the material nature with all the souls in the material universe, material universes. And this is Our Lady, is Durga. She's the material nature. And Mahavishnu, of course, Mahavishnu is a form of Baladev, right? So Mahavishnu glances at Durga, and his glance actually is how, this is Mahavishnu again, how the Jiva souls are impregnated into the material universe. And his glance is called Shambhu. And so the form of Baladev or Shiva as Shambhu, you probably heard Shambhu, Shiva, Shambhu. Okay. Shambhu is like the father of material nature. So this is why when the Brahma Kumaris worship Sada Shiva, you might hear him, Sada Shiva, Shambhu, Shambhu, Shiva, Sada Shiva, Shambhu. That's that theology. This is why these pictures are so important. I think you asked me about Prabhupada, who did the Vaishnava art and this kind of thing. Prabhupada nitpickedly made these devotees had no training in Vaishnava iconography or anything. Prabhupada actually rigorously explained to them and went over in detail all of these pictures to make sure that the pictures in Srimad Bhagavatam were accurate from the. This is why this work is so amazing and so important for me, because I can show people what I'm talking about, because Prabhupada was so rigorous about it. And this is why it's really important. Like I need to get together with Vren and yourself and others, because when we're doing this work, we have to be very careful about what pictures we put up, because I know exactly what goes with what I'm saying, and I know exactly what doesn't go with what I'm saying. And I did have a big problem with this with the work that I was doing with Stephen and Richard Payne too, because we were trying to do a big project and we were short on time. Different kinds of things happened. They ended up putting up pictures on videos that did not correspond to what I was talking about, and that's very confusing. And we must not do that, because scholars know what they're talking about. They'll look at that and say, "That's not that. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's flaky." We can't have that. I've spent my life on making sure it's not flaky. So, so if I get nitpicky on people, forgive me, but that's what we have to make. It has to be right. So anyway, the Sattvic theistic Shaivites, they don't participate in blood sacrifices. They're strictly vegetarians. They're chaste. They have exactly the same moral theology and values as the Vaishnavas do. They're Sattvic. They'll never say, "I'm Shiva, you're Shiva, let's go smoke some ganja," They are not Advaitis. In other words, in the impersonalist Advaitis, which wipe out the distinction between the self and God. And basically, it's I'm God, you're God, we're all God, there is no God. Because the final there is no God is because what is the definition of God? If there's no transcendent being, why even use the word God? The Sattvic theistic Shaivites, Jiva is an absolute other to them. The Jivatma is not Paramatma. Jivatma is beloved of Paramatma. Jiva is not Shiva. They don't say Jiva is Shiva. Shiva is Jiva. Jiva is beloved by Shiva. Shiva is, many worship him as the Supreme Father. Yes, that's there. But there's also a kind of bridal mysticism there too, of Shiva as the lover. Now, this is very interesting, because if you look at the icons of Shiva as the lover, which they are in South India, Shiva is a Koros. He's beautiful, beautiful boy. He looks actually very much like Krishna. So now this is very interesting. When you go to South India and you study the different cults related to Shiva worship, I mentioned earlier that Skanda or Murugan is the son of Shiva. Well, the worship of Muruga is very popular in South India and in Sri Lanka amongst the Tamil. Now here's a really interesting thing. There is a specific cult of Muruga. When I say cult, I mean cultus. I mean like a religious school. Cultivation of the word from cultus. Of Muruga. Which the devotees are almost all gay men. And they worship Muruga in a kind of bridal mysticism, but he's their lover. And if you study that whole tradition very carefully, what you really find is that it's probably some kind of a spin-off of a gay cult devoted to Balaram. In other words, it's a Dionysian cult. But the devotees, it's a very important and a very nurturing tradition for it includes all kinds of just not just gay men, but includes the hidras and the third sex women who are attracted to Balaram's not an effeminate character, or this particular form of Shiva is not an effeminate character. He's the ideal, he's the divine husband, he's the bridegroom. And this is a really their niche. And it's in Vaishnavism, it's also connected to cult of Aryappa. I'm probably confused here because I think I'm mixing up a couple of different ones, but there's a crossover between the Vishnu worshippers and the Shiva worshippers. They both have these traditions. They're stronger in South India, and there's a huge number of third sex devotees in both of these traditions, and the Lord is the bridegroom figure. And if you go over to the Mediterranean, some of these, because remember we're talking about over a period of many centuries, you also find these groups of apparently same-sex, the third sex persons, really, the transgendered or effeminate, I'll just use the word, the effeminate males, supposedly, who didn't have any other place in society for them. And the Lord, as Baladev, or as the second person of Godhead, or Dionysus, actually has his own equal but separate cultus with this type of person. So they're not wanted, they're not allowed, they're not accepted in the mainstream, but the Lord is so merciful that he's not looking on their bodily situation. He's looking on the soul, and they have a bridal mysticism relationship with the Lord. Now here's where this gets really complicated, because in India, in the mainstream Vaishnavism, they have a problem with a heterodoxy, which they call the Sahajas. And they say the Sahajas are tinged with impersonalism. And Sahajas worship Krishna just like the Gaudiya. Actually, there's a bunch of Sahaja Gaudiya Vaishnava spin-off groups in Bengal, I guess, where they actually cross-dress. The men actually dress like gopis. Now, what do? They have these tantric gurus who pretend to be Krishna. And they publicly perform the rasa dance and stuff. And of course, they're absolutely an abomination to the strict Chaitanyite Vaishnavas, who everything is in the mode of goodness, So even if you're a man and you have a male body, and your meditation is in a bridal mysticism with the Lord as your lover, it's understood that you don't go out and dress up like a gopi and find some guy to stand in for Krishna and have orgiastic behavior. But this is what the Sahajas do. I mean, it's still going on in India today. So some of these kinds of things are very prominent in South India, and they also have their correlation in the Mediterranean region, ancient Mediterranean region. Now, the worst of the left-hand tantrics, or who practice the 5 M's, of course. Can you recite the 5 M's? Do you know what the words are?
I know there's like meat and alcohol, and there's, I don't know the Sanskrit words, but
Yeah.
there's 5 forbidden
I was
things.
trying to remember if the mud was the mead, was the alcohol, because it's M, it's an M word. I can't remember them, but the five, basically everything that's prohibited in right hand or Dakshina Tantra, prohibited to Sattvic Shaivites and Sattvic Devi and Vishnu worshippers, is purposely indulged in to the maximum degree amongst the extreme left-hand tantrics who practice the 5 M's. So, if it's forbidden sex, they do it to the ultimate. I mean, they do it until it can't be done anymore. They do it to the ultimate degree because it's extreme Advaita is behind it. So it's almost like the Agoris. So the idea is, it's all one. It's all the same. So to realize how that it is all one, everything is all the same, you have to obliterate the line between the killer and the victim. You have to obliterate the line. You have to obliterate all dualisms. And so, so you have the situation where the Sattvic Shaivite does not perform bloody sacrifices, tries to practice ahimsa. The Tamasic or extreme left-hand tantric Shaivite actually, practices killing is ritual, that's religiosity. The Sattvic Shaivite will avoid all intoxication. The Tamasic extreme left-hand tantric Shaivite will indulge in intoxication to the maximum possible degree. They do that. They do it till they pass out. I mean, they do it, whatever it is, ganja, alcohol, whatever the intoxicant is, they do it on purpose as much as they can. It's their bizarre idea of sacrament. Illicit sex, very strict rules on what illicit sex is to the Sattvic Shaivites and the Vaishnavas and the Devi worshippers. And so the extreme left-hand tantrics, they indulge the maximum degree in the very opposite. If bestiality is forbidden, they have sex with animals. If sex with your children is forbidden, they have sex with their children. If sex with your siblings, sex with your parents is forbidden, whatever is forbidden sex, they do it. So basically, whatever is forbidden under the pietist or Sattvic traditions, the extreme reactionary rejection traditions indulge in on purpose. Now, it shouldn't be surprising that in societies where law and order is based on what the Western scholars would say, Apollonian righteousness, and not Dionysian revel, that there's social order. They identify Apollo with social order, so that there's social order, and social order supports and is supported by sattva, asceticism, by this moral rectitude, or the moral righteousness. So there's proscriptions against illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating, and gambling. All these, anything that causes trouble in society, there's going to be regulations against. And the people who are engaging in all of these other things, what does that do to them? That places them outside the law. That makes them outlaws. And who therefore promulgates, who is engaged in the trafficking in every single thing that has to do with illicit sex, intoxication, and gambling, and every other sin and crime? It's the left-hand tantrists. The left-hand tantrists are the world traffickers, just like the ancient, the Hashashins and the Togs and the organized crime in India. They all are the heterodox Kali worshippers, all of them.
They all are left-hand tantrics. They perform like, what's her name? That rock star?
Nina Hagen.
Nina Hagen. You're saying that she was appalled at the animals' blood sacrifices being performed in the name of Shiva by, for money. Well, that's their whole racket. The extreme left-hand tantrists, they run the organized crime of India. They run it of the world. You can draw a direct line from left-hand tantrism in India, and of course it didn't have to come from India, but there are times in history when you can just pull that thread and just pull it right out there and see it. Like, I'll just give you this one example. When if I say La Cosa Nostra or so-called mafia, what do you think of? Where does it come from?
Italy.
Okay, but more specifically, it's from Sicily. More specifically, it's from Sicily. Well, the island of Sicily was owned by Muslims for hundreds of years. And the Muslims that owned the island of Sicily, they established great citrus orchards there. And they literally had underground tunnels that went from their estates, between the estates and things like this. But anyway, the gist of the thing is this. When I mentioned earlier, the involvement with the Muslims and the Hashashin over in the East, the Muslims brought all kinds of things back and forth across the territories that they had conquered. Like, for instance, our Arabic numeral system is not Arabic at all. It's the Sanskrit numeral system. It's actually the one that goes with the Devanagari. Did you ever actually look at this? It's so cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have some copy.
I mean, the numbers. Okay, there's 1. What's that?
2.
What's that?
3.
And so on. You could go through the whole book, 53, 10 is the 1 and the 0. I mean, our numeral system that we call Arabic numeral system is from this goes with the Devanagari. It's right here. This is it. It's the same thing. The Muslims got it in India. We got it from the Muslims, so we think of it as Arabic. No,